to Byram, who works it away on the leg side and is off the mark first ball with the single down to fine leg.
But yes, they acquitted themselves very well. Holland is in much straighter, goes past the outside edge, he's taken the outside edge, and Byram has gone. Did just enough, he straightened up his line, just perhaps held its own. Byram stepped forward.
Trying to join the party for Leicestershire to Tribe, who flicks it through square leg and will get, I think, 4 runs. Yeah, it's chased in vain by a couple of Leicestershire fielders on the leg side.
Back goes square leg as Holland is in. Hassan is reaching for that one, and it's a thickish outside edge. He's got the benefit of it. He's run it down to third man for 4, but there's an awful lot of hands on head.
Green in, bowls, Tribe drives nicely through the offside. That should just about run away for 4.
Last ball of the over, and he's caught at the wicket, leaving that very wide outside the off stump, and yet again he's caught. Green comes in and bowls down the leg side, clipped away for 4 runs by Ace of Tribe, just wandering down the leg side, and that's a lovely looking shot. 4 runs there. It was wide outside the off stump and really asked to be hit, and it was square driven for 4. Green to Carlson, drives 4 more. On to that, 8 runs off the over.
Is in and outside off stump, cut away by Carlson, cut away for 4. Nice shot, it was out there. He leans forward, gets into his stride and bowls fuller, and it's there to drive, and it is driven very nicely by Carlson. Out to deep extra cover for 4.
As we watch Hull come in, bowl. Oops, bowls him. Hits the off stump, and that is the end of Tribe for 24, and that is the wicket that they needed.
Patel in reverse sweeps, and he's reverse swept for 4. Got it past Patel, who saw the shot coming, so to speak, and sort of tried to scramble across to his left. But
Hull is in to bowl to Carlson, who drives back down the ground pleasantly. The bowler can't get back down in his follow through, and so that will run away for 4 runs.
Patel round the wicket, down the pitch goes Ingram and slaps it over wide-ish. Long on for 4 most of the way back. Patel in again, bowls outside off stump, and it's probably going to be 4 more as forward went Ingram, angle back, guiding it wide of Patel.
Over unless he takes a wicket, and he's edged, and nearly had one there as that went through the slips. Bowls, Ingram looks to pull, hasn't quite timed it, but will pick up a couple of runs here. Carlson will look for a 3rd, but won't need to, in fact, because it's been timed well enough to reach the boundary. 3 slips and a gully still, and Ingram plays on, and Hull gets a deserved wicket. It's in to bowl to Sean Dixon, who pushes at that one. I think got his bat out the way. In bowls wide-ish. Dixon drives square of the wicket on the offside and will pick up the boundary. It's beaten the sprawling effort of the Hull in. Bowls, and Carlson drives through the offside for 4. The sweeper on the cover boundary was not sweeping anymore. As Carlson flicks one off his legs, given a bit of width on the leg side, it'll beat the charge of Ben Green round from fine leg. As Dixon hooks that one powerfully through mid-wicket and has got 4 runs for it, and in comes Davian. Bowls to Carlson, who inside edges for 4 to reach his 50. A very fortunate way to reach the half century of 68 deliveries.
Close fielders, as in comes Patel, goes back and it's cut fiercely, and he may get 4 from that backward of square on the offside. Yeah, it's running away for 4.
Davy is into bowl, chopped down by Dixon, and he's got that fine, and it'll race away for 4 runs down to third man. That's driven nicely by Dixon down the grounds, and that will, I think, run away for 4. Yep, Green was giving it some pursuit. Maybe one other. Dixon cuts, and we'll get 4 more through the offside. Expensive over this from Josh Davey.
Useful little run up and bowls. This is clipped down fine. Is going to get 4 runs, just as I was describing a few moments ago that there's no one fine, and
Short leg just behind square, drops that one short, and that one will be pulled. Dixon gratefully accepts the second opportunity to pull, correct what he did before. Or contribution to the leadership discussions. Patel is in, swept in the air, but firmly past the right hand of Jake Weatherall down to the wide long leg boundary.
in comes Green again. Bowls, Carlson drives nicely and gets 4 runs through extra cover. A dive by Lewis Hill at cover, but it went too hard. In comes Green bowler, and he'll get it with a cutout to deep extra cover. And there'll be generous applause for Sean Dixon, Glamorgan's latest signing. And he acknowledges first the dressing room.
Patel bowls, Carlson sweeps, and sweeps very nicely for 4. Pretty sure that will get there. It went past Weatherall, who's cross with himself for not cutting it off. But I think he's that close to the bat. And
for some to get home, has pulled away hard through the square leg fielder on the boundary, who got a hand to it.
118 runs for the session, plenty of time to add as down the wicket goes. Carlson whacks it over the top of Holland out to the long off boundary for 4. Very deliberate. In goes Patel, down the wicket, should be run out. He is run out. He flicked it to backward square, backward short leg.
Scalloway not fit today, as Cook pulls a shorter ball from Hull round to square leg. Oh,
again.
Says was going to settle for the single. Glamorgan are 235 for 5, and that is the T score as the players turn to march off.
He comes in for the first ball after the interval, and it's played away onto the onside. Curtains for Dixon, but it dropped a bit short.
Patel is in, he's caught behind. No. Yes, there was momentary, well, I guess umpire Shaughnessy was waiting for Chris Cook to walk. Cook.
He played a bit of cricket out in Australia, and that's a nice looking shot. That's 4. Yeah, well pitched up, pitch and leg stump. And here is Davey to start a new over. And where's that gone?
We're down to fine leg, off an inside edge, missed the leg stump by a...
Dixon waits and hoists that over mid-wicket, and that'll run away towards the pavilion for 4. In comes the next ball, and that's short, and that's pulled. That might bisect the fielders. It does. 4 more to him. Here's Green, bowls. Oh, and he's caught at the wicket. Second man out in the 90s, as he drove and knew as soon as he'd played the shot that he'd nicked it.
Patel is into bowl. Crane goes back and cuts, and that's a nicer shot, and that will race away for 4.
In and bowling to Crane, who's taking his bottom hand off the bat as he drives, but he gets enough on it to get it past point and run it out to the point boundary.
Looping in bowls, full length, driven nicely by Mason Crane, and he's timed that one sweetly because it's racing away for 4 up.
Raring to go, in he goes and bowls on the legs of Van der Hoek and flicked away. I think Pad was involved to a certain extent.
14 overs to pick up the 1 point each side needs, really.
Green bowls and Crane drives.
Lovely
Nobody
shot.
moves in the outfield, which is always a good sign from the batter's point of view.
I don't suspect many attacking shots as Patel bowls the first ball, and it's played curse to the commentator for 4 runs. In he comes for the day's final ball, and bowls, tosses this one up, and it's driven away for a single. Well, that completes a very interesting day's cricket here at
It's good morning, Bordeaux, to our two-match umpires, Ian Blackwell and Steve O'Shaughnessy.
Yeah, it's like a badge of honour, that, isn't it? Now I've got to work out whether it's the Alexander Rex.
And it's Bordeaux, good morning as well to the Leicestershire team, led into the field by captain Ian Holland. And Bordeaux, good morning as well to the two not-out batters for Glamorgan, Tim van der Gooten and Mason Crane.
Very good morning to BBC Sport Online commentary on day 2 of Glamorgan against Leicestershire from Sapphire Gardens, with Nick Webb and Richard Ray alongside me. Glamorgan resuming on 3:34 for 7. Maybe a very marginal advantage to the home side. Richard, how do you read things?
I would, I think, agree, certainly from 91 for 4 at lunch, when they looked in danger of being sort of bowled out for possibly 250 sort of area. The pitch played better as the day went on, but there was a little bit of very slow turn, and that bodes well for the likes of Mason Crane as the game goes on. So a decent first innings score. If Glamorgan can get up to 400, something like that, then I think that's a pretty competitive score.
Indeed, the bonus points will be the first bone of contention over the next hour or so. 14 further overs to get bonus points as Josh Davey begins the attack for Leicestershire, and forward comes Van der Hoogten and defends back to him. Van der Hoogten, a very quiet innings for him, 22 off 76 deliveries. Mason Crane rather more aggressive, 48 not out off 81 deliveries for him so far. Batting has been going quite well for Crane. Scores of 51, 2 and 39 so far this season. And I saw a stat that he's actually averaging 33 over the past 2 and a bit seasons for Glamorgan. Here comes Davey, and in to bowl on leg stump. Van der Hoogten turns it safely down to deep square, and they'll amble through for the first run of the morning. 335 for 7. The weather is still pretty favourable. There's just a little bit of light cloud around today, but pretty much blue sky.
I was going to say glorious. It's just beautiful. It's that little bit warmer today as well. There is still that slight east breeze, but it's not as strong, and it's a wonderful spring day.
As Davey is on his way towards us from the river end and bowls, and Crane works that one off his legs to move to 49 not out. The sun was shining on you when you were doing your morning 5k then.
It was beautiful through the trees and through the park. I didn't go up to the barrage this time. I stayed around up the river and the Taft Trail and around the parks, and it was wonderful, beautiful. Some wonderful routes around it, considering it's so central in Cardiff.
Yeah. 336 for 7 as Davey bowls to Van der Hoogten, who's hit on the pad. There's a polite inquiry from Ben Cox, but no more. And I'm pleased to say that we were delivered a tray of Welsh cakes and a missive. Dear commentators, our son Jason suggested we bring you some Welsh cakes in. He lives in Accrington and listens daily and loves doing so. Please could you give him a mention? Good morning, Jason. If you think that's not too much of an imposition, very polite missive. Thank you in anticipation, Colin and Diana Thomas, members at Glamorgan. Thank you very much indeed. Davier's in. Bowls. Van der Hoogten pushes forward, thinks about a single and then thinks twice. So the Welsh cakes have disappeared fairly fairly rapidly from the commentary box. It seemed that everyone in the vicinity was smelling them coming in or something. But we have passed them round, and I've kept one for myself for lunchtime.
Very wise. But they were delicious. Thank you very much indeed for those.
3:36 for 7. End of the first over of the day, and Van der Hoogten plays gently on the leg side. There is no run.
It's becoming the sort of pitch whereby if you're not overly ambitious and you can hold a bat and get in line, you're going to stay in. And Van der Hoogten is more than capable of holding a bat, but he's continuing in the same vein, and together these two have put on 71 now for the 8th wicket, and they have not looked really like getting out. I can't think of any. I mean, one or two probably little twitches or something outside off stump, but essentially it's they're going to have to be winkled out, it would appear, by Leicestershire. Ian Holland, who bowled beautifully yesterday, 16 overs, 9 maidens, 2 for 19. At one stage bowled 8 overs and conceded 1 run. Relatively profligate towards the end of the day when I think he conceded a boundary or two, but Holland is going to pick up the attack from the Cathedral Road end of Sophia Gardens. In he goes past umpire O'Shaughnessy and bowls, and as yesterday, he's absolutely on the money. He meets a very solid forward defensive press from Mason Crane on 49. No slips, and the ball is only, 17.1 overs old, and that tells you a great deal about the pitch and a lack of movement that's available to the Leicestershire bowlers at the moment. Holland is in again. That stayed a little bit low. Crane reaching forward, managed to push it out into the offside bottom part of the bat. Johnny Tattersall picks up in the covers. He'll be anticipating, or maybe anticipating, having a bat later today at some stage. Leicester should probably be hoping he won't, because the top order will still be out there. In goes Holland and bowls. That one looked as though he was trying to bring that back in a bit, and on the back foot, Crane more than equal to it. Defensively back down the pitch. Holland feels off his own bowling, then tosses it to Ben Green, one of several players from either side who made the trip to Taunton yesterday for a testimonial dinner for, obviously, their former teammate Lewis Gregory. Holland in bowls, and again he's absolutely on off stump, and again Crane is more than equal to it, not trying to do anything other than push the ball back down the pitch to the Leicestershire captain.
Yes, Lewis Gregory must be a well-liked chap, because there were players from both sides dashing down the M4 and M5 last night.
Holland in bowls. That's a rare loose delivery or misdirected delivery from Ian Holland. It's down the leg side, and Crane looked to try and help it on its way. Didn't get anything on it. Taken by Ben Cox behind the stumps. Had a chat to Ben at the end of play yesterday. Talked about the pitch a little bit. He said it did begin to turn, but so slowly at the end of the day. He had a lot of praise for Ajaz Patel, who bowled 30 overs for the Foxes yesterday. In goes Holland again. It stays a touch low on off stump and on the back foot. Crane pushes it out to point. It's another maiden, of course it is, from Ian Holland. 17 overs, 10 maidens, 2 for 19 for him. But Cox sort of said that Patel had to bowl increasingly slowly. The only way he could get it to turn was bowl really slowly. I heard Ian Blackwell, the umpire, talking, saying it. You needed to bowl. It needed to go through a little bit quicker. The turn needed to be quicker, he said, because occasionally the batter was beaten but then could have had time to adjust.
Play another shot.
Yeah. Oh, that one's gone straight on. You know, it hasn't turned or what have you. But I can go back and play it off the pitch.
In comes Davy to start a new over, bowling to Van der Hoogten, who's beaten by that one. Driving, didn't get to the pitch. Ian Evans has emailed us on Glamorgan Cricket and at bbc.co.uk. Do we now consider Mason Crane as an all-rounder? He can certainly hold a bat, and I believe he could be a very useful night watchman. He has done it once or twice for Glamorgan. Also TVDG, nearing the same status. Best wishes. Thank you, Ian. Well, certainly they can be relied upon for reasonably regular contributions, even if they're not huge ones, as Van der Hoogten plays back to the bowler, and there's no run. Van der Hoogten with a career best of 85, I think it is, off the top of my head, up at Leeds, and Crane of what's his career best? About 61 at Northampton.
Oh, well, that's getting very close to being passed, isn't it? It's I think a little landmark for him. I'm amazed, really.
As in comes the next delivery from Davy, and in comes the next defensive prod from Van der Hoogten, who is in no hurry at all.
I don't imagine he fancies a long bowl today. Very flat track, and
yes, I suppose the longer he bats, the shorter his bowling day is.
But both these two could go, as I say, if they're not overly ambitious, nicely big here, and they can both target PBs.
As Van der Hoogten drives up to wide mid-off, and will take the single there off the fourth ball of the over. Yes, take Van der Hoogten considerable time if he considers it his current scoring rate, but doing a valuable job.
Come 5 o'clock, we might be applauding.
The longer they stay out there, the more wear there is in the pitch, and the more footmarks for Mason Crane to aim into.
And the more wear there is in the Leicestershire players as well. Be weary.
3:37 for 7 as Crane dabs that on the offside, but straight to gully, and there is no run, or backward point rather than gully. The outfielders then are at a wide-ish third man, away towards the grandstand side. Deep backward, a deep square leg, just backward of the umpire on the ropes, and at fine leg. Crane on 49 as in comes Davy from the river end. And Crane's beaten by that one. It's flicked something, and they've gone through for a run, and it's a leg by.
Ian Blackwell forgot where the scorers were there. He signalled the leg bys to the city centre, and then sort of suddenly pirouetted round to the pavilion. Yeah, it was far too high, wasn't it?
3:41 for 7 then.
A little bit of movement now, back in for Davy, yet to pick up a wicket in this innings. 19 overs he's bowled now, none for 67 for the former Somerset man. I presume he was one of those heading to Taunton. Didn't see him. You'd have thought he and Green and everybody would have travelled together, really, wouldn't you? But I suppose different places to go back to. Holland is in and bowls, neatly turned off his legs by Van der Hoogten, down to long leg, where Josh Hull is lurking in almost the shade of the trees on the banks of the Taff. They're very tall, they are. How's your tree identification?
Lousy.
The skills?
I've no idea.
Okay. Right. Okay.
No idea whatsoever.
They're tall and green.
Yes.
Leaves. It's a lovely mixture. Some of them sort of still blossom a little bit. In goes Holland and bowls, neatly turned off his legs by Crane, and that is the single he needed for his 50. Down it goes to Hull, And Mason Crane's early season form with the bat continues. He raises his bat to Sophia Gardens and gets a generous and deserved round of applause.
91 balls, 5 fours, and the 4th half century of his career. All for Glamorgan.
Holland into Van der Hoogten, outside off stump, doesn't swing but is allowed to go through by Tim van der Hoogten. 343 now for 7. And we were remarking, or I was remarking before the start of play, on the uniformity of the scores from around the grounds, with the exception of Canterbury. Everybody seemed to be about 350 for 6 or 7.
I suppose it's the nice weather helps make sure most of the scores are good.
Holland in again, outside off stump. Van der Hoogten waits for it and works it nicely away through the gully. He wants a second. He's going to have to hurry. That would have been close had the throw been a little bit more accurate from Lewis Hill coming in from third man. And Van der Hoogten had to sprint in, and it was just a little bit wide, the throw in the end, taken on the bounce by Cox. And let's just see how close that was. Yeah, it was well in actually, but it was well judged by Tim van der Hoogten.
Yes, it wasn't quite at the distance where you'd expect a direct hit. It's a good 50 or 60 metres, wasn't it?
It was. He picks up 2, moves on to 27, 345 for 7. Another batting bonus point now very much within view. A little bit leg side from Holland, from whom this has been a remarkably, by his standards, inconsistent over. He's gone for 4 from it already, 4 off the first 5 balls. 346 for 7, Van der Hoogten 28. Crane on 50. There's 12 more for that first class career best. He's got a short extra in now, just a couple of strips back, about 45-degree angle. He waits for that one, dabs it down outside off stump towards gully, top part of the bat that trickles towards gully so slowly that Cox can remove a gauntlet and run off to his right to field, but it does mean there's a comfortable single. Crane picks up 1, keeps the strike, 5 off it, and Glamorgan proceeding, well, essentially without alarm. 1 play and miss from Van der Hoogten, but he was driving. A delivery from Davey. As I say, if you're prepared to be patient, you're going to be hard to get out.
The Glammy podcast account on X is feeling optimistic. Come on, Glamorgan, let's get to 400 and Mason to his century. Well, slowly, slowly. Let's not get carried away. Oil Oracle says amazing performance considering where we were, i.e. 91 for 4. There's Davey bowls, and that's a short ball that Crane fends off his body. Unfortunately for Leicestershire, they didn't have a short leg because that was slightly aerial, but as it was, completely safe, and they take a single. 348 for 7. Oil Oracle queries, do you think Crane would be worth trying as an opener? He has a very tidy defensive batting style. Well, most people on the Glamorgan staff have a go at opening the batting over the but it is a different kettle of fish when you're regularly facing a new ball.
Yeah.
As Davey bowls and Van der Hoogten leaves. I'm not sure if he's quite got the technique yet.
I was going to say, I'm not sure the footwork, etc., would be quite right for, quite up to the quicker, livelier.
There was a season a few years back where across the various formats, and including Night Watchman, Glamorgan used 12 different players as openers over the course of a season.
Did you get a game?
I was obviously number 13. 348 for 7. As Van der Hoogten drives up to mid-off and there's no run. The closest I've been to opening in recent years was at a game fairly near here at Blackware in Cardiff, where for some of our reason most of our team got lost and we only had about 4 people there at this time the game started, and I batted at 3 with the instructions of just stay out there until someone else gets here.
Did you fulfil the brief?
Yeah, just about. Davy bowls, Van der Hoogten pushes at that. There's an inquiry from Slip. Is that Rishi Patel being enthusiastic?
It's Ajaz Patel.
Ajaz Patel this time.
That was he was genuinely beaten there. There seemed to be a little bit of a away movement for Davy. Beaten on the back foot, trying to defend.
Yeah, so I suppose this ball is 21st over, so an element of freshness about it.
Should be, yeah, pretty much in prime.
Hasn't been whacked around too much. Davy into Van der Hoogten, who pushes that one defensively on the leg side and remains on 28 not out. Skinazi the fielder in that shortish mid-wicket position. See Leicester City denied in last minute last night against Millwall, 1-1.
That's probably quite a good result for my lot, Hull City, who have fallen away as ever at the end.
As in comes Davy. Bowls. Van der Hoogten turns this one off his legs, down to fine leg for a single. Davy can't believe that it didn't get through and strike Van der Hoogten on the pads, but his impression of Rodin's thinker is in vain.
1 balls and included 5 balls.
There we are, the details confirmed of Crane's half-century. Both men have now faced 93 deliveries. Van der Hoogten 29, Crane 52.
Partnership 84 now, and just 1 more needed for another batting bonus point. The schedule arrives for this afternoon's programmes on the BBC Radio Leicester Sport. A pleasing mixture. So Saracens against Leicester Tigers, obviously Glamorgan against Leicestershire, then Anstey Nomads versus Wellingborough Town, and Shepshed v Lichfield City.
Okay.
There we go.
Those vital games in the lower leagues, I presume.
I take it. Yeah, I take it they are. So Cox is going to stand up to Holland against Van der Hoogten now, which seems to suggest perhaps he's, well, he doesn't exactly push it through anyway, but he might just toddle up and bowl steady cutters now. He's got a short, straightish mid-wicket in Ajaz Patel and a conventional mid-wicket as well, as he goes in and bowls to Van der Hoogten outside, just outside off stump. Van der Hoogten looks to try and steer it away off with his weight just about on the back foot. Doesn't quite time it, runs it out to Weatherald at point, and there's no run. Not quite as many in as there were yesterday, as Holland is in and bowls 0 foot movement from Van der Hoogten, just waited for it and pushed it out into the offside. But again, an indication of how little menace there is for the seamers in the pitch at the moment. I would think a few people have gone to the beach, families to the beach,
yes,
and what have you today.
And a few club cricket games, friendlies, season for many next week.
Holland is in, bowls very straight, and Van der Hoogten slightly closed bat face as he pushes that one back down the pitch and wanders back and has a conversation with Ben Cox, who's always a good conversationalist. There'll be long-term opponents. Ben for Worcestershire for much of his career. Holland is in, bowls, nice line on off stump, but again no real movement. Van der Hoogten can lean forward, tallish man, looks to be about 6'1", 6'2", something like that. Pushes it out into the offside and the conversation is resumed.
Yeah, I think he's 6'2", he's about my height anyway. One of those who I look fairly directly in the eye when interviewing.
There have been times with Glamorgan, as Holland is in and bowled, looking to turn him off the legs, is Van der Hoogten. Might have been a bit of bat involved, pad as well, as it goes to Patel at short mid-wicket when you have towered over most of the team. But watching you do interviews in years, over the last sort of 13 years or so. But there were one or two taller, obviously the Australians, the likes of Hogan, etc. Up there, in goes Holland, outside off stump and a little bit short and chopped away, cut away, wins some style by Van der Hoogten. He's got it well in front of square, between point and cover, out to the boundary where Leicestershire 12th man Sam Wood is seated in a chair down there about 10 yards behind the ropes, talking to Lloyd, the Leicestershire physio, and he obliges Johnny Tattersall by standing up and lobbing the ball back to him. But a nice shot, Van der Hoogten, who moves into the 30s now, on to 33. Partnership rapidly approaching 3 figures, and of course that batting bonus point, that extra batting bonus point, has been achieved, number 3.
Yes, 8 overs to go in terms of accumulating bonus points. I would be surprised if Glamorgan, unless some real gifts come along, make a serious effort at 400.
Oh, I think they should throw the bat wildly.
Which would, of course, increase Leicestershire's chances of getting their 3rd bowling point as well. So I think they'll just play normally, unless they get some real buffet balls, which is pretty unlikely. Davey, still searching for his first success in the wickets column, is in to bowl to Crane, who turns it off his legs for a single down to backward square. It's been just a little bit too easy for Glamorgan to milk those singles on the leg side, I would have thought, from the Leicestershire point of view, because square leg is back on the ropes, which I'm surprised they really need, apart from when Josh Hull is bowling short pitch stuff and trying to induce the hook shot. 354 for 7. Crane moves to 53. Davey bowls, and Van der Hoogten edges down to 3rd man, wide of the only slip. Past one Patel to t'other, who is grazing in the deep. 355 for 7. As we gather various production instructions for the day between us. A few Radio L's and BBC Radio Leicester updates in the course of the afternoon. And who knows, maybe a venture or two onto on the Sports Extra channels. As that's... Oh, well,
Misses everything.
beat Crane all ends up, really. And Davey stands in mid-wicket and grins at the unfairness of life, the universe and everything. The replay shows, and it just flicked the knee or the thigh a fraction outside off stump. He was playing a shot, might have trimmed the off bail had it not hit his leg.
Ball of the day for sure.
So Leicestershire still firing shots this morning, 1 or 2 past the bat, and Crane gets the bat very firmly to a defensive shot there, pushes it out into the covers where Johnny Tattersall is patrolling and polishing. Glamorgan women are in action in their first T20 of the season. That's in the T20 Counties Cup. And they're playing Devon at Newport, and it's a 12 o'clock start. Should you be in the area and fancy going along, I believe it's free admission, it usually is. And nice place to watch cricket. As next delivery is punched through the offside by Crane off the back foot. A very firm wallop indeed, and it raced away for 4 up towards the ground staff building. Just the side the grandstand hasn't disturbed their morning coffee break. But Crane enjoying that one, just given a little bit of width by Davey. Moves on to 57, 359 for 7, 103rd over. Last ball coming up from Davey, who has now moved a man to a shortish backward square leg, as well as having a mid-wicket. So it could be something coming in on the body. And there is the short ball, which Crane plays a very controlled hook shot. In fact, he got rather on top of it and hit it down into the ground. 360 for 7. So he's willing to take on the shot, despite the players lurking there, the extra player lurking there on the leg side, but played it safely. 360 for 7, Crane 58, retains the strike, Van der Hoogten 34.
Yeah, I thought we might see early introduction of spin. Ajaz Patel is going to take over from Ian Holland at the Cathedral Road end of the ground.
The Cathedral Road end, on to bowl for Leicestershire is Ajaz Patel.
Confirmed by Dr. Hignell on the PA. Crane just a boundary away from a first-class career best. He won't want to miss out here. This is a real opportunity for him to go on, and who knows? 3 figures ahoy. Patel is going to have a short leg, backward short leg in Weatherald. Otherwise, no close fielders as he steps in and bowls around the wicket, tosses it up slowly, as Ben Cox was explaining. That's what he had to do to try and get any purchase. There was no purchase there. Just went straight on, and Crane leant forward and pushed it out to mid-wicket, where Rishi Patel is fielding at the moment. In goes Ajaz Patel, bowls down the leg side. Back goes Crane, tries to flick it on its way, doesn't get anything on it, and taken by Cox quite low down. Then there's a few oohs and ahs, as though it was quite close to leg stump. I don't think it particularly was. Patel is in. Crane just leans forward, blocks it down the pitch on the onside. There is a sweeper out at point and square leg, either side of the wicket then, as Patel steps in, tosses it right up, and Crane is not to be tempted. Mid on and mid off are both up, so, well, I'm saying that, but Davies now walking back a few yards, so he's slightly deeper at mid on than Holland at mid off. Patel is in. Leaning forward is Crane, and sort of little turn of the wrist, and the ball rather squirts off towards square leg, very slowly though, so Weatherald can step across from backward short leg to field. Patel in, bowls, forward goes Crane, delivery on middle pretty much, and pushes it back down the pitch to Patel. So a maiden over for Ajaz Patel to start with. 31 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 111. So symmetrical figures, but as far as he's concerned, there won't be much pleasure in that symmetry. 360 for 7.
Neil Thornycroft on X says, I think we're safely in Glamorgan being happy territory, but the pitch looks a bit typical of Sapphire Gardens. Well, it is turning a bit more than it has in previous seasons, and I think Glamorgan are trying to encourage that tendency, in that they have Mason Crane in their ranks as a potential match winner, and hopefully Ben Kellaway for most of the season, but he's not expected back for the next match against Hampshire, and maybe they'll just concentrate on getting him, trying to get him ready for the T20. Richard Ray will be back in around half an hour or so at 360 for 7. Double bowling change, and it's Josh Hull to take over from the River End, and Ajaz Patel has taken over from the Cathedral Road end, and Edward Bevan is alongside me.
Yeah, good morning, Nick. Horrible day there again, isn't it? Not a clue. Well, there's some...
Don't tell me it's pouring with rain in Trebanos.
It's glorious in Trebanos this morning. Yeah.
360 for 7 as Josh Hull prepares for his first over of the morning. He has 2 for 70 off 15 overs. The tall left arm quick once capped. In bowls to Van der Hoogten, who turns that on the leg side. Thinks for a millisecond about it as a single, but then sees that the 12th man, Sam Wood, is on the ball. And there is no run to be had.
Rather slow going this morning, but you can certainly see Glamorgan's point of view, because they'll want to try and bat as long as they can, to get runs, and of course they hope that this pitch might wear and assist the man who's in there at the moment at 58 not out.
As Hull bowls, full length ball, Van der Hoogten drives and hasn't quite got it through. They'll take a single. There was a bit of confusion there for a moment, in that Van der Hoogten was coming down the wicket and Crane was rather glued to the non-striker's end, but in the end they reached agreement that there was a run there. 3-6-1 for 7. So if you want to email us, glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk, and I'm Nick Webb 2017 on both X and Blue Sky. As we get a random bit of music in our ears, not sure where that's coming from, and the next delivery from Hull, turned down leg side. Much as I love the bluebells, I don't particularly want to. I think it's the bluebells. I don't want to hear them all commentating, so we'll get rid of that for the time being. 3-6-1 for 7. As Hull is in to bowl and turned on the leg side again by Crane. Bizarrely, I was listening to the Bluebells' new album this morning, which is about 40 years after their last album. So there you are, they're taking their time.
Mr. Owen Money's programme, is it? What's the time?
Could be.
Yeah, I listened to him on the way up. Always do the Saturday morning, which your good lady used to produce, of course.
Yes, the Sunday slot. But
enjoy it.
Yes.
My music, you see, Nick.
361 for 7. Hull bowls, and that is leg glance for 4 runs by Mason Crane to get his first class best as he moves on to 62 not out. Just got a sliver of bat on that one, and well batted to Mason Crane, who has a new career best. And there's obviously some well-informed people in the crowd. Oh, it's the 100 partnership as well. That's probably the one coming up on the scoreboard. But Crane can take that for him because he scores most of them.
Mr. Crane is featured this morning quite a bit on social media. Nick Friend, who is a journalist and secretary of the Cricket Writers Club, and I'll just break off, or Cricket Media Club as it's known.
As Hull is into bowl, Crane plays this one safely on the leg side, no run.
Just stating his scores this season and suggesting, well, could he go up to number 7? Well, I said yesterday he could perhaps go up even further or help out up the top, because he's a very well organised player, doesn't take many risks, and every innings he's played this season has been very responsible.
It's a different nature of task, though, up the top, isn't it?
I agree. Perhaps not at the very top, but top half.
Because they tried that with Andrew Salter, didn't they? And he did the job because he wanted to stay in the team, but it didn't really benefit his game, I don't think.
Former Hampshire player said, "Please, can we have him back?" So Rich Glamorgan will say no. Here's Patel then to start another over. Tosses this one up on leg stump and pitched outside leg stump, and the ball hit the pad outside that area. 365 for 7. Useful progress this morning from Glamorgan's 8th wicket pair as Patel runs away from us. Quicker delivery but short and cut away to the man to deep extra cover. They amble through in nice warm sunshine for a single. There are just 3 and a bit overs left. What is that, 105, 5 overs? No. They won't entertain the idea of just having a bash and trying to get 400 because they might be all out and present Leicester, who are down with them in the table, with some points. Patel in, short, cut away backwards of square. There's one. No, there's just the single. There's the man patrolling that area. Returns.
Yeah, Leicestershire 3 ahead of Glamorgan going into this game, 18 to 15. Glamorgan 3-2 up at the moment in this match.
Here's Patel, round the wicket and bowled, and that's driven and well fielded. In his right hand, which is his left, if you know what I mean, thrusts out his left hand and stops any chance of a run. Van der Gooten on 36 waits as Patel tosses this one up again on a round leg stump and is defended. End of another over. 367 for 7. Van der Gooten is on 36. Crane is on 59. And the partnership now 102.
Hang on, I gave Crane a career best. I apologise for that. What went wrong there? I thought he was on 58 and picked up a boundary. Wasn't given us leg buys, was it? Anyway, it
must have been leg buys then, because it certainly went to the boundary.
Yes, it was the 100 partnership they were applauding. I thought they were well informed for Crane's CB. I do apologise. I've given Mason Crane his career best somewhat prematurely. He may get there.
Which was and against?
61 at Northants a couple of years ago. So Crane is on 59. I thought he got a bat on it. Anyway, either that or the scoreboard was remarkably quick. As Crane dabs that one down and he moves to 60 anyway. I think we can agree on that. As plays it down to third man. Easy single. But Hull thundering in. Left arm around at the moment. And
haven't seen him.
We'll be hoping that the foot marks are increasing by the moment.
Yeah, both sides. He's been bowling over and round, which will suit Crane. Although, just break off.
It's a fairly straight run. Just emerges from behind the umpire and bowls a short pitch delivery that Van der Hoogten just ducks underneath. Weatherald has moved in to lurk it at a shortish leg now, about 10 metres from the bat.
We'll see from here, Nick. There's just a little bit of bruff down that far end where Hull is landing, and the more overs that's bowled, of course, the more opportunity it will be for him to drop his leg breaks and googlies in there,
particularly when you've got size 14 feet churning up the surface. Hull is in now and bowls. Van der Hoogten up on his toes, defends on the offside. No run. Scores, as Richard was saying, everyone is in the same sort of boat, at least in the first division. Warwickshire 415 for 8 against Notts. Ed Barnard is taking his score on to 161 not out. Essex are 364 for 6 at the Oval. There was a century there for Tall Paul Walter. Thane and Harmer getting some lower order runs at the moment. Hull bowls short. Van der Hoogten pulls. Hit that one down to wide-ish fine leg. And again, they're quite conservative with the running.
Yeah.
And just take the single. Van der Hoogten is maybe not the fastest turner.
And they're two bowlers, of course. They don't run too quick.
At Headingley, Sussex are still going 398 for 7. John Simpson is 109 not out. Tom Price made 93.
Yeah, he's got a few runs, Price, since he moved from Gloucestershire.
The Gloucesters are still going at Derby in Div 2. Hull is in. Ball is short. Crane plays the pull hook shot. Controls it nicely. Down to fine leg. Greenfields. Another single. Gloucester 308 for 8. Miles Hammond made 145 of them. At Chestler Street, the home side Durham have lost their first wicket. They're 10 for 1, replying to Lancashire's 370 all out, which included 146 from Marcus Harris, 4 wickets for Ben Rain.
Who was the man out? McKinney or?
At Durham, yeah, McKinney's gone bowled by Mr. Anderson, Sir James.
Oh yes, I'd heard of him.
370 for 7 here at Sapphire Gardens. Hull to finish his over. Van der Hoogten defends, no run. So the final score at New Road, where Kent were bowled out for 196. Worcestershire in reply are 114 for 3. Jake Libby made 52. So Crane has now equalled his first class best, which I gave him
That's
previously.
the topic this morning. The main topic.
Delete that little bit for my notes. I thought it was a leg glance that brought up the
Yeah, so did I.
100 stand, but it weren't.
And the over 8 now, +2, which I'm not surprised as Patel races through his overs. Van der Hoogten 37, Crane 61. They have really contributed this season with the bat. As Patel bowling at this end, that's the Cathedral Road end here, bowls, and this is driven nicely through cover, running up towards the boundary. I think it's going to win too. It's going to be 4 runs. He crosses the line now, beautifully timed, and there's a little bit of a half volleyish length, and Crane made no mistake there in hitting it, and yeah, got his feet, and lovely shot. I didn't think it had the legs to start, but then gathered pace on this surface. He moves on to 65.
And he finally has got definitely his first class best.
Well done to Mason Crane. Purely defensive field now. I'll go through it in just a moment. As the next ball is straighter and is played defensively. 5 men on the offside, 4 on the on. Patel wheeling away in his 33rd over, bowls again and forces Crane on the back foot, and he dead bats it in front of him. No slip, just the short leg, and on the offside there are 1, 2, 3, 4 saving a single, and then a deep extra cover as he bowls a quicker delivery, and he just dabs it down to Crane to short mid wicket. 374 for 7. Glamorgan looking for 400, whatever they can get. Next ball comes in and is just guided gently to short third man.
Yes, there are long periods of stalemate in this game this morning, aren't there? Just the odd boundary
They're
or
making absolutely
ball
sure
beating the bat.
that every ball is treated on merit. Again, that's the end of another over. I think next over I'll time him.
He's whipping through them fairly quickly, even though he's bowling slowly, Ajaz Patel. As Kieran Carlson said last night, that he was anticipating having to do a bit of bowling himself with his off-spin in support of Mason Crane's leg spin.
Did you interview? I didn't see anything on social media. I was looking for the interview. You didn't do it with the other man who got 90?
Sean Dixon? No, he was requested, but he was among the Somerset contingent players of both sides who were straight on the road going down to Lewis Gregory's testimonial event in Taunton.
Lord.
So they would have probably left about 6:45 and Got to Taunton about 8:15, 8:30, I guess. But
Friday night in this weather? No.
maybe closer to 9. Yeah, so Gregory's obviously a popular chap with his former teammates because there are players from both sides
Good cricketer.
going down to Taunton. 374 for 7. So Sean Dixon will be glad of the chance to put his feet up and watch his teammates this morning, I guess.
Yeah, relax after getting a score after an auspicious start to the season.
Hull then to bowl the 109th over of the innings. Bowls to Van der Hoogten, who fends it off. Not entirely convincingly, but Wetherell is slightly deeper than usual in that short leg position, backward short leg. He's about 10 metres back rather than crouching within touching distance of the batter. Maybe he doesn't fancy getting too close, given that Hull is probably bowling a few short balls which might be hooked or pulled. But he is the closest player to the bat. There is no slip. It's a thickly populated leg side, and Van der Hoogten just about gets on top of that and rides the bounce. It lobbed out slightly on the offside though, and nowhere near any fielder. So on the leg side, there's a fine leg.
And a bump there, is he?
Is that hit him on the hand?
Finger.
Yeah. That won't please Van der Hoogten. There's two square legs effectively. One is where the umpire would normally be, and one is on the boundary almost directly behind him. And now it's changed again in that Wetherell goes in front of the wicket to short leg.
Whether they're going to try the short ball onslaught and hope he fends off to one of those three fielders, but
Ajaz Patel has now gone to leg slip, more or less.
yeah.
He crouches as Hull prepares to pepper the body of Tim van der Hoogten with another short ball that Van der Hoogten pulls to one of the square legs, and there is no run. On the offside, there's only a third man, a point, and a wideish mid-off. So Hull can't afford to deviate from that middle to leg stump line. 3 balls gone in this over as Leicestershire go all-out leg theory. Douglas Jardine style. Another short ball, and that's too wide, and Van der Hoogten manages to pull it round down to the fine leg boundary, and got a full bat on that, and nothing Green could do about it to cut it off. Van der Hoogten moves to 41, and Hull just straying a bit too far down leg side. Needs to get it on the body of Van der Hoogten if he's going to produce a catching chance. Hull, long run as you might expect for a very tall young man, trying to bowl as fast as he can. In, bowls, short of a length, going down lead side. Van der Hoogten gets inside it and watches it.
Well, this time, yes, well, a bit later on, it was lunchtime, 91 for 4. You would expect Leicestershire were thinking of maximum bowling, and probably Glamorgan struggling to get a batting point, but it's turned on its head, and there are 7 balls left now for Leicestershire to get 2 wickets, which is improbable, and Glamorgan, I don't think, are going to score 22 runs in that over. So it looks as if it'll be 3-2 to Glamorgan's favour, bonus-wise.
Hull trying to change that. It's into Van der Hoogten, another short ball, and again it sails harmlessly over Van der Hoogten's back as he just ducks inside the line. 378 for 7. There needs to be just a little bit more variety from Hull, I think, firing the odd Yorker, since he's expecting all these short pitched balls. The rugby last night, Cardiff won the derby down the road against the Ospreys. Yeah, very close game, 24-21, and the Dragons won an away league match for the first time in some years, when it was Zebre in Parma in Italy, 1918. That wasn't the last year. They went away from home. It was the scoreline. But glad to see the Dragons picking up this season. A few wins in Europe, a Challenge Cup semi-final.
Yes, you want the clubs, Welsh clubs, to improve and concentrate on what's happening on the field, not the shambles that's of it. There's a discussion going on, and wicketkeeper Ben Cox, captain, and the bowler. Got me watch out. As Patel starts a new over and bowls, and the first ball is just played out to short mid-on, and there is no run. 3-7-8 for 7. Quiet passage of play at the moment. Patel in again, bowls, and this is driven up to sort of longish on, if you know what I mean, but not enough for them to get a single. Coming up to halfway through the over, 30 seconds gone. In comes Patel, bowls, and this is nudged away on the offside, and again there'll be no run.
Have you got a wire to Mason Crane saying, block all the balls in this over?
Be interesting. Familiar action of Patel again as he comes in and bowls, and again the forward push. And we have now had a minute of this over.
4 balls gone.
Here he is again. Bowls, tosses this one up, but Crane is not to be tempted.
And that's it for Leicestershire's bonus point hopes.
Yeah.
There's 1 ball left of the 110.
Here is that ball, and it has taken 1 minute 28 seconds, which is quite rapid. Maiden over from Patel, 3-7-8 for 7. Do you think there is perhaps a case of a little bit of urgency?
On whose part?
Glamorgan's.
I think
Just a little bit.
I think they had 44 runs this morning
Ben Green.
in 14 overs, 3 runs and over. It's all right. I think, as we were discussing earlier, the more wear that Glamorgan get in Leicestershire legs, the more wear they get out on the pitch,
Sound them
the
fed up.
better.
Yeah.
And means that, you know, should they last until lunchtime, say that
Assess it then.
it won't be, and it won't be quite the same workload on the bowlers. Good morning to Duncan in Kent. Given the back-to-back fixtures this week, he suggests that Jamie McIlroy might come in for Andy Gorvin on Friday. Loving the coverage. Thank you, Duncan. Possibility. I mean, it would be asking a lot of Glamorgan's seam attack to play 6 games in 7 weeks, but they don't have an awful lot of alternatives on the seam front. McIlroy is the extra player in this particular squad.
What about the young man who took 5 for
Tom Norton?
Norton.
Yeah, I wouldn't be entirely surprised to see him make a first-team squad and possibly get a championship debut before the end of May.
Remember him taking an excellent catch here in one of the one-day competitions last year, remember?
Yeah, was it against Leicestershire, the final game?
Not sure.
Might be.
I think it was the 50 over.
Yes. Green is into bowl. Van der Hoogten gets a thick edge to it down into the gully, and there is no run. I think it was the only game that Glamorgan won that he played in. When they were just playing for pride, really, at the end of that. Yes, it was indeed against Leicestershire. Here again, at the back end of August, where Glamorgan won by 7 wickets. Norton and the teenage left-arm spinner Romano Franco got 3 apiece. As that flicks the pad on its way down leg side through to Cox. So 3-8, 3-7-8 for 7. Quiet progress again from Glamorgan this season. As Green, medium fast, is into bowl, and Van der Hoogten turns on the leg side. Obviously it's wise not to bowl Hull in too long spells, given his youth and his size and his pace.
Absolutely. Lots of sport on today, of course. The big game for Newport County, talking about the Gwent sporting position. They have to win today because they're perilously close to going out of the Football League.
Van der Hoogten is hit on the pad as the ball again trickles through to Cox.
They're home to Oldham.
I was talking to regular Glamorgan supporter David Battersby, who says usually this time of the season the county are settling for mid-table mediocrity and he can stick with the cricket, but he's off the football this afternoon.
Yeah. Cardiff City promoted, of course. Swansea City not going to make the top 6, and they're not going to get they're bang in the middle of the table, so they're away at Norwich.
Van der Hoogten gets another thick edge.
In the Rugby Stakes, of course, not far from here. What is it, 45-minute drive to Ashton Gate in Bristol. England ladies play against the Welsh ladies, and on a day like this where the ball will be flung about. Score, please, Mr. Webb.
Yes.
No comment.
It's a bit of a mismatch, isn't it, as is England against everyone in the Six Nations apart from France.
It frightens you a bit because Scotland were hammered by 70-odd points last week by England, and Scotland beat Wales.
Indeed. 2 short mid-wickets now on the drive for Ben Green, bowling to Tim van der Hoogten, who drives very gently back to the bowler on the offside. It's a maiden for Green to start his spell, and it remains on 3-7-8 for 7. So, yes, usual BBC radio and television coverage of the Women's Six Nations. You can hear all Welsh football on your local Radio Wales frequencies, and the other Welsh pro rugby side, the Scarlets, are playing at 7:45 tonight against the Bulls, and there's BBC Sport Online commentary of that game.
Yes, full of sport, and there are lots of friendlies going on with clubs today, down west anyhow, in the cricket leagues. Well, why not take advantage of this lovely weather? Well, they started up, I did ask you yesterday, the East.
Yeah, it's just the very top level, the South Wales League, who are playing league games in April. Everyone else is friendlies, with the league starting next week. And good luck to Machen boys, who are playing friendlies at St Fagans and at Rada this weekend, both on the outskirts of Cardiff.
Here's Patel then, comes in and bowls, and it's nudged away for a single.
A run!
A run
after
some time, yes.
Had a couple of maidens. One from Patel, one from Green.
66 for Crane, 379 for 7. As Patel wheels away in his 35th over. Bowled on the leg side, and that's played away down to fine leg. They're coming back for a second, and he'll have to hurry. And, well, that was closer, I think, than we thought. It came into the non-striker's end. And
hit Crane.
Crane, yeah, he had a scamper in the last few yards or so. So 2 more runs, 381 for 7. And Van der Hoogten on 43. In comes the next ball, and that's played back on the line of leg stump to the bowler.
So keep your emails coming, glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk, and I'll read them out when I'm next on.
Quicker delivery, cut away, out to deep extra cover, the sweeper, and they go through for a single. Runs coming from this over already, compared to the previous overs, 4 so far. Just as well I didn't time him. This over is taking a little longer. The minute and 28 seconds it took to bowl the last one. He's looking for an adjustment in the field. He's calling his short third man in to slip, and then a short leg. Often wonder why. Oh, he's going over the wicket. That might be the reason. Bowling a straighter line, perhaps.
Yes, long time to make the change to come around.
And he comes,
Over.
bowls, and this is just blocked back to the bowler by Crane, who is on 66. Patel in, last ball of the over, defended, no run. 382 for 7, as I said. Nick takes a well-earned break. I'll change seats, and then Richard Ray will come in and join me.
Thank you very much indeed, Edward. 382 for 7. Van der Hoogten has 44. Crane has a career best, which I've given him twice, of 66. 382 for 7, Richard.
Thank you, Nick. Truly lovely out there. If you're in the vicinity of Sophia Gardens, and why wouldn't you be on a day like this? Call into the cricket ground, because it's a wonderful place to be. The gardens themselves are pretty nice as well. On days like this, the flags are just about moving in the breeze, which has dropped back, and everything is set very fair as far as Glamorgan are concerned. No wickets to fall in the first hour.
Days of which in November, December you dream of.
Indeed.
And we've had it earlier than I can remember for many years.
Oh, Ben Green, as Leicestershire again take their time to adjust the field with two silly-ish mid-ons. Comes in and bowls to Van der Hoogten. There's an appeal for leg before, but it is very much in hope rather than expectation. Probably going down the leg side. Green didn't really appeal. Cox, the wicketkeeper, didn't really appeal. Jake Weatherald, the Australia Test international, who's the straighter of the mid-ons, did appeal. Of course he did.
He's Australian.
I think as Eskenazi is now going to sort of silly mid-wicket, about 3 strips back, and indeed there's two silly mid-wickets. Leicestershire trying anything. In goes Green and bowls very straight, and Van der Hoogten all the time in the world just to lean forward and push the ball back up the pitch towards Jake Weatherald, who must be looking forward to having a bat on this pitch. Mind you, the way things are, he might be looking forward for a long time, because no sign whatsoever of these two going anywhere.
It's not the sort of pitch he's used to out in Australia.
No, I've had a couple of chats to him. He's a very interesting chap to talk to, actually. In goes Green and bowls, and again very straight, and again Van der Hoogten defends to Weatherald. And he said he's having, in the first game, he was sort of having to not play the sort of, he loves a cut and, you know, working it square, both sides of the wicket, off the back foot. And so that's what I'm having to adjust and trying not to do as much, because it doesn't come on or bounce in the way that I'm used to it doing. In goes Green and bowls again straight. Again Van der Hoogten pushes, this time to Eskenazi at silly mid-wicket. Weatherald claps his hands together, trying to keep up the levels of enthusiasm among the Leicestershire fielders. Alfonso Thomas, Leicestershire's head coach, is down there now, almost at sort of long stop, almost directly behind Cox. Not quite sure what his options are, really. They tried their whole short stuff. In goes Green, bowling very straight. I'd say that he's speared that one into the legs of Van der Hoogten. Can flick it away through square leg down to deep square, where Lewis Hill is the fielder. Had a chat to Lewis as we met as he was coming in, talking about his new role as a cricket master at Oundle School.
Is he?
Yes, as well as obviously his testimonial year, and of course playing for Leicestershire in the First Division. So he's a busy man at the moment. Green is in and bowls very straight and turned again to Eskenazi at mid-wicket. He's saying he's having to get used to the pupils and their attitudes and what have you. He said most of them call him Sir, which he's not quite sure about. He said a few called me Mr. Hill. He said, but I was slightly startled when one of them came up the other day and said, "Now then, Hilly."
Oh dear.
So I said, I hope you squashed that quickly. But of course,
When does he have time to?
Well, he said he went on Saturdays, so he said he's kind of there when he can be, and then he won't play probably much one-day cricket this year, so he'll be involved, which is not far away. That June is pretty much given over to T20, isn't it? End of May and June.
And break up then.
He said he's amazed how much cricket they do play.
That's good, isn't
at
it?
the school.
Start of a new over, Patel to bowl, and this appeal for a catch at the wicket and not given. I saw Patel with his finger up in the air, and I thought, is that the umpire or Patel? It was drifting down the leg side, I think.
Flicked a pad or something.
Yeah.
Thigh pad.
Good kick, though. And he comes again, bowls, and is swept this time down to fine leg, and they will go through for a single. So one doesn't like to call it, Richard, negative bowling, but it's defensive bowling. He's bowling over the wicket into a bit of rough.
Trying to, exactly.
And it's difficult to score from there.
But I don't think he's just looking to restrict. I think he's just hoping for a little bit of turn from the foothold.
Yeah. That's straighter, and it's cut away for a single by Van der Gooden.
I was saying
by Crane,
to Nick earlier, Eddie, that talking to Ben Cox yesterday, he said there is that little bit of slow turn. He said, but he has to bowl it so slowly to get the turn that when he does bowl at a normal pace, he said it doesn't really turn, and the batsman, when it does turn to the slow stuff, has time to adjust.
A little bit shorter. It's clipped up to short mid-wicket. There's no run. Leg spinner, of course, does it, and he bowls it a bit quicker than Patel does, Crane. And he'll want to try and hit those, not excessively rough, but they're just a little bit rough there now.
Yeah,
especially with Hull coming over and round the wicket.
But the pitch looks hard.
Dry then.
The footholds are not
marked,
excessive, as they say. Give you some scores from elsewhere at the end of the over. Back round.
Yeah, he's coming back round. That was interesting. End of the over, and credit to Patel because he has bowled a lot of overs. That's about 36 overs that he's kept going, and really he's been very accurate. I know he's nearly 123 runs, but you haven't seen any long hops or full tosses, perhaps the odd one, but he's been hitting that spot most of the time.
Warwickshire 453 for 8 at Nottingham at Trent Bridge. Those two will be there or thereabouts at the end of the season, as might Sussex. After their wonderful start to the season, they've recovered brilliantly. They're 426 for 7 against Yorkshire in Leeds.
John Simpson got 100, didn't he?
Fine player.
I'm just going to say, what a coup that was from Middlesex.
Fine keeper, fine batsman, and a good leader as well, although he's obviously not captain anymore, Lee Robinson. And he's enjoying himself, Robinson. Changes to the field again for Ben Green bowling to Mason Crane. He's going to have a backward square on the sort of flick catch, if that makes any sort of sense, about 4 strips back, as Green is in to Crane, who is looking to turn it into the leg side, thumps into the pad and trickles out towards John Tattersall. In fact, it's Cox who comes out to pick it up. The other First Division score, nice to be able to say that, is Essex against Surrey, and at the Oval, Essex 390 for 7. So everywhere pretty much the same sort of score continues to be the case. Green is in and bowls on off stump and stroked with just a hint of insouciance by Crane out to mid-off. He's beginning to enjoy himself out there. There's just a little flourish.
Richard Ray's trying to enjoy himself with his vocabulary there.
I like that. Just a little, just a hint of, fancy this. I've got my first-class career best, and it's not that far to a maiden first-class century. In goes Green and bowls, and Crane is driving for 4.
Shot.
Well, there you go.
Beautifully
There wasn't
timed.
as much foot movement there, but
The timing's impeccable.
it
there.
was right out of the screws, and punched away wide of extra cover for 4. He moves into the 70s for the first time in his career. 389 for 7.
That's exactly what the score you just told us about. Sorry, 389 for 7.
Yeah.
They're going, what, 3.5? Well, 3.4. He didn't want to bowl there, as he was only 3 men on the offside.
Davey goes a little wider at extra cover. Shortish mid-wicket, short backward square, silly mid-on as Green is in. Bowls a lovely looking drive, but it'll be cut off by Hull. Has a long way to get down there. There's something of the
Down in
sort of
installments.
giraffe going down there, but he got down and did well. He looks in good shape to me, does Josh, at the moment. And he did well to get down and cut it off.
I think he's going to be a good bowler once he develops and gets a little bit older and gets experience.
He's watching from mid-off now as Ben Green is in. Crane drives it straight back to the Leicestershire all-rounder, who picks up in his follow-through and sort of shapes as though he's ready to hurl the ball at the stumps. But of all the Glamorgan batsmen, Crane is the least likely to have walked down the wicket to him. He's very much a man who prefers to keep his back foot firmly anchored and his front foot much of the time as well. 389 for 7. I think that's Leicestershire's. In goes Green bowls, looking to cut, and does, but only as far as Patel at backward point.
When bowlers did that, the great Javed Miandad, who played here, and he used to say, more or less, say to them, front up, go on then, throw it. He was an annoying little man as a batsman to a bowler, as you can imagine. And you just stand there, and often the bowlers wouldn't let fly. Remember him and Dennis Lilly?
I was going to say, that's the famous one, isn't it, when he's got his bat in the air.
There was Lilly looking down at him. Lilly about 6'4", and Javed 5'8".
He never, I don't think he backed down from any sort of confrontation in his throughout his career. I wonder what he's up to now.
Don't know. Derek Pringle, the former Essex and England all-rounder, has said that one of the best innings he's ever seen was Javed on a chase, and he was playing for Glamorgan. I think he might have got a double 100. He said it's the finest innings that he's ever seen. He was a wonderful little player, as the first ball of Patel's new over has gone for 4. Very, very fine. It's gone straight behind, and well, that's a 50 for Van der Gooten. 136 balls. Good effort from him yet again. These two will go up to the captain. If there's a spare place going at number 5, 6.
4 fours.
Just consider it. 4 boundaries in that. Thanks, Nick. Valuable innings for Glamorgan.
This is the biggest partnership now as well, isn't it? Because 126
6 was the other one, yes.
between the batsmen. Now the all-rounders have taken over.
In comes Patel, bowls. When he swept that, it went right behind the keeper. Very, very fine.
Well, he may be trying to bowl for a leg stump, trying to clear the leg stump perhaps, but...
Here he is, over the wicket to Van der Gooten. Oh, appeal for LBW, that looks close.
Leg, pitched outside leg. It was going to hit, but it was... Yeah. You're not going to get those.
Yeah, your eyes are good, yeah, Mr. Ray.
From a
Occasionally.
from a distance.
Song goes. In comes Patel and bowls. That spun outside the off stump, taken by Cox. 393 for 7. Patel bowls and is blocked by Van der Gooten. 393 for 7. And they began this morning at 337.
36 balls. He's hit 4 fours.
136 balls. That's indication of the extent to which he's really applied himself, Mason Crane. Sorry, Van der Hoogten.
Yes, 56 runs added this morning in an hour and a quarter. And if they go along, they will probably get about 80 runs, which is par for the hour before lunch. We thought perhaps they were going just a little bit slowly, but they've done exactly what the team need here.
I suppose that if they're still together at lunch, the question of at what stage do we declare? Or keep going to get 600 if we can.
Yeah.
Ben Green, with Ben Cox standing up to the stumps, is in to Mason Crane, who turns him calmly past that man at backward square, John Tattersall, along the ground all the way out to Lewis Hill.
I think I'm right in saying, you weren't on commentary yesterday, that there was a mention of Ben Cox when he was with Worcester, possibly an England contender, because he's a lovely wicket keeper and he was full batsman too.
Yeah, talking to him yesterday, he said, I was saying how nicely he's keeping at the moment, 4 catches and a run out yesterday, as Green comes in, bowls, and Van der Hoogten turns him nicely off his legs down to Rishi Patel at long leg, takes 1, and he was saying it is for, he's obviously in a much better place now. He's had 1 or 2 sort of issues off the field, having to sort out and what have you, but he's got those pretty much sorted now, and he's in a much better place off the field, and indeed on it as well. He's worked hard.
One helps the other,
batting.
Of course.
It does indeed. As Green bowls and Crane pushes it out to wideish mid-on, where Holland is the fielder. But he was saying that yesterday he didn't actually drop a single ball. He said he was talking to Lewis Hill about it. He said, I can't remember a day when that's happened before. He said, yes, it was a good pitch, but even standing up, not to drop a single one, is a decent effort.
Especially if you're keeping up to medium paces like this.
As he is to Ben Green, who is in and clipping a foolish delivery off his toes to mid-wicket. Eskenazi sort of feels.
I didn't know about the issues, but I thought perhaps with Gareth Roderick, who gets quite a few runs, and also is a wicket keeper, took over the keeper, and that was the reason that Ben Cox left. But obviously, there's probably other reasons.
Probably, yeah. I mean, it's all sorts of things really. Just sort of lost his way in a couple of respects, but lovely chap to talk to, and enjoying himself at the moment. Green is in. Bowl short, pulled around the corner down towards long leg. Patel fields, gets his throw away quickly. Cox takes the throw. Single is taken. But other than he was beaten once on the drive by Davey and once on the back foot defensively, that was a beautiful delivery. Again bowled by Davey, but I can't think of Van der Hoogten or Crane, other than those 2 occasions, being beaten this morning.
No.
Green is in. Van der Hoogten defends on the back foot. Back up to Green with a slightly resigned air, Ben Green, as he picks that ball up and tosses it to Jake Weatherald, who takes his cap off, revealing not a great deal of hair.
Join the club.
But his is deliberate. he's shorn. You can sort of see from here that there's quite a lot of growth going on, but he's got it deliberately short. He was up in Darwin in the Northern Territory when he got the call from Leicestershire.
Where it stays warm like this throughout the year.
Sticky, humid, isn't it? Up there.
Come back to wicket keepers, and everybody know has to have a wicketkeeper batsman, where in the old days they play the best keeper. I got my opinions on that, but we had it here back in '97 in Glamorgan's championship year, when they had one of the finest keepers in the country, as Patel starts another over, which is defended by Crane. Colin Metson was a superb wicket keeper, but Matthew Maynard, who was captain at that stage, wanted more runs, and Metson didn't contribute a lot of runs. And just break off, and in comes the next ball, which is driven and well fielded by his right hand by Patel. No run again. And he dropped Metson, to the surprise of a lot of people, and brought Adrian Shaw in, who was a good player, very good batsman, and often got runs and won a couple of games, I remember, in one-day competitions. And it seemed a bit ruthless, but then, you know, my argument always was, I'll just watch Patel bowl again, and he plays it away for a single in that gap between cover and extra. I always thought if somebody like Geoffrey Boycott nicked the ball and the wicketkeeper to go wonderful catch, instead as if an inferior wicketkeeper was there, and when Boycott went on to get 150, who would you rather have? You can argue and argue about it, but I did feel sorry for Jim Parks, his lad down at Hampshire. Bobby Parks was another one. He was dropped because he wasn't getting enough runs. Mark Nicholas was captain then, and they brought Adrian Ames in, who did get runs. And now in the England side, they're expected to score runs, aren't they?
They are, in every county side, I think.
Yeah. Patel again bowls. This is nudged away for a leisurely single. 398 for 7 at the end of that over. Van der Guten's on 52. Crane is on 74.
As indeed is every tail ender, really. There are no real mugs with the bat that I can think of.
Yeah.
Anymore.
Remember the number 11 you had, Chris Wright? He got runs against Glamorgan 50, didn't he?
Well, Chris got, I think, the best part of 3,000 first-class runs. He was no mug with the bat, Chris. I mean, the only one I've really seen, and even he has to get a 50 at the Oval, there on the flattest track ever, was Charlie Schreck, who was a pretty much a walking wicket, was Shrekky. So Ben Green, with those three sort of close fielders on the leg side, comes in from the river end and bowls to Van der Hoogten, who finds the straightest of the three fielders, Jake Weatherald, who's at a straight, silly-ish mid-on, about 3/4 of the way back up the pitch. Eskenazi is at 3.5 strips back at silly-ish mid-wicket, short mid-wicket really, and Tattersall is at short-ish backward square. He's bowling middle and leg line then Green as he comes in and bowls to Van der Hoogten, who does clip in the air. It goes between Weatherald and Eskenazi, and there's a hands on heads all round as it runs out to mid-on. It was in the air, but it was between them.
It's the only gap that's not filled.
It is.
Oh dear. And Weatherall looks at the ground and thinks, oh, what, can't I be a bit squarer than this?
Well, then Eskenazi says, do I step across? But Van der Hoogten will no doubt say, well, that went exactly where I was aiming it. That's why I played it into that gap. 398 for 7. Green pounds in and bowls a slower delivery, and it takes a thick outside edge. It was very full and almost out of the back of his hand. You could almost see him roll his fingers on it, rather floated down towards Van der Hoogten, who was sort of waiting for it but was deceived, and it would have been a loud shout for leg before had it not squeezed off a thickish outside. He just got his bat down in time and he ran it out to the man on the 45, Patel. Ajas, that is. Green, trying his variations, is in again, and Van der Hoogten gets a delivery on his legs that he flicks straight to Tattersall, who doesn't take the ball cleanly but pretends, I'm not sure that's allowed anymore, to flick the ball back at the stumps.
I thought he was trying to drop a goal with his left foot then.
Yeah, and then he kicked at the ground in annoyance at not taking the ball cleanly. It wasn't sort of fake fielding because Van der Hoogten hadn't gone anywhere, but he was cross with himself, Tattersall, for not Well, now that mid-on has come in to fill that gap now between Eskenazi and Weatherald as Green is in and bowled down the leg side. Cox is appealing for stumping and he's got him. He did just move his left foot, and Ben Cox's excellent match behind the stumps continues. It was out of absolutely nothing. It was speared down the leg side. Not for a minute I don't think Ben Green was bowling for that, but Cox moved smartly across to his left, saw that Van der Hoogten's foot had moved and flicked off the bails. Brilliant work by him. And
yes.
the heels had just gone
On
up,
the
hadn't
line.
they?
Yeah.
The right heel, it had moved right across, and the right heel just went up, and he knew his fate. But brilliant work by Ben Cox, and an outstanding partnership has come to an end. 133. Tim Van der Hoogten goes, stumped Cox, bowled Green for 52.
Yeah, it's a valuable innings, but a lovely bit of work there from Ben Cox. You love to see that, don't you? Keeper standing up to medium pace and affecting stumping. But what a great job that Van der Hoogten and Crane have done here as the next batsman comes in, who is Andy Gorvin. Is no mean batsman. Has got a 50 for Glamorgan. Bats for a local side here, around number 5. So, as we've just mentioned, they bat down. I haven't seen how much Mr. Hadley bats, but Nick seems to think that he is a typical tail-ender. So that's a wicket that Leicestershire really needed there.
Isn't it, though? And it sort of bears out what we were talking about, really, with keepers. They can make a real difference. Some keepers probably wouldn't have taken that ball cleanly. Cox is in outstanding form behind the stumps, and indeed with the bat, actually, at the moment. And he made the opportunity count. So 4 catches, a stumping and a run out for Ben Cox in this innings. So out of the 8 dismissals, he's been involved in 6 of them, one way or another. Green, no change to the field for Gorvin, so he's got those 3 in on the leg side as he bowls, and Gorvin goes back and defends on off stump. A little hop and a skip from Glamorgan's literally number 11. He's got number 11 on his back, but he's actually number 10, obviously, coming in terms of the batting order. End of the over. Green has his 2nd wicket, 22 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 66, and well, he probably won't be entirely displeased with those figures. He's only gone for 3 and over, and he's picked up a couple of wickets.
The 2 batsmen have having a chat now, and I think he will just carry on as he has been doing. That is Mason Crane, because, as we've just mentioned, he can bat, he can hold a bat. And if Gorvin gets dismissed and then Hadley comes in, then perhaps we'll see a bit of more attacking play. And then we'll have turning down runs, getting one for the last ball of the over, and all that.
He won't have many better opportunities to get 3 figures, you wouldn't think, for the first time. I know he's...
Yeah, I don't think he's thinking about that either.
Bet you he is. I bet you he is.
26 runs.
Yeah. I know, but it's doable.
He's probably said to Gorvin, please stay in. As in comes Patel over the wicket and plays it defensively up to short extra cover. I think the field might be going back after the 4th ball. I'd say let's give him 1 and get the other batsman down. Here's Patel round the wicket now. It really floated that one up, but Crane says no thanks. Not interested. 398 for 8. As Patel comes in and bowls. This is pushed away on the offside. He's trying everything, is Patel.
Really is, isn't he? Lobbing it up almost. Go on, have a whack at that.
They don't want to give a run away now, as in comes Patel and bowls down the leg side, and he's given him the single up towards Dean mid-wicket. He's given him 4, in fact. I thought the man at mid-wicket Hull was going to get there, but he didn't. So lovely. His timing has been excellent this morning, as applause comes up for the Glamorgan 400. And that means, of course, that Leicestershire will have to score over 250 to avoid the follow-on. Not that they've not on this pitch would easily achieve that. There's 78 for Crane. There's the next ball, and he's looking for the single and gets it up to deep extra cover, and he will retain strike because that it's the end of the over. It's the end of me, not literally the end of me, but you know what I mean, as Nick comes back from his typing duties and will take over until lunch. Now I'll go inspect the menu.
Good stuff, Eddie. Thank you. I have to say, listeners and watchers, Eddie hasn't changed an iota in all the time I've been coming here. If anything, he looks younger and fitter than ever. And that was, I think, literally the slowest over I've ever seen bowled. It just lobbed up 6 deliveries there. Ajaz Patel in the hope of getting something, making something happen. The one that Mason Crane managed to get away for 4. He seemed to be waiting for hours for it to arrive.
Yeah, I think a lot of players would have fancied that delivery.
Probably one or two I can think of would have had a couple of swings at it before it finally got there. So Ben Green from the River End is in to Mason Crane, not Andy Gorvin, despite the scoreboard insisting it's Gorvin facing. And he plays it firmly out to straightish mid-on, where Weatherald, I wonder what he's making of his first foray into county cricket. Probably not quite what he expected so far. He's having a long chat to Stevie Eskenazi at the moment. Green is in and bowls outside off stump, very full, quite slow. It was the slower ball. The cutter again, it didn't really cut, but the length seemed to somehow deceive Mason Crane. He was trying to sort of drive it away through the offside and almost hit over the ball, and again taken beautifully cleanly by Cox behind the stumps. He's taken off his right gauntlet. Was he looking at? He looked very interested in talking to somebody down at longs behind him, but there's nobody there. Green is in, bowls straight this time, and Crane just turns it to mid-wicket. There is no run where Eskenazi is the fielder, tosses it to Holland, almost directly behind him. No change in the tempo of the game with that wicket falling. In goes Green and bowls, pleasantly stroked out to mid-off by Mason Crane, but it was to Josh Holt. No run. Scoreboard still insisted that Gorvin's on strike, but it is Crane, I promise you.
Yes, well, video viewers can see that number 11 very clearly on the back of the non-striker.
Well, actually, yes, the stream's insisting it's Gorvin as well. In goes Green and turned wristily down into the ground, pushed defensively, essentially defensively by Crane as far as Weatherald again. I guess that's controlled by the scoreboard.
Yes, it's probably all coming from the same system.
.402 for 8. Crane, long sleeved shirt. In fact, I think he's got a jumper on. Gorvin short sleeved. And of course number 11 and number 3. In goes Green, bowls very straight. Straight back down the wicket goes the ball from straight bat of Mason Crane, and Weatherald fields a maiden over from Ben Green. All sorts of strange things happening on the score. There we go, the scoreboard now. And
I think it's recovered its equilibrium.
yeah, because that was his 23rd over. That was. It's all well,
they probably
very
have to
strange
take it.
things. Are they going to have to go through each ball?
Correct it. I don't know.
No.
Anyway, Gorvin is on strike.
There we go. It's ticking over. There we go. It's right now.
Good. 403 for 8. As Patel begins another one of his overs delivered in quick time, but very slowly. To Gorvin, we've got Holland limbering up at mid-off for a ball, as Gorvin pushes forward and defends. .403 for 8.
Might actually get 32 overs in the session.
Patel bowls, Gorvin defends. We could, of course, get all sorts of complications. If either 2 wickets fall, we might get an early lunch. If only 1 wicket falls, we might get a late lunch. That's given a little bit more speed by Patel, but equally stoutly defended by Gorvin. Patel in his 40th over.
He bowled 40 at the Oval last week as well. But that was in over 2 innings. Well, yes, it was over 2 innings.
It's inside 4 sessions this time, as Gorvin defends again. Chris drew emails. I think we're watching the first of this season's Eric Morecambe batting performances. All the right runs, not necessarily in the right order. Boom, boom. Yeah, the lower half has done Glamorgan proud. As Gorvin plays and misses at that one. 5th ball of the over. And Patel does not deliver from his run-up. Just prods the ground slightly suspiciously, as if something slipped in his bowling stride. Patel bowls. Gorvin lets it go by harmlessly outside off stump. Freddie Jones messages on X. He says he's waiting on a hernia operation before getting back into action for Mumble's 10th. I think that might be a little poetic exaggeration. I doubt very much that Mumbles has a 10th team.
I was going to say, I'm very impressed with the depth there.
And asks if I'm donning the keeping gloves again this season. Probably not. I'm not in action at the moment, but hope to be at some point towards the end of the season. But I'm not sure if wicket keeping is in my capabilities anymore. See how the fitness situation goes.
But essentially, you can't keep him out of the game. How many seasons will that be if you play a bit this season? Active?
Well, active. Well, I probably played my first game of adult cricket about age 13 or 14. But I mean, I was sort of
half-century of cricket.
I was pretty much retired from my mid-30s to mid-50s,
Okay.
playing 1 game a year if I was lucky.
Right.
But then got somehow dragged back into action, and they can't get rid of me yet.
You may have heard Ian Holland is coming on to replace Ben Green at the River End. Bowls straight to Mason Crane, who works it off middle and leg out to Eskenazi at mid-wicket.
Glamorgan women are in the right mess in Newport against Devon. I mean, Glamorgan would be expected to win that. They have made 4 or 5 changes, but they're 59 for 5 in the 10th over of a T20.
Well, they need a couple of late partnerships, as we've had here. In down the leg side goes Holland, and again Cox takes it beautifully, but seeing that Crane's back foot was firmly anchored, just offers the ball to this stumps, doesn't actually take off the bails.
Yeah, Daisy Jean's made 36 off 22 balls, but there have been since 3 little ducks in a row on the Glamorgan batting card. Bethan Gammond's still there, though.
Crane on 79 faces Holland, very full, driven hard down into the ground, looking to on-drive, doesn't really time it. Bounces up nicely for Weatherall to reach across with his left hand and take the ball on the volley, so to speak. Is Holland going to bowl another maiden over? Probably. In he goes, bowls, Crane goes back and defends, this time to Weatherall. He has not changed his approach at all. Mason Crane.
No, he won't. Well, Gorvin's still there, because he'll be fairly confident of Gorvin's ability to stay there.
159 deliveries he's faced, so his 79. Yeah, well, this is a sort of pitch on which your number 10 can certainly hang around. If he applies himself, Holland is in, bowl stroked back to him by Crane. Holland fields in his follow through and keeps hold of the ball for once. I like to see a bowler do that. No need to throw it to somebody else to do the polishing. But he's waving to his wide third man to come in. They want to keep Gorvin, or have Gorvin on strike at the start of the next over, and this is the last ball of Holland's 20th. Comes in, bowls to Crane, who doesn't care whether it's the last ball of the over, doesn't particularly want a signal, just blocks it. Plays it on its merit to Weatherall, that silly-ish mid-on, and that is another maiden over for Ian Holland. 20 overs, 11 maidens, 2 for 29 for the Leicestershire skipper. 403 for 8.
Lloyd Harris messaged me on Blue Sky saying credit has to go to Glammy coaches for Crane's revival in both bowling and batting. Shocked he never scored a 50 at Hampshire, demonstrating that a fresh start at a lesser, in inverted commas, county isn't always a bad thing and could benefit many cricketers in the top counties. Thank you for that, Lloyd.
Well, looking at the Leicestershire side, there's a few who would agree.
Patel is in and bowls, and Gorvin plays it to point, and there's no run. RM Black last night said still something that feels unbalanced about the team. Byram doesn't seem to be batting with the confidence of a man with near double figures number of hundreds across formats. Desperately hoping he turns it up a bit. We need a Mason Crane wonder spin performance. Well, we're still watching Mason Crane batting performance here, as Patel is in to Gorvin, and he's back on his stumps, keeps a little bit low, but...
Could Weatherall get close? He couldn't get closer, could he? That's absolutely as close as he could possibly be.
He's on his knees, about 3 inches off the strip. As that's over-pitched and driven by Gorvin, but he's hit it straight to mid-off, and there's no run.
That is the silliest mid-off I've ever seen, I think. Silliest cover.
Patel in, bowls flatter, shorter. Gorvin steers it into the offside, and there's no run. Can we all go for lunch now? We're just going to play out maidens. Nothing much continues to happen here at Sapphire Gardens, other than Leicestershire's fielders get a few more yards in their legs, as Gorvin drives that one aggressively, gets off the mark and retains the strike.
Yeah, they sent Hill back to give him the strike, essentially. But he looks almost as comfortable as Crane.
Lunch is being taken today at 1 o'clock, and during the interval you are very welcome to go out.
I'd say there's quite a strong probability that lunch won't be at 1 o'clock.
Yes, the doc.
If you're venturing onto the outfield.
The doc's confident no wickets will fall.
Or 2 wickets will fall in exactly 15 minutes.
404 for 8 with that single. 4 overs until we get the 32, so we might even get more than 32 in the session. Holland. Momentary pause as they 4 now in the leg side trap as Holland comes in and bowls to Gorvin, who defends on the back foot. Ball trickles out to Weatherall, so we've got a sort of ring of 4, slightly uneven ring of 4. It's not a perfect sort of circle or quarter circle, because green is a little deeper at sort of the straighter of the mid wickets, but there's not much in it. In fact, we do have almost the ring of 4 now, as in goes Holland and bowls down the leg side and tickled away nicely by Gorvin, and he's going to pick up 1. So I would think that green will retreat a bit now at that straightish mid wicket, back to a sort of mid on. Indeed he does. And Ajaz Patel goes back from sort of backward point to wide-ish third man, or backward point on the boundary. Prepared to give Crane a single in that direction, it would appear. Holland is in and bowls. Crane just does what Crane does and defends it back up the pitch to Ian Holland.
Number 11, by the way, Ryan Hadley, arrived at Glamorgan with a career batting average of 3 point something in first-class cricket. So far he's accumulated 8 runs without being dismissed, so his arrival at the crease has obviously induced panic in his partners on each occasion.
Crane is in and bowls. Back goes Crane and defends. Well, looking forward to seeing him, really, because this is a pitch on which he can improve that first-class average, I suspect, if we get to see him.
I don't think there's any point in Glamorgan declaring at this time.
Holland is in, bowls, leg side, and Crane works it down towards long leg. Takes the first one quickly, but there was never any chance of a second, really. Patel getting to the ball, and Cox not actually taking the throw cleanly. It was actually at his feet, but I wonder if that counts. It doesn't count really as a blemish.
No.
He only counts it.
Not in the half volley. It's the fielder's fault.
He only counts takes from the bowler, basically, as takes at all. In goes Green and bowls very straight and head right over the ball. Here's Gorvin as he defends that one back up the pitch on the off side. So for once, not a maiden from Ian Holland. 2 for 31 from 21 for him. 406 for 8. And Glamorgan building, but with infinite patience and steadiness.
Yes, steady has been the watchword of the morning as Mason Crane and Andy Gorvin discuss tactics or luncheon or life, the universe and everything.
Well, Warwick's Notts has moved on. Warwickshire 4-5-9 all out. Nottinghamshire 14 for 1, so things happening at Trent Bridge, albeit slowly. Likewise at the Oval, Essex all out for 409, which is lower than one might have expected given the start that they had, and Surrey will be quite pleased with that. They're 7 without loss at the start of their first innings reply.
Yeah, it's that's quite a low score for the Oval, isn't it, on
the
evidence of your game there.
That, Essex.
Patel in to bowl, played on the offside by Crane, who's on 80 not out.
Sussex are still going there, 456 for 8 against Yorkshire.
There's a slip, and Patel bowls a full toss, but Crane hasn't hit it quite hard enough. It's just a wide mid-off, and they go through for a single. They weren't really giving Crane the single to try and bowl at Gorvin then. I think they're just going to bowl at both batters and see what happens.
I think they did for a couple of overs, didn't they? But now it's here we go again.
Weatherald goes into silly point, and Gorvin plays it perfectly correctly just past him.
Don't you give it away, Andy, was the message from the dressing room. And probably from Mason Crane. 81, 19 away.
Yes, well, there's that issue, and also the issue of keeping Leicestershire out into the field into the afternoon session and just annoying their openers, not giving them only the 10 minutes to think about it rather than 40 minutes if possible. As Gorvin plays that one back to the bowler.
Both those openers now in short fielding positions. Rishi Patel's gone in at silly mid-off.
Ajaz Patel bowls. Gorvin drives to cover. No run. One of the covers.
Weatherall, has he stopped going down on his knees?
Yes.
Yeah, just leaning now.
Just back a few inches more from where he was. Ajaz Patel bowls slightly quicker, and Gorvin defends it. Into the covers. Single off the over. 407 for 8. 9 minutes to go until the possibly flexible lunch interval.
Edward reappeared, didn't he? Did he mention what was for lunch? I don't know if he did. Don't think he did.
I don't know. I've brought me own, so
Oh, of course.
not concerned with that at the moment. 4:07 for the A8 and the Sapphire Sunshine.
Yeah, just sort of a few wisps of cloud away in the distance, but really nothing to speak of, and lots of people in t-shirts, and be careful out there because it's quite hot in the sun.
Gentlemen in the Cardiff City shirts is on the screen. They can relax, of course, having won promotion.
They had a good old season, didn't they?
Newport County. Ugh. Squeaky bottom time to the end. 1 point outside the drop zone in Division 2.
Changes to the field. They've got a leg slip in now for Holland bowling to Mason Crane. We've still got the 3 close fielders in front of square on the leg side because mid-on Green has come into shortish mid-wicket. In goes Holland and bowls, and I suppose pushing very slightly across the line is Crane there. And Weatherald moves out to his right from that silly-ish mid-on position to field. Tattersall's the man at leg slip. So we've got Weatherald, Green and Eskenazi sort of 4, 5, 6 yards from the bat or so. In goes Holland and bowls, as that's the line that he's bowling, that leg stump line. Pushed to Green this time by Crane, who is absolutely not going to give it away. Why should he? The prospect of a maiden first-class century in the offing now. Maybe not before lunch, as beg your pardon, Holland is in. He's going to pick up a run there, though, because it's a little bit wide of off stump, and he chops it away through the vacant backward point area. Patel comes in from the boundary to field. Flat throw that bounces in front of Cox. Cox isn't one of those keepers who looks daggers if it isn't directly into his gloves. No resentful looks from Cox. And Patel follows the ball in because Gorvin is now on strike, as Holland is in and bowls very straight, and Gorvin backed to Holland. Plays the ball, everything nicely close together, head right over the defensive push.
Steve West on excellent effort by our late batters. Can we make 500? Well, we'll be not today.
Not at this rate, no.
Not 1 run and over.
Start of play as Holland is in and bowls. Gorvin defends on the back foot this time. 3-2-8 for 7 at the start, so 80 runs have been added.
3-3-4, wasn't it, overnight?
Oh, sorry, that's my
That's your numbers for the lottery, is it?
no, 3-2-8 for 7 I've written down there. I stand corrected.
You obviously went a bit early at 6 o'clock. Perhaps that was the score at 6 o'clock.
Yes, may have been updating BBC Radio Leicester, something like that. Right, we went through to about past, didn't we, in the end? Holland is in and bowls, touch short, but Gorvin in position on off stump just dabs the ball out to extra cover, where Josh Davey is the fielder. End of Tova. 1 more, 2 more, I would think, if one of them's going to be bowled by Patel, and we'll actually have an extra over in the session.
Wow. Glamorgan women are recovering slightly. They're 88 for 5 in the 15th against Devon. Bethan Gammon 29 not out. Devon are Tier 3, Glamorgan are Tier 2, and will be promoted to Tier 1 next season. So would be something of an upset were they to lose to Devon. Leicestershire play tomorrow at Grace Road against Shropshire, the women's T20 Cup. 4:08 for 8. Patel to Crane on 82. Pause, and Crane is forward defensively. No close fielders in front of the wicket for Crane, just for Gorvin. There are 4 saving the single on the offside, plus a slip, plus a sweeper. As that's a bit faster, but Crane meets it with the same resolute defence up to deepish mid-off, no run. Mid-on is definitely giving away a single. He's halfway back for the attempted blow over the top. Mid-wicket is in close, almost catching, and square leg is deep. As Crane drives gently through the offside, fielded by the cover sweeper, which is Lewis Hill. Hilly, Mr. Hill, sir.
Sir.
409 for 8. As the field converges upon Andy Gorvin. He's faced 23 balls for his 2. And Weatherald wanders unhurriedly into silly point. There's also silly mid off a Rishi Patel. Ajaz Patel bowls and Gorvin is forward to Patel R, who does some of the polishing on behalf of Patel A. And he comes again, half a dozen steps, and Gorvin is forward, watching it very carefully, onto the bat. Patel to finish his 43rd over. And 2 minutes to go till lunch. You're going to have to bowl an extra over, boys.
Well, they're slowing things down, aren't they?
12:59 on the clock.
There's only one ball to bowl, come on.
Oh, dear, 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 dear. This is silly. They're going to wait until the clock ticks over to 1300 on the scoreboard. It's still at 12:59 as Patel bowls, and it's turned away on the leg side by Gorvin down to backward square. It's still 12:59. Are they going to bowl the...
Well, it's got to be when the umpire gets to the stumps, isn't it? He's not rushing Ian Blackwell.
This is very silly indeed.
He's walking very... Look, he's pretend... Look at that. Look at that.
Get
he's
on
walking
with it.
as slowly as he can to make sure...
Oh, this is silly. Bowl the blooming over. You're going to have to at some point today.
They are going to have to now. He's got there. He did his very best, Ian Blackwell. And he knows it. He's making all sorts of gestures at the clock, and which has now ticked over to 1 o'clock, but he was there at 12:59 and around about 50 seconds. So we are going to have 33 overs in this session. I don't know why there was a fuss about that.
Well, you bowl the over at some point, don't you?
Well,
So
I was going to say, well, it makes
point?
no odds, does it, one way or the other, and they'll add it on at the end of the session. Anyway, Ian Holland from the river end is in to Mason Crane, who turns him off his legs on the bounce to Tattersall at leg slip. He was on top of the bounce, but as I say, it was only the one bounce.
Well, if they get the wicket now, they're going to have to wait even longer for their lunch.
Maybe that was the concern. Maybe that was the concern.
Oh, I shouldn't think it'd be that overcooked.
Holland, knees pumping, is in, down the leg side, and Cox doesn't take it cleanly. I think that's the first one that he hasn't. Hopping across to the leg side. Gorvin tried to play it. Cox wasn't able to close his gauntlets on the ball in time. Wasn't a catch, and it wasn't a stumping opportunity, but it was the rarest of blemishes from the Leicestershire wicketkeeper, possibly the first in this game. In goes Holland and bowls again, leg stump line this time. Crane connects, turns it calmly out to Eskenazi, who's at a shortish square leg, about 4 strips back. 3 balls to go, potentially, in the morning session. Holland is in, bowls, and just waiting for it is Crane. So no real foot movement, he just sort of stayed in his stance and waited, and ball got there in the end, and he just pushed it back down the pitch to Ian Holland. Probably fair to say at the moment that the pitch has died something of a death. Whether that will change when Glamorgan get to bowl on it remains to be seen. You never know. Holland is in and bowls. Tries to put some energy on the ball. You could see him rolling his fingers across it, but zip happened, nothing happened. He just went straight on and Crane pushed it to green. The middle of the trio of close fielders in front of square on the leg side. Substantial figure of a man is Ben Green. Very solid individual. To finish the session, Ian Holland comes in and bowls and just worked. Just from outside off stump by Mason Crane out towards point. Patel is deep, so the single is taken by Crane. That will mean he keeps the strike after a morning that has belonged very firmly to the Glamorgan lower order batsmen. Just the one wicket to fall in it, that of Tim van der Hoogten, brilliantly stumped by Ben Cox off the bowling of Ben Green, having gone to his half century after a partnership of 133 with the man of the morning, really, Mason Crane, who has gone past his previous first class career best and is sitting pretty on 84 not out with a chance of registering a maiden first class century. And Glamorgan, 410 for 8, will be tolerably confident of going on to sort of 440, 450.
There we are. Commentary resumes in 40 minutes' time here on BBC Sport Online.
I've got some latest scores from the other games taking place elsewhere today. We'll start at Spitty Park, Newport. It's the T20 Women's County Cup match between Glamorgan women and Devon women. Devon won the toss, elected to bowl, and after 16 overs, Glamorgan are 116 for 5. In the Rothesay County Championship at Chesterley Street, Durham are 73 for 3, that's after Lancashire were dismissed for 370. At Headingley, Sussex still batting against Yorkshire, they're 468 for 9. As 9 wickets have gone, it's not quite lunch at Headingley. At New Road, Worcestershire have moved on to 192 for 3, so they're trailing Kent by 4 runs. It's lunch at Derby, where Gloucestershire have moved on to 391 for 8 against Derbyshire. At Trent Bridge, Warwickshire were dismissed by Notts for 459, and currently Notts are 26 for 1 in reply. And at the Keir Oval, Essex were dismissed by Surrey for 409, and Surrey are 17 for 1. A reminder that if you're seeking a score sheet for this game, they're available free of charge from reception. Reception is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's where you can purchase a copy of the 2026 Glamorgan Yearbook, and in addition, also in reception, you can purchase a copy of the very special brochure called Hugh Morris, A Life in Cricket. It's a tribute to our former chief executive who passed away sadly in late December. It costs just £10 and all proceeds are going to Velindre Cancer Hospital. The Glamorgan Club shop run by Missouri Sports is also open. It's situated opposite Gate 2, and it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, a full range of food and drink can be purchased at the Pyramid Cafe, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. There is a 10% discount for Glamorgan members and season ticket holders on all food sales. Hot drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the mobile unit situated beneath the Castell Howe stand. That's at the Cathedral Road end of the stadium. Snacks can also be obtained from the vending machine at the rear of the indoor school. With warm weather once again with us today and forecast for the next few days, don't forget to use the free of charge water refill points at various locations around the stadium. If you haven't seen it already, there's the multi-faith prayer and reflection room situated in the Undercroft area below the pavilion seating, with artwork undertaken by a series of local schools. Finally, a reminder that we stand against all forms of discrimination. There is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity, together we are stronger. Here at Glamorgan County Cricket Club, we are dedicated to erasing the game. So, if you witness any form of discrimination, you can challenge it and call it out by contacting in strictest confidence your nearest steward. Thank you very much. Jochen Bauer.
Well, I'll be here. Hope you're going far. I can't walk far. No.
resume the bowling for Leicestershire at the Cathedral Road end, Rishi Patel.
Well, good afternoon from lovely Sophia Gardens, second day afternoon session on this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 match between Glamorgan and Leicestershire. Glamorgan about to resume their first innings on 410 for 8. Nick Webb and Eddie Bevan for BBC Wales and Richard Ray for BBC Radio Leicester, your commentary team today and Leicester noon with their very occasional off-spinner Rishi Patel, and he's going to be bowling from the Cathedral Road end to Mason Crane on a career best 84 not out. In he goes, and Crane is pushing outside off stump and missing the ball, and Ben Cox takes the ball and takes off the bails, but Mason Crane, as throughout his innings, his back foot has been pretty firmly anchored in his
be another question. When is the last time a number 9 batsman got a 100 for Glamorgan?
Well, we'll see if either of those...
Are you listening, Dr. Hignell?
Probably not, since he's busy inscribing and tapping on the computer as well.
Now then, let's see if Hadley can stay there or have a crack at hitting him over the top. I suspect the first.
So we've still got Rishi Patel on after a marathon spell from Ajaz Patel, who's sent down 43 overs. Rishi bowls a short of a length ball that Hadley contains his potential delight and just prods out defensively.
This pitch has just died, isn't it? If you watch the bounce.
Patel bowls. Hadley's beaten by that one, stretching forward. Cox removes the bails just in case Hadley's tall frame had overbalanced around the 6'5" mark. Ryan Hadley, the New South Wales bowler, who's here for the first 6 matches this season, and I suspect we'll have to play all 6. That's tossed up and square driven by Hadley to point, and there's no run. Same way as Weatherald is here for 6 matches.
Why do they only come for 6? I suppose they got their overseas experts in inverted commas, I suppose.
As that's defended by Hadley.
I think you could block that sort of ball, even now. I mean that in all sincerity.
Well, I wouldn't be terrified by it anyway. Might get me out. He wouldn't frighten me out. Rishi Patel in bowls a little bit faster. Hadley watches it onto the bat and blocks it. I suppose it's convenient in that it's a block of championship matches. Sometimes counties want other players of different skills for the T20. Cricket Australia might not want them to play too much into the UK summer. Patel bowls. Hadley watches it with utter suspicion and respect and blocks it very gently. And Rishi Patel has a maiden over to his name, even though it wasn't a very good one.
Yeah, I'm a little puzzled by Glamorgan's tactics, yeah. I really am.
Well, they want to get Crane his century, don't they?
Yeah. Well, what's the time? That could be at 2:30. You know, you've got nearly 430 runs on the board. You've got to get 280 to get anywhere near the follow-on.
4:25 for 9 at the moment, and
counting.
It's all tiring Leicestershire out and annoying them, I suppose.
It'll be Jack Davey, formerly of Somerset, to continue, and he will be bowling at Mason Crane, who is on 90. Same score as Sean Dixon, another former Somerset lad. Here he is then, coming in from the river end and bowling to the right-handed Crane, and bowls to him down the leg side again. I suspect this is rather negative bowling, in as much the last 4 balls we've watched from Davey has gone down the leg side. In other words, difficult to score off.
With regard to wicket keepers, we were discussing earlier on, David Llewellyn-Davis emails.
Can I just interrupt you, Nick? Referee. The umpires had a word with Davey.
Oh.
Had his finger out as if to say, you are bowling negatively, and you know, it's something they do with the left arm spinners on the last day.
Yeah, I haven't seen it from a seamer before.
No, well, as I just mentioned, let's see, this will probably be straight. And he comes and bowls. That is straighter. Which I think is a very good rule.
I don't think I've ever seen the umpires intervene against a seam bowler bowling down the leg side.
I'm with you. But he's still telling us.
Whether it was a formal warning or just an informal, not too many of those, please.
I suppose it's like the referee in rugby telling captain, if they do that again, they're having a yellow card. Not that I think Jack Davies going to have a He's going to have a yellow card because they don't issue them. Comes roaring in from that far end again and bowls. Short. That is another negative way, but he's only bowled one.
Yeah, bouncer, but he has got a square leg back and a fine leg back, so it's a possibility of snaring. Anyway, David Llewellyn-Davis says, I do not believe there is a better keeper in Britain and the world than Ben Foakes, and he can bat. The trouble is, his face does not fit with the yobocracy, good word, currently running stroke ruining England cricket. I remember Hayden Davis keeping for Glamorgan, and he couldn't bat. Thank you, Mr. Davis.
In comes Jack Davey and bowls, and this is played out to Silliman, no run. Hayden Davis is a big man, Welsh squash champion, played in the 40s, early 50s, and a superb wicketkeeper. But as they say, he used to come in, didn't take guard, have a swing, and get out. And he went and had a test trial, and that's all he got.
Okay.
Very, very fine wicketkeeper. I just about remember him. Don Shepherd used to rate him very, very highly, I remember. Field comes in for the last 2 balls to stop Crane getting down the other end. Now, what sort of delivery are we to expect? In he comes. Bowls. Bouncer goes through to the keeper.
Crane trying to maybe uppercut there?
He was, yes. Yeah. You know, they say that, you know, forget your personal milestones, or the club should, or his teammates, do what's good for the team. But perhaps times have changed. Like Mike Atherton being calling Graham Hick in on 98 against Australia years ago. Last ball. Oh. Well, that is the end of a shocking over.
It was way outside off
goodness
stump.
Me.
Crane almost fell over trying to hit it.
Yeah.
Well, Glamorgan are batting defensively and Leicestershire are bowling defensively.
Well,
should we all go home until someone wants to play?
Yeah.
Returning to bowl at the Cathedral Road end, Ajaz Patel.
So Ajaz Patel takes back over from Rishi Patel, and the monopoly of the Patels from this Cathedral. I mean, don't you stick Josh Hull back on to bowl Yorkers at the number 11?
Yeah, is he good enough to bowl Yorkers at his age? He has played 1 test for England, admittedly, but or the captain's figures, under 2.
So we've had since lunch 15 runs for 1 wicket in over half an hour.
Yeah, I'm baffled.
The game dwindles to almost a stop.
Yeah, and I think the umpires might be having a word with the captain in the moment, but look at this.
So Crane's signalling for possibly a drink or another pair of gloves.
Fielders having a chat with Ben Cox. Oh, the reason, as you say, is a message coming out. It's got to be, isn't it, Nick?
Possibly, yes.
Why would you come out just after lunch?
Oh, there's another helmet coming
another
out
helmet now.
from the fielding side. I thought Crane seemed to be signalling for something. But it's Leicestershire's 12th who is on the field. And the game continues to progress at a snail's pace. Leicestershire's over 8 is +3, so they don't need to
that's something.
worry about being penalised at all. As
there's plenty of room here, and excuse me for interrupting, for him to try and hit over the top and get some quick runs.
as Hadley is forward to Ajaz Patel to defend. Ajaz Patel might prove more of a threat than Rishi Patel, and he'd be disappointed if he didn't.
Toss it up, right up in the air.
Patel bowls. Hadley is forward to defend.
Days gone by, on a 3-day match, if this sort of thing was going on, you get the old... Never get it now, do you? Very
Slow hand
rarely.
clap. Are you going to start one?
No, certainly not.
Patel bowls, Hadley defends. Should we have those phrases recorded and just repeat them on loop? As at least Ajaz Patel whizzes through his overs. Weatherall creeps in ever closer on his knees at silly point. And Hadley takes a quick single on the leg side to square leg off the 4th ball of the over. Games elsewhere, Notts a 51 for 2 in reply to Warwickshire's 459 all out. Surrey have slipped to 30 for 2 after Essex were finally dismissed for 409. Not nearly as good as Leicestershire's score at the Oval. Sussex made 502 all out, Yorkshire 6 for 0 in reply. You're right, nothing's happening. Simpson finished with 136 before being caught off Joe Root. As they'll take a quick single down to backward square leg now as Crane just knocked that one round the corner. He moves to 91 off 202 balls. He was on 88 when Hadley came in, so he's scored 3 since the fall of the 9th wicket. Hadley has 6. He outscored by the number 11. Ajaz Patel wakes the fielders up from their deck chairs and repositions them slightly. There's a silly point, a slip. Everyone else is halfway back. If Handley wants a single. Oh, that one's kept a little bit low and turned, and Patel is mockingly down on his knees on the pitch.
No, you've got the Glamorgan 12th one coming on to give some message. It must be, don't you think?
They've gone this far. They might as well complete it, or see if Crane can complete it. He's might not get another chance to get a century in his
but
career.
you've got to think of the context of the game, you know, and Hull is going to have a bowl now. We might get some loose deliveries short or whatever. Jack Davey taken off.
And we might get a wicket, so...
Returning to bowl at the river end, Josh Hull.
I mean, Hull's always going to be a better bet of blasting out a tail ender, isn't he? And also, as you say, he tends to be a little bit more expensive than the other seamers.
And after that chat with the 12th man, a long-ish discussion between the two batsmen, probably saying, well, yeah, if it's there, please have a go.
Well, Crane couldn't reach much in the last Davy over, could he? So
No.
Leicestershire have changed their mind in that.
There's 2 men there telling the man out at deep extra cover where to field. Hull is just having 3 practice balls. And still have to say, have to bowl the same number of overs. How much time you waste? Here's Hull then, coming in from the river end round the wicket, and that's an attacking shot out to deep extra cover, and they take a single.
So 92 for Crane, but if Hull gets one on target, he's got extra pace compared to all the other seamers, and Hadley might not be able to deal with it as the field comes in. Surely stick a couple of slips in now. I mean, I know the pitch isn't helping Hull, but he's got the pace and maybe a little bit of extra bounce as well.
Got a bit of a coffin fit, Nick.
Okay. As Leicestershire, in very leisurely fashion, set the field. Weatherall is coming in at no rate of knots at all to field at short leg. Ajaz Patel is going out from slip. It's going to be the leg theory again. So Ajaz Patel is
I
going
haven't
to
missed the
square
ball. I'm
leg.
all out. Nick, anybody else been moved in the field? Dear me. Yes, Hull. Coming in round the wicket to Hadley and bowls to him. Hadley watches that past the off stump.
Latest from the women's game in Newport. Devon 87 for 3 now in the 16th over. Need a further 54 to win in 4.4 overs. Looks as though Glamorgan will have enough in the tank to hold on and prevent an upset. Katie Cobb, in her first competitive game of the season, the Irish spinner, took 2 for 18 in her 4 overs. The other wicket to teenage leg spinner Poppy Walker.
Here's Hull again, coming in halfway through the over. Bowls, and he's pushed away, they think, of a run, but decide quite rightly against it. As the man feeling at cover comes racing in.
England have taken an early lead against Wales in the women's rugby over in Bristol, which is sold out. So well done to them for
That's a big
selling
round. I've seen
best
football
part of
there.
30,000.
In comes Hull. Bowls, wide ball outside the off stump.
What's the point in bowling there to the number 11?
I can't explain anything that's happening at the moment, Nick. I'm sorry. From either side.
Well, Crane is hoping that Hadley will hold on long enough for him to get to 100. But he's not playing it. Well, he can't reach a lot of the deliveries he's getting, Mason Crane.
In he comes again and bowls a short delivery, which is go over the back of the batsman through to the keeper. Nobody's bowling straight, are they?
No, I mean, you would
As you said earlier on, to try a Yorker,
Yeah.
if you can.
You'd expect Hull to mix it up a bit and deliver a Yorker or two every over together with these shorter pitch balls. And Ajaz Patel mooches round to leg slip now.
Here is Hull. In he comes and bowls. Goes across the stumps, hits him on the pad, pitched outside leg. And that's the end of yet another over, 139th over. And the scoring rate has gone down now to 3.08. And another 12th man comes out. And he sends a message, we would have thought.
Devon 88 for 4 in the 16th. Poppy Walker's got a second wicket. We might as well try and commentate it too. If we had a video feed of the women's game, we could do two commentaries at once if they got synchronised. Leicestershire women play tomorrow against Shropshire at Grace Road. 4:28 for 9. Ajaz Patel into his 45th over. He'll sleep well tonight. Bowling to Crane on 92 not out, and Crane drives on the leg side and takes the single that is very much on offer off the first ball of the over. So again, Leicestershire get plenty of time to bowl at the number 11, who is on 6 not out off 28 balls. So maybe his defence is a bit better than his Australian record suggests. More gentle changing of the field. Patel, left arm around the wicket. Bowls is appeal for half appeal for LBW. It's run away for 4 just about. Leg buys. There was just about a shot being offered by. What was the bat in it? Oh, it's come off an inside edge rather than leg buys.
Double figures.
Apologise to Ryan Hadley, who is in double figures for the first time in county cricket.
I think Weatherhead is saying a little prayer down there. He's on his knees.
Yes, Weatherald remains on his knees at silly point at 433 for 9, as Hadley is back on his stumps and defending. If he gets one that keeps a bit low, then Hadley might be in trouble here.
You know who started on the knees, do you, Nick, years ago? Mark Straskothic.
All right.
Big, tall man, very good slip fielder.
Patel bowls, and Hadley again playing it off the back foot, dribbles out on the leg side, no run. I'm not sure if Hadley is going to last that long playing off the back foot here.
Just bowled a straight ball.
As Patel bowls, Hadley stretches forward. He's got a good long reach, obviously, hasn't he, Ryan Hadley, being 6'5", so he can get forward when he needs to. His first class best, by the way, is 15 not out. As Patel bowls, Hadley again employs that stretch and defends, and it's 433 for 9. Hadley 10, Crane 93.
We haven't had a 6 in the innings, have we? I can't remember one.
Don't think so.
No. Somebody's come off for the umpteenth time, somebody's coming back on.
Yes, Leicestershire's fielders are gently rotating.
Hull to continue. He has bowled 19 overs, 2 for 79 at the moment. The field again well scattered as the left arm seamer comes bounding in and bowls short, caught well in front of his face by wicketkeeper Cox. Short delivery, plenty of pace in that.
Richard Ray will join you to discuss further the tactics of both sides.
Nick is off for a little sleep or to do some typing or wandering around the ground or whatever. As Richard slots in alongside me. As Hull comes in again. Bowls to Crane. Crane chops that and is going to get 4 runs. Up to fine leg. Bouncer, high bouncer, and he played the one-day shot and he moves to 97.
Well, now, I seem to remember being with you when you commentated on Sam Northeast 400. So,
well, Nick had to, because all the records were going, he said, can you just commentate? I'll have to write up all these things.
a chance for another big moment in a
not quite such a big moment
for
that.
you.
But
yes, it was a little bit inadvertent in terms of the placement, and they have now placed a long stop, Leicestershire now, Eskenazi.
This is going to be bouncer after bouncer. As Crane waits, in comes the next ball. It's dabbed away. Hadley wants a run. Don't run him out at 97. I don't know whether you've been listening to our comments here. We just couldn't understand, why it was so slow and the game just meandering on and nothing happening.
I was trying to explain to BBC Radio Leicester what was going on, and he's saying, well, is it the pitch or is it the bowling? And I said, well, it's probably 90% of the pitch, and the bowlers will have been a bit disappointed they didn't pick up 1 or 2 more yesterday, but I said it has
Did you
died
notice
a bit of a death.
that by Blackwell had a word with Jack Davey, bowling down the leg side? In comes the next ball, and he tries to flick it away. Could have nicked that to the keeper. Could have gone down to fine leg for 4.
Didn't miss leg stump by
that didn't.
Much.
He moved across.
Well, it wasn't. I suppose he was just looking to keep him in his. Not take the single, but Yeah, Steve
I've seen them do that, like I was saying, Richard, to slow left arm, you know, if there's a chase on and they keep on bowling negatively.
Well,
which I'm in full agreement, really, because...
yeah, Ajaz Patel was wided 10, 11, 12 times at the Oval last week.
For doing that? Yeah, I'm not surprised. In comes Hull, bowls, clipped away for a single, and he moves to 98. And Hadley has strike. And this partnership has already put on 20 runs.
It was a bit tough on him because he was trying to bowl into the foot, and one did spin out of the footholes and hit the top of off stump, but it was so flat there that if it didn't turn, and it usually didn't, then he got. But they didn't really care by that stage. It was
that was a run fest again.
For the Foxes, it was, I'm afraid.
Could well turn out to be the same here. Last ball of the over. Can he hold out, Hadley? Dabs of that, and the ball just went through to the wicket keeper. End of the over. 2 runs needed by Crane for his maiden 100.
And do you think then they'll declare, or just throw the bat, or throw the bat, or throw the bat? You can say to Hadley, right, go on, try and whack everything out of the try and hit everything out of the ground.
You?
No. Well, they're going to need time, you would have thought, to bowl what looks to be a decent Leicestershire batting lineup out. Unless, of course, Crane gets a lot more out of the pitch than the Leicestershire spinners have managed.
I was telling Nick in the old days, you would just, if your captain says, remember Atherton and Graham Hick years ago, 98, didn't you come? You'd think of the position of the game. But obviously he's going
it'd be an interesting interview with Kieran Carlson afterwards with Nick Webb, if that were to happen. Yeah. You keep going, Eddie. See if you can get him over the line.
Right, here's Patel to bowl to Crane. Crane goes back, cuts away up to deep extra cover and gets a single on the dreaded 99. And it'll take Hadley, who no doubt will attempt to block the next 5 balls.
Well, they certainly won't be looking to let him have one, Leicestershire, and they're slowing everything down. I mean, their over rate is fine. It's +3 at the moment. Yeah. They bowled an extra over this morning. They haven't been dilatory, really, until this afternoon, when really it's just putting a bit of time into the game.
He's got 5 balls to negotiate as in comes Patel and bowls. Tosses this one up. He's driven it. And backward point picks it up, and there's no run.
Even Weatherald, who could not be closer, flinched there, didn't he? Because he saw the ball come floating past him. He looks, well, he's down on both knees, isn't he? But goodness me.
Here's the next ball. Tossed up, driven nicely through extra cover. And they're going to get 2.
Well, they could.
Will they try get a 3? No, they'll just quite rightly take the single. And we have had 3 balls bowled. The field will come in. The nice looking shot, and Hadley moves to 11. 440 for 9.
You'll hear the cheer in Cardiff City Centre if he gets this single or more.
Yes, it's a great effort. I know it's been slow, but my word, it's been a terrific effort from him, who has got a half century and a 40, we keep on saying, in the 2 opening games. Here's Patel, bowls, and Crane is not to be tempted and pushes it back down the pitch.
He hasn't been tempted throughout the entirety of his innings, has he?
Patel waits, makes Crane wait. In bowls, pushed back down the pitch, and there's no run. One, 2, 3, 4, 5 men on the offside, 3 on the onside, saving the single that Crane wants for this 100. Yes, Patel bowls, and he goes for the big hit, and he's stumped.
Oh.
Why on earth did he play that shot?
Oh.
He tried to hike it over mid-wicket, and he was smartly stumped. I think he was stumped. He might have been bowled, but to my mind, Cox asked. Well, he can't. Leicestershire fielders go around and tap him on the back as if to say, sorry, old boy, or well played. I suspect it's the first. My word. An innings which has had 95, 90, and now, would you believe it, 99. And Glamorgan are dismissed for 440.
I'd love to see that from sideways on, because I mean his knee is almost in the crease. It must have just raised his back foot.
Just as Tim van der Gooten did.
Wow.
Oh, he was out, yeah.
It's hard. Yeah, without seeing it from side on, but
obviously the pressure got to him. Must have. 5 balls gone.
yeah, and the field in,
Yes.
but it was just the wrong shot, wrong ball. Bad luck, young man. Hopefully he'll get another opportunity. So 440 all out, Glamorgan, from exactly 142.
So that was that
overs.
291. I know I keep on saying it, but it's in the back of your mind. Follow on.
The follow on, that'll be Leicestershire's first target, but
Yeah.
you know, it won't.
That should be
they will
achieved quite
just-
easily.
It's interesting. It's the light roller rather than the heavy that they've
Yeah, I think
they'd ordered. I don't think
the
it's
heavy
a
would crumble the pitch, wouldn't
Well,
it?
there's that. Yeah, I guess that might be in their mind a little bit.
Oh, I think
Leicestershire.
so.
They might think it might just enlarge a few cracks. I was saying to Nick before lunch that I remember seeing Ben Mike at Lords for Leicestershire be stranded on 99. Leicestershire lost their last 2 wickets with him on 99 at the other end, and him walking off at Lords with his arm around the shoulder of Bjorn Hendricks, who'd gotten out, and he was the one who needed consoling. But you just wonder whether Ben, or now Mason, will ever get another chance to you know, that
It
in
comes
first-class
to you.
cricket.
I remember Glamorgan's greatest ever batsman, Alan Jones, playing against the Australians at Swansea back in the late 60s, and Alan was on 99. He played the first 5 balls, and then he tried to hit Tom Weavers, the off-spinner, out of the ground, and Neil Hawke caught it at long on. Out he was for 99 against Australia. So I think the pressure does get to him. But nevertheless, it was a battling innings, but he has a lot of work to do now with the ball.
He does, and that would certainly be compensation of sorts if he can get some turn. But
So-
the likes of Mason Crane and Ben Mike, in terms of opportunities, when batting lower down, it's time as much as anything, isn't
course
it?
it is,
In
yeah.
terms of opportunities to get those 3 figures. So, well, as I say, hopefully one day they'll both get another opportunity.
We will take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back here for the start of the Leicestershire innings. Just to remind you, Glamorgan dismissed for 440, and Crane made 99.
2 for 66. Josh
Well, welcome back after that short between innings break here at Sophia Gardens, as we're about to commence Leicestershire's reply to Glamorgan's first innings of 440, which concluded 10 minutes ago with the heartbreaking, in many respects, dismissal of Mason Crane on 99 with a maiden first-class century very much within reach. Had a big swing across the line at the bowling of Ajaz Patel, missed and was stumped by Ben Cox. Cox's second stumping of the innings to go with a run out and 4 catches, so he has nothing of which to be ashamed of his performance in terms of his keeping in that Glamorgan first innings. 3 Glamorgan players dismissed in the 90s, but still a very solid first innings score, and it remains to be seen, as we always say, as is always said, never judge a pitch until both sides have batted on it. It looked pretty flat today, and indeed much of certainly yesterday evening, but maybe Van der Hoogten and Hadley and Crane and et al. Will get a little bit more out of it than the Leicestershire bowlers. Remains to be seen. Van der Hoogten, the stalwart, is going to open the bowling for Glamorgan from the River End. BBC Wales, BBC Radio Leicester. Edward Bevan, Nick Webb and Richard Ray, your commentary team today. 3 slips in for Van der Hoogten, bowling to Rishi Patel, who is batting on the back of a very good century against Surrey last week. In goes Van der Hoogten and bowls. Patel leans forward, pushes it back up the pitch on the on side. And obviously there is no run. Patel and Weatherald, the Australian Test opener, put on, he says, looking back through his notes, a very solid big century partnership at the Oval when they came to reply to Sussex's big first innings. 156 they put on. Weatherall scoring 99 of them. In goes Van der Hoogten, bowls Fuller to Patel, who's forward again, slightly angled bat, pushing it out towards gully, and there is no score. Colin Ingram at first slip. Kieran Carlson, the smaller man, at second. Asa Tribe, the Channel Islander, at third, all alongside the keeper Cook. Behind Rishi Patel, who waits with bat raised as Van der Hoogten hurries in and bowls to him. He strokes it very pleasantly out towards mid-off. It takes a strange bounce off the pitch that was used for the last match, and which has been completely scarified. It's just basically a strip of earth now.
Never to be used again this season.
I'd be surprised. I'd be very impressed if it was. It doesn't look like it's been reseeded or anything yet, but it's, as you say, a big square, so. In goes Van der Hoogten and bowls. Patel forward on off stump. Ball rolls out into the covers, and again there is no run. It's not the prettiest sight, though, is it? Some ground staff would, I suspect, not have fully scarified, just maybe waited till the end of the season. I'm just thinking for maybe they'll put a mat on it for TV or for the T20 or whatever, so it looks a bit better. Who knows? Paint the earth green. At the moment, just a strip of light brown as in goes Van der Hoogten and bowls. Patel again, head right over the ball as he blocks it off stump. Out into the offside, and in gentle pursuit is Sean Dixon, clapping his hands at the cover. In fact, he lets it roll all the way through to Gorvin at mid-off in the end. It's a conventional field. There is a wide, long leg. Ryan Hadley out there. Otherwise, slips aside, essentially a single saving field. Van der Hoogten is in, and Patel is looking to turn it off his legs. A few hands go into the air. Sounded like there was bat involved as well as pad, and indeed there is no signal from the umpire. Ian Blackwell hands his cap to Van der Hoogten, and the single means that Patel is both off the mark and keeps the strike.
Yes, no alarms there for Patel, really. He middled the first 5 balls and then got off the mark. And interesting to see him stretching right forward to those 5 balls. I think it's a play forward pitch, this, because the very odd ball does keep just a little low and it's slow. We have got Hadley to open the bowling. He might just have bowled at Weatherall out in Australia in state matches, but he hasn't played a lot of state cricket, as Hadley. And Weatherall's been in test cricket, so we shall see.
He's looked pretty good. He's looked like an Aussie Test opener, Weatherall, in the games he's played for Leicestershire so far. He was unlucky. He got the ball of the match when he was on 96 against Surrey.
As Hadley then, coming in to the right-handed Richie Patel. Lovely looking shot, but straight to Van de Gooten at mid-off.
But you've said you like he's a lovely looking player.
I think he's a
Richie,
very fine player, and I'm surprised that he hasn't been mentioned in dispatches.
He got 2 seasons ago. He was sort of talked about as a Lions prospect, and they took him to a training camp over the winter. But he didn't get on the Lions tour, and he was a little bit in and out last season. But he finished the season well, and he started this one well. So
every time I've watched him, I think he's a graceful player, stylish. Here's Hadley in bowls, good delivery, and left elbow right up from Patel, and pushes it back down the pitch. 1 without loss in reply to Glamorgan's 440. Their immediate target will be 291, which is the target they need to avoid the follow-on, which we, I think, seem to agree here. But what do we know? That should be within Leicestershire's scope, or the strong batting side they have. Bat raised high as in comes Hadley and bowls. This time is pushing the gap between cover and extra cover, and he'll get a single off the 3rd ball, which brings the Australian opening left-handed batsman Weatherall in to face.
he looks quite lively, Ryan Hadley. He gets it through at a reasonable lick. He's a slightly odd figure to look at. His walk is slightly splay-footed, and he looks to be about 2/3 legs from where we're looking on. There's a lot of leg there.
Yeah, his feet remind me of another fine Glamorgan opening bowler, Steve Watkin.
That he used to.
Oh, he's the old
splay-footed, 45 degrees as he walks.
Big feet. Fine bowler.
You would think that on a bouncy track, Hadley would get bounce, but at the moment this is not.
Everything's been pitched up so far.
Track.
Weatherall's first ball then. As Hadley goes back to quite a long run here at the Cathedral Road end. In he comes past the umpire now and bowls, and that's good judgment. Left outside the off step, goes through to Cook. So after the opening bowlers, you will have Gorvin and Ul Hassan. Although I wouldn't be surprised if Mason Crane came on before one of them. We shall see how it goes. I do hope something happens in the last 2 days, which will make it interesting.
Yeah, pitch needs to
break up a bit.
It does, if it's going to be interesting, that is.
Yes, Hadley again comes in over the wicket and bowls. Oh, an appeal for LBW. Huge appeal. Not out, says umpire O'Shaughnessy.
Looked a decent shot from up here.
Oh, we'll looked a very good, decent shot.
Replay. Pitched outside.
Pitched outside, just outside. Good decision.
Yeah, it was.
Out in league cricket, probably.
Yeah. Yes, there's a few umpires. Pitched out. What rule? Pitching outside a leg. What rule is that then?
Yes.
Especially if the umpire is a member of the opposing club.
Tell you a story now about that in a minute. Useful over this from Hadley as he comes in to bowl the last ball and bowled. That's a lovely shot, but not quite timed as as I thought he had. End of a very good over, that one without loss, that run to two without loss, those 2 runs to Rishi Patel. You remember Ray Julian used to umpire?
I do.
The king of the outers, they used to call him. And they always used to play one of the universities at the end of April, the counties. They used to play 3 games. And Ray had the 3 games. And another umpire came to do the 2nd game or 3rd game. And Ray says, had any decisions yet? So the other one said, yeah, I've had 2 or 3 and I'll break off for you.
In goes Van der Hoogten and bowls to Patel, who is walking down in a solid defensive push.
How have you got on? Well, I've had 3 games. This is my 3rd game. I'm on my 17th today. You knew and 1 year you got umpire of the year from the PCA.
From the bowlers.
From all the bowlers
from the
union.
Bowlers Association,
Yeah.
or whatever.
Yeah.
Seamers United, umpire of the year. Van der Hoogten. Short but athletic and energetic run and bowls to Patel, who strokes it firmly back down the pitch towards him, down into the pitch, and Van der Hoogten does well to field in his follow through. Beg your pardon.
Good shout though, that.
What, the leg before?
Good shout. You can see the reason for.
Yes, it might well have gone on to hit leg stump, but
Just
it
outside,
pitched
isn't it?
outside for sure. Slips with their hands on their knees as Tim Van der Hoogten runs in and bowls. It stays a bit low, if Patel's body language is to believed. He dug it out and pushed it out to mid-on, but that'd be interesting to see from behind the bowler's arm to the extent to which it did keep low. But as I say, the Patel body language implied that it did keep low. And as I say, it's just been the light roller between innings. I think that's the first time I've seen that this season.
Yeah, I think it
usually
was.
that awful heavy roller.
2 days of this and it would crumble under the big one.
And the Hookton is in, and that one doesn't do anything out of the ordinary on off stump, and Patel cautious. Back up the pitch, playing very straight. And the Hookton fields in his follow through again.
Weatherall is calling for something now.
Waving a tattooed right arm, a butcher's forearm at the Leicestershire balcony. Shuffles back into position. The far end as Van der Hoogten is in short, pulled up into the air. Is it going to be caught? It's going to drop safe out there at wide-ish, long on. Well, mid-on, running back, couldn't get there. It was in the air for a long old time, and I've seen him do that once or twice, Rishi Patel. He went for the pull. It
Came on to him a bit quicker than he thought.
Indeed it did with the hard new ball, and it was up in the air. He got just enough of it as far as he was concerned, but, well, that won't discourage Van der Hoogten from banging a couple more. In he goes and bowls. That's a length delivery that Patel turns his wrists on and pushes it out to mid-on, but it must have been 3 or 4 seconds. It was in the air, and mid-on chasing back and across, couldn't quite get there. So Patel, a little bit of an escape there. He's on 4, and so are Leicestershire.
Yes, and Glamorgan need early wickets if they can, because we've seen Van der Hoogten has kept a good length, but there's nothing really beating the bat. And Weatherall wanted to take his sweater off, which he's done, and he'll get down to business. He's yet to score. Patel 4, Leicestershire 4, without loss. As Hadley, buoyed by that first over, an accurate over, will prepare to bowl to the Australian opener. He's on his way, comes in and bowls, and that's trying to work down the leg side, but it skittles through to Chris Cook.
It is a very slightly slingy action from Ryan Hadley. His arm isn't sort of on the vertical. I think of his build is a bit similar to Hogan, but it's a completely different delivery, isn't it? And
Oh yeah, Hogan used to come right over the top.
Absolutely over the top, vertical as they came, and got bounce and sea movement as a consequence. This is a little bit more slingy. I'd say it was sort of about 5 degrees off the vertical, so he gets that little bit of extra pace, but possibly not quite as much sea movement.
Hadley bowls an appeal. That was outside leg stump by the looks of it from here.
You're going down as well, I think.
Yeah, and if you want to watch the keeper, Cook just moved to his right.
Yeah, pitching miles outside. Well, I don't think that was hitting the stumps either.
No.
Other than that, yes. Carlson gave it the full theatre.
Did he?
Experience at second slip.
That's a surprise.
Both arched her back and arms in the air. And
He's so enthusiastic.
he's working up ahead of steam.
Yep. Yet to get off the mark. He's had 5 deliveries as in comes Hadley. Bowls to Weathard and it's pulled down to fine leg for 4. Poor ball. It was pitched outside leg stump, helped on its way, disappeared under the hover cover on the far side, but it has been found. Off the mark with a boundary. It was really asking to be struck, and fine leg is rather squarer. Well, there's a new thing that's happening this year. They seem to be much squarer than they used to be.
Yeah, there's certainly long legs rather
You
than
find
fine
that?
legs,
Yeah.
aren't they? There was a cry of catch it because it was in the air for a while,
Yeah,
but it was miles from the fielder.
Hadley turns and comes in over the wicket, bowls. No ball.
Well,
No
that
ball.
might have been a decent shout as well, because it was fuller, and that might just have pitched on the stumps, and Hadley turns hands on hips. He can't believe it. But the call came very early, because Hadley didn't even throw his arms up into the air. He heard the call very early from umpire O'Shaughnessy, who remarks the... But if we see the replay on that, I tell you what, that might have been a close... No, that was outside leg as well,
Yeah,
so
it was well
wouldn't have
outside.
mattered if...
Yeah, he's bowled a good couple of overs. The odd one has gone, well, just the one for 4, but he's built up a bit of steam there. And he comes again. That's a lovely shot through the covers for 4. Got the treatment it deserved. And the only thing with Hadley, does get a few wickets and does trouble the batsman, but and that was happened up at Trent Bridge, I noticed. He was going for 4 and over. The odd ball. So there's 2 boundaries in this over, and the score now has moved on to 14 without loss. Eight to Weatherall. Patel is on 4.
Tell you what, Eddie, I think this chair, despite being exactly the same as that chair, Nick Webb's chair is more comfortable.
Is it?
I'm sure.
well, I don't think you're keeping it.
He's had it reinforced. Something's gone on here.
Yes, Hadley bowls. That's about his delivery. Outside off stump through to Cook.
It's like Norm Stool in Cheers.
Next week, Glamorgan journey down to that ground which forever changes names.
Are you down in Hampshire?
Utility or something they call it?
It was the Utility Bowl. I think it's back to... I'm not sure.
You don't know, do you? Neither do I. Rose Bowl, I know it does.
Which is a nice name.
It's like Twickenham and whatever they call that place now. Everybody refers to it as Twickenham. Allianz. Oh, Allianz. Here's Hadley. Finished the over and bowled down that leg side again, and he's chipped away. This might, again, it does run away for 4. So 12 runs in that over, and an expensive one as the score moves on to 18 without loss. 3 boundaries to Weatherall. He's on 12. Patel is on 4.
If the cricketer's who's who is to be believed, it is still the Utilita Bowl, Southampton. Utilita. Well, he pays your money.
Thankfully, this
He gets
is
your name on the county.
reverted now to the old name it started on, Safari Gardens.
Grace Road is currently Upton Steel Grace Road. It was the Upton Steel Ground Grace Road. I think it's just Upton Steel Grace
It's
Road.
Grace Road to me. Sorry.
Gracie, as Rehan Ahmed calls it. Tim van der Hookten is into Rishi Patel, leg side and clipped away by Patel, and he's timed that very nicely over the net pitches over there on the that side of the ground, the pavilion side of the ground, and it races away across the ropes in front of square for 4.
That's the only loose ball Van der Gooten has bowled. He's drifting down that leg side. Still the 3 slips, attacking field.
Got to do it. If any chances come, got to take them. Surrey dropped a lot of catches, amazingly so, last couple of weeks ago. In goes Van der Hookten, touch shorter on off stump, and Patel stands up tall with a nice high left elbow and blocks it out to Gorvin at mid-off. And when the pitches are this flat, as they were at the Oval and appear to be here, then you have got to take your catches. And Surrey, I think, dropped 4, 5.
Glamorgan have
that difficult.
caught well in the slip cordon this year, I must say. Cook is keeping as well as ever.
Van der Hookten into Patel, line and length on off stump, and Patel treats it with appropriate caution and respect, blocks it out again to Gorvin. Goes through his little routine, unfastens the wristbands on his gloves, or the Velcro, or whatever they are. It's I suppose a trade name, isn't it, Velcro? Copyrighted. Waits with bat raised, just swaying slightly up and down as Van der Hookten runs in, bowls to him, outside off stump, goes through, arrow straight to the gloves of Chris Cook, allowed to do so by Patel. Cook's cap is pleasingly faded in the sun, as is Carlson's at second slip. Ingram's is a little bit darker, a little bit newer perhaps, and Tribe's likewise, but none as faded as that of Cook. And the Hookten is in. Patel is driving, but straight to Gorvin at mid-off. Didn't put his full weight into the shot.
Good to see that these days, everybody in every county on a day like this, they always wear hats, and you know, days gone by, often you'd see fielders, goodness knows why. Even out in Australia, on burning sun, they used to have, you know, they have a floppy white cap, a bareheaded a lot of the time. All the warnings you get.
Van der Hookten bowls a little bit short.
Yes,
didn't get up that much, but Patel, even so, went through with the pull, and he got it all and whips it away to square for 4. But again, the body language suggests it didn't quite get up as much as he thought it was going to. There was a little sort of flex of the knees, but he got it away just about behind square for 4.
So 5 boundaries now in the last 2 overs. Glamorgan can ill afford that. 26 without loss off those 5 overs, and both bowlers wandering just a little.
Interesting to see how Carlson handles it. I mean, they'll both have a few more overs yet, you would have thought, but he might make an early change.
Yes, but the early change bowlers, Messrs. Gorvin and Al-Hazan, haven't really featured a lot as far as Glamorgan's wicket takers have taken this season, because they bowl line, length, but rarely trouble the batsman.
I'd go early to a spinner, just even if it's just 2 overs, just to see, because Weatherald in particular, he doesn't like spinners bowling at. He attacks them. And yeah, okay, he might well connect. They tried again, Surrey to knock the spinner out of the attack basically, and more or less succeeded, you know, to get more overs into the legs of the seamers, but it's worth an experiment.
I agree with you. Here's Hadley, comes in, starts an over.
Ow.
That might have hurt the bowler, as it's a quick run, well judged run there. Patel calling. It was driven very hard, straight. Hit Hadley on the toe or the heel or whatever. He's fine, he's walking back, but rebounded and they went through for a quick single. 27 without loss.
But in attacking the spin, he did hit a couple in the air. Jake Weatherall.
Yes, and you talk the spinners. It's just the one spinner Glamorgan have got, and you've got a part-time spinner in Carlson. This because Callaway is out for the next game as well. Hadley get the right-handed Patel bowls to him. Shot, 4 runs. Straight drive there from a half volley, and he leant into it. And as I mentioned at the start, he does concede boundaries. Hadley, although he's taken a few wickets this year, but that was meat and drink really to Patel. 31 without loss, and we're only in the 6th over. The scoring rate is nearly 6, which is unacceptable really. Patel waits with his bat raised high as Hadley turns at the end of this longish run that he has and comes in and bowls, and this is driven back to the bowler, and it's fielded by him. 31 without loss, as Nick's got an update into the sport.
It's coming up very shortly, with Leicestershire 31 for naught in reply to Glamorgan's 440 all out. Mason Crane's 99 being the main talking point of the day, along with the slow pace of play during much of the day so far. Leicestershire doing their best to make up with it, rattling along at 6 and over. It's hooked away. Leicestershire are 33 without loss in reply to Glamorgan's 440 all out. The main story of the day, Mason Crane agonisingly out for 99, stumped 1 short of a maiden first-class century. Then after Glamorgan had worked so hard to put him in a position to get there, a leisurely approach in the afternoon session, Glamorgan ground along, but agonisingly short for Crane. Still 440, a decent total from the home side, even if they took a while to get there. Leicestershire have rattled along in reply. They're 33 for naught in the 6th over.
Hadley turns, comes in again, bowls to Patel. Patel is forward to a good length ball, plays it out into the covers where it's fielded by Eddie Byram. Somebody who we've not seen since 10 past 11 yesterday morning. The opening batsman who was dismissed for just a single.
Yeah, it must be doubly frustrating when he sees the pitch then flatten out, but it is the life of an opening batsman.
Yeah, it's such an easy pace pitch now. Patel waits again with his bat raised up high. Hadley is over the wicket and bowls. It's a good delivery, which draws the batsman forward, plays it just in front of him. End of the over, the slips, and the wicketkeeper race in between the wickets because they don't want to get behind the clock. And it's now 33 for no wicket. Weatherall is 13, and Patel, Rashid Patel that is 18.
Yeah, 691 all out in their one innings against Surrey at the Oval.
Yeah, saw that.
Three Centurions, Ben Cox, Rishi Patel. Patel looked pretty good for his 164 of 262 balls. Hit 28 fours. And Weatherall to 96, I think it was. In goes Van der Hookten, tucked off his legs neatly by Weatherall, down to long leg for 1. He moves on to 14, 34 without loss. Eskenazi was the other Centurion with a round 100. Cox made a big 100 as well, 160, I think it was in the end, 162. Jake Weatherall 96 it was, yes, or just 120 balls. He scores his runs quite quickly. And Hookton into Patel, straight, pushed wide of Midon, who's quickly on to the ball, picks up and doesn't pick up actually, goes through with the throwing action, but didn't actually pick up the ball. Zainul Hassan, I think it is out there. So Leicestershire keeping the scoreboard ticking. 440 is obviously more than they would have liked to have conceded, but
well, if they go along at this rate,
they will.
They won't be far off.
They will still
bat on.
They will still give themselves a chance of going past that. In goes Van der Hoogten, cut and hammered away to the backward point boundary by Weatherall 4-4. He loves that shot, and he's not the tallest of men, but he's almost square, isn't he? And he's got very strong forearms.
Small left-handers do, don't they?
Wham!
Some like the exquisite cover drive, David Gower-esque, but you often see people of this stature going back and cutting fiercely.
David Gower joined us on commentary for a few minutes at the Oval last. He was there for a book promotion of some kind. Yeah. In goes Van der Hoogten, turned neatly down to fine leg for 4 more. Well, the runs are coming quickly now for the Foxes. Weatherall into the 20s now, on to 22, 43 without loss. But he was as relaxed and as pleasant to talk to as ever.
Lord Gar.
We talked about his time at Leicestershire and his favourite player there, and like many Leicestershire ex-players and current supporters and those who've supported them for a long time, he talked with great fondness of a player called Brian Davison.
Oh, wonderful. Rhodesian.
Indeed. In goes Van der Hoogten round the wicket, and coming down late on it is Weatherall. Thick inside edge that's running off pad and bat, I think, waiting for the signal. No signal, so it was inside edge onto the pad, and he takes 1.
He was one of the most popular players ever to play for Leicestershire, because his demeanour, everything, and a terrific player.
He does seem to have been regarded with almost universal fondness for, but the way he played the game and his attitude to it as well, which was basically take the game by the throat and throttle it, essentially, whatever, with bat and ball, just flung himself at it. In goes Van der Hoogten and bowls to Patel, who walks forward, having played the defensive shot basically off the back foot, and then the weight was going forward and he pushed it out into the offside. End of the 7th over, and the Foxes' reply has begun at a decent lick. They're 44 without loss.
Yeah, decent, you can say. A run rate of 6.29, which is not good enough, really.
It depends on your point of view, ain't it?
Yeah. Not good enough. 6.29. When you in comparison to how Holland bowled, and it was a good example. 23 overs, he bowled in a total of 440, 11 maidens, 2 for 33.
Yes, he did keep it tight, didn't he?
And, nothing much, just past the bat here. But Hadley's to have another over. 3 overs for 22 as he comes in and bowls. And this delivery is pushed back down. 1 slip has been removed, and that's at backward point. They must have heard he was saying how he likes that shot, so they put a man there now.
I think having seen the way he played that one in the previous over,
like a rocket, wasn't it?
They'll have got the message from that. This is a test ground, it was the same at the Oval. The international players love to play at these grounds and do well at them. And of course he's looking to make a point as well to the Australian selectors.
Because they're looking for young players.
Played his part in the Ashes win.
He did. In comes Hadley, bowls. Oh, it's a half volley, but he gets away with it as he's driven to Byron at cover. The man that was at square leg has moved onto the boundary for the short ball, which perhaps he might fancy another hook. Hadley walking back to this rather long walk. Weatherall 23. 5 boundaries, I think. Patel on 19, but it's Weatherall waiting as he gets a good length ball again from Hadley. Dabs down and pushed back down the pitch.
Yeah, Leicestershire had sweepers for much of the Glamorgan innings, and Glamorgan now have done likewise. They've got a deep backward point and a deep backward square. There'll be those who say, well, that's a bit negative, but when the pitch is like this, it's a little bit bowing to the inevitable. You've got to give your bowlers a little bit of cover.
Here comes Hadley, bowls. That's pushed away. They have a little think about it, but Byron comes in quickly from cover, negates any chance of a run. So it's 2 slips and a gully. And then a man on the boundary, very square for that cut that Weatherall plays so well. There's the man for the drive on the offside, sort of extra cover, but saving one. And the onside, a mid-on, and 2 men back for the mistimed hook. Hadley starts his run. Comes in and bowls. That's a good length delivery, better over so far. 5 deliveries gone. 1 more ball and it'll be a maiden. Colin Ingram claps his hands. The crowd in the far distance sunning themselves. I went over for half an hour at lunchtime. It really is very warm. Somebody wants me for some reason, I don't know why. We'll have to wait. It looked at the ball. What a surprise.
Quite early. 7.5 overs.
In comes Hadley to complete the over, bowls, and it will be a maiden. So it's far better over from Hadley. And it is now 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 22, 44 without loss. Patel, who will be on strike, is 19. Weatherall is on, what is he on? 23. This Van de Gooten will continue, possibly a 5-over spell. And then we'll have, I agree with you, I'd love to see a bit of spin.
Well, it's only 8 overs until tea, so
he might have a blow.
Might have a couple of overs just before tea. It's not just tradition in this case. Just the 2 slips for Van der Hoogten as he bowls to Patel from the river end. In he comes.
Yeah.
And Patel, waiting for it, just turns it out to mid-wicket where Hassan fields.
Now the slip has been taken out. So Glamorgan on the semi-defensive at the moment.
Well, he doesn't have a sweeper on the offside, which an indication perhaps of his slightly greater reliability in terms of accuracy than Hadley. Fair of head. Van der Hoogten is in and bowls again very straight, and again Patel covers up, and we can see Gorvin warming up now, so it may be Hadley has had his little opening burst, and he might want to go from the river end as well. Leicestershire swapped Hull around quite early. He started from the Cathedral Road end, and then they put him on at the river end, and he picked up 2 wickets towards the end of the morning yesterday. Van der Hoogten bowls again off stump, again Patel meets it with a sort of half forward press. No great stride. He's quite a tall man, Rishi Patel, but it's a sort of half stride. Everything is quite neat and close together as he defends out into the offside. Tosses the ball from right hand to left, then transfers it back into right as he comes running in and bowls. Patel shot. Back foot punches it away.
Lovely shot.
Off the back foot to the cover boundary. 4-4. Thought for a minute that maybe Ingram was going to get there diving across from extra Byram, I beg his pardon, would get there diving across from extra cover. Couldn't quite. He plays that shot nicely. Rishi Patel stands up very tall and gets his weight behind it, gets on top of the bounce, and he picks up another 4 to join Jake Weatherald on 23. Wasn't too much wrong with the delivery, just enough width. In goes Van der Hoogten and bowls again, straightens his line up and onto off stump, and Patel accordingly defends out to Gorvin at mid-off. You don't have to stray much on a pitch like this against good batsmen to be punished.
Well, we've seen that. Well, neither side will want to give the other side anything in this game because both, neither have had a win and both are down by near the bottom. So
in goes Van der Hoogten, bowls, a little bit short, cut away 4. It was too short from Van der Hoogten, who hops in annoyance with himself. Waited for it nicely, Patel, and wristily chops him away down to third man, an unoccupied third man. So 4 and 4 off balls 4 and 6 in the over means Patel moves on to 27 and bring up the Leicestershire half century after just 9 overs.
yes, and Gorvin will bowl as you thought, and you've probably seen him before. He's very much a line and length bowler, keeper standing up, tries to contain the batsman, and immediately Chris Cook has come up to the stumps, because the pace, there's not great pace with Gorvin, and secondly because of the slowness of this pitch. And the field now, just the one slip. They've quickly disappeared, haven't they, the close fielders? So let's see if Gorvin, with his nagging length, can do anything, as he'll prepare to bowl at Weatherald, the left-hander, who's on 23, his partner Patel on 27.
Cook standing up as well.
Yep. Here's the first ball, good length ball, pushed back to cover, and Byram fields. Yes, he generally does stand up, as I said, because of his pace is nothing great, really. Ned Leonard, the other Glamorgan seamer, first change, has been injured, although I mean here he might well be fit for the 2020 competition, as another ball is pushed away into the covers.
It's an energetic run, Andy Gorvin's. An energetic run.
Yeah.
He's just not a big chap, is he?
I don't really.
Something of the schoolboy about his build.
He's taken the same run as Hadley. Then he comes around the wicket and bowls. And that's 4 runs through the slips. As the mistimed edge went through where third slip would have been, but there's no one there. And the score moves on to 56. Have they moved it? No. Yes, they have. 56 without loss. Both batsmen on 27, and a plethora of boundaries here.
He does play that shot nice. It's very wristy and gets on top of it. He might have known what he was doing there, I think, Weatherald.
Gorvin, round the wicket, comes in, bowls. And that's played away firmly to short mid on. There's no run. .79, which is a very healthy run rate. As long as the shine, I suppose, is on the ball, they'll give it to the seamers. Here's Gorvin, in, bowls. That's well fielded at short mid-wicket, and a threat to throw down, but non-striker Rishi Patel was in his crease. Four runs off this over, one ball to come.
So a slice of strawberry cream cake is the bet if Crane gets an over before tea, do you reckon?
Here's the next ball. Not a bad delivery, he's turned him round just a little. End of the over, 4 runs off it, and Nick is on his way to relieve me.
Well, we've only got 6 overs till tea, so we'll put Nick in on the right while Eddie goes to secure us that strawberry cream cake, if that's what it is. It was yesterday. Pleasant it was as well.
There's a change of bowling as well at the river end. Coming on to bowl for Glamorgan is Zain Ul Hassan.
I wouldn't guarantee it's strawberryness, but it's something red and creamy. Might be raspberry or
Oh, okay, all right.
something else of that nature.
Something sweet.
Yes.
Zain Ul
Well,
Hassan, you probably heard, is being brought on now in a replacement of Tim van der Hoogten at the river end.
yeah, so it's double medium pace from Glamorgan. And to be honest, there isn't a huge amount of pace in this Glamorgan bowling lineup this season.
Hadley got it through at a decent lick.
Yes.
He looked to, but
He's the fastest, Van der Hoogten medium fast, and Gorvin Ul Hassan medium paces as Ul Hassan bowls, and Rishi Patel defends. You reckon which of you reckoned we'd have a bit of Holland, a bit of Crane before tea? Is that you, Edward?
I think Edward would like to see it, but
Yes.
isn't convinced. I think we will, but it just makes sense, doesn't it? Really? just to see.
As forward comes Patel, bowls, plays back to the bowler. Ul Hassan fields in his follow through.
That would mean Gorvin only getting the 3 overs or something like that. So maybe not.
Newport County have taken an early lead against Oldham. Vital game.
There's no former Leicester player is the manager there, isn't he? Isn't it at Newport at the moment?
Mr. Fuchs.
Yeah, Christian Fuchs.
In comes Ul Hassan bowls and Patel is forward. Watchful. Ul Hassan is a nagging bowler. And after the volley of shots played against the openers, maybe Gorvin and Ul Hassan will be looking to frustrate these so far free-scoring Leicestershire batters. No surprise to see a man on the drive on the leg side. Might be joined by one on the off before too long as Patel stretches forward in very correct manner. So Patel 27, Weatherald 27. Batting to come. Holland, Tattersall at 4 instead of Rayard. Will he come in the same place in the order as Rayard did? Hill, Eskenazi, Cox. Hassan bowls, and that's driven just about beat the dive of Dixon at cover, but it's only a single. 58-57 for no wicket.
The published team was also the published batting order. So Tattersall was due to come in at 5, with Hill at 4,
Okay.
Eskenazi at 6, Cox at 7. There were some question marks about Ian Holland at 3, simply because of the sort of burden, really, the workload, if he was going to open the bowling as well.
As that is cut away nicely by Weatherald, out towards deep point, but fielded by the sweeper, which is Mason Crane, and that keeps them down to a single.
But at the moment, Tattersall due to come in at 5. Hill batted very nicely for 70 at the Oval. an innings he needed. For the first 10 balls, it was one of those innings where he didn't look like he'd ever picked up a bat before. Having struggled in the first game against Sussex. But once he got one away, suddenly he was a completely different player. It looked like the player who got 900 odd runs last season, more than any other Leicestershire player. So Andy Gorvin, he with a perfectly parted hair, is going to continue from the Cathedral Road end round the wicket. He bowls to Weatherald. Is it me? It is me, isn't it? Clipped down to long leg and nicely fielded down there. And it is just a single as a consequence. Weatherald on to 29, the two openers keeping pace with each other. Patel 28. Just the one slip, but also Tribe in at shortish mid-wicket, but not necessarily a great sign to having the sort of slightly funky feels this early. But it's that sort of pitch.
It's a wicket that needs funkiness to combat the placid nature of the surface.
So Tribe is at sort of, shortish mid-wicket, about 2 strips back, as Gorvin is in. Patel defends, stroking it out to Asa Tribe. Started well yesterday morning, didn't he? And then just got a bit bogged down, and having battled his way through most of this session, managed to get himself out. Who's the singular clapper? Looking around to see who's clapping. In goes Gorvin and bowls, line and length, and Patel again implies that it kept a bit low. It didn't look to keep that low to me, but having played the defensive shot, he sort of sank at the knees slightly, as though it had crept a little bit.
The fount of all enthusiasm is usually Kieran Carlson, whether he was even from the days before he was captain or even vice-captain.
He's at shortish extra cover at the moment as Gorvin is in. Patel is trying to whip it away into the leg side, and there is an appeal as it thumps into the pads, but the fact he was trying to hit it away down into the leg side, whip it away, implies it was going to go on and miss leg stump. And indeed, umpire O'Shaughnessy, who takes some convincing, certainly wasn't convinced that was going to go on and hit the stumps.
Well, that's as it should be, really, isn't it? Benefit of the doubt and all that.
Indeed. Gorvin bustles in and bowls outside, just outside off stump. Patel is drawn forward into the defensive push. Takes a little hop, having played the shot, as though there might be a quick single in it, but Kieran Carlson quickly closes on the ball, and there isn't a quick single, that is. So T will be slightly delayed. 4 overs to go after this delivery, and it is now 22, so in goes Gorvin, bowls. Patel leans forward on off stump, guides it down towards backward point, but there is a fielder there, and consequently there is no run to be taken. End of over 12 of the Leicestershire reply, 59 without loss, so just about 5 runs and over for the Foxes.
Yes, Glamorgan women with a victory by 11 runs over Devon in the T20.
Got a bit hairy then.
Yeah, Devon were always well behind the rate, and even though they didn't lose wickets, they were fairly controlled, I think, and there were a few blows from the lower order, but they were behind the rate for nearly all the way. Glamorgan recovered from 59 for 5 to 140 for 8, thanks to 60 not out from Bethan Gammon. Rare failure from Lauren Parfitt. So those two have held the Glamorgan batting together often, as Ul Hassan comes in round the wicket and bowls to Weatherald, who defends up to mid-on, and there's no run. That's in the T20 Counties Cup, and they've got a couple of away fixtures in the one-day cup event before they go back to T20 format. Of course, Glamorgan will be probably having rather more fixtures next year when they step up to the top flight. Al Hassan bowls and Wetherell defends from the crease on the leg side again, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's beginning to look like it is going to be well, as we suspected it would, be a game of patience for the Glamorgan attack. Unless Crane can work his magic.
As Al Hassan bowls up in the block hole, Wetherell defends. Yes, Kieran Carlson alluded to the fact that he might have to do a bit of bowling, and also Asa Tribe is the other spin option, although he hasn't really had any success for Glamorgan in the first team yet with the ball. As Al Hassan bowls and forward comes Wetherell to defend.
What the Leicestershire batters will try to do that the Glamorgan batters didn't is hit the spinner out of the attack. One or two of them will have a go on the basis that if they can get after him, and Carlson then feels that we can't really bowl Crane too much on the basis he's going for, you know, 6-8 runs and over, whatever.
I think as long as he's creating chances, then they'll keep him on. Al Hassan bowls and worked off his legs by Wetherell. Just the single down to fine leg. Van der Hoogten grazing in front of the Castell Howell stand. 60 without loss. Because there was a game up at Headingley last year where Crane was actually going for 10 and over on the first day that he bowled, and they stuck with him, and he ended up with 5 for 150 or something, which Glamorgan would probably settle for.
Well, absolutely.
Al Hassan bowls, Patel stretches forward, defends, and the over one off, 60 for naught off 13.
A reminder that tea is being taken today when there are 32 overs remaining.
How could we forget?
During the interval, you're very welcome to...
Latest rugby score from the Women's Six Nations in Bristol. England 41, Wales 12. England starting to stretch away after Wales had a couple of tries in the first half. And latest from whatever North London ground is called these days, Saracens 12, Leicester 7 is the latest score after 30-odd minutes. Stewart with the Leicester try.
Gorvin round the wicket from the Cathedral Road end, bowls to Wetherell onto leg stump, wristily worked away wide of long leg, who has to run quite a long way away square, gets to the ball, rolls impressively. I think that's Crane out there in fact, and gets his throw away, but to Wetherell. What we're saying then, folks, is that the evening session could be a very entertaining one if Leicestershire go
in contrast to some of the cricket round the middle of the day.
Shall we say slightly more entertaining than we've had so far. In goes Gorvin and wristily chopped away down to third man, this time by Wetherell, more or less directly to third man on this occasion, so it'll be just the single. He moves on to 33, 63 without loss. And he takes a wicket for things to change, of course. Out to deep square, pretty much goes the sweeper, and there is already a sweeper out on the cover boundary. As Gorvin turns over the wicket, of course, to the right-handed Patel, with Cook standing up, bowls, and forward goes Patel. There really isn't any pace in the track, is there? You can almost see it sort of slow up as it hits the pitch, and batsman's in position very early.
We wheeling out the old Monty Python yet? It's bereft of life.
No, I don't know. I'm not.
It's an X-pitch.
Oh, I see. The parrot.
Yes, the parrot sketch.
Okay. I'd never applied that to a cricket pitch. I might now. All too late. In goes Gorvin and bowls, and again Patel leans forward and blocks it out into the offside. But one more game left at Grace's next week against Nottinghamshire. and then away to Sussex and away to Essex.
Oh, 2 away in a row.
So we'll have 4 of the first 6
Okay.
away from home. Not quite sure why that is, but the 2 in June are both at home for some reason. Why?
Probably better for supporters.
That is. Gorvin is in a little bit short. Patel is able to react as it bounces up and force it out into the offside off the back foot in the end. Running across from backward point is Mason Crane, but not before Patel has taken the one that moves him on to 29.
Glamorgan alternate home and away in the county championship, and then with all the measures taken to tidy up the T20 blast schedule, they played 2 in successive days on the first weekend, Friday and Saturday, having cut the number of games so that didn't happen. Yeah, good luck.
Going round the wicket to Weatherald, who looks like he's going to really drive that one or attempt to drive it away. Checked the shot slightly as it may have just been a bit of movement in through the air and drove it firmly but straight to Hadley at mid-off.
And
Sorry, Nick, I'm just going to have to disappear to update BBC Radio Leicester.
I think I can survive a couple of overs if necessary, as Glamorgan start their campaign with the furthest fixture in the, well, not quite furthest, but one of the further fixtures against Northampton on the Friday night away, and then they're back here on the Saturday night for a game on the telly box against Gloucestershire. The women are also away in Bristol and then back at home the following day. Ul Hassan bowls, and that's poked into the offside fairly gently by Rishi Patel. There's no run. Edwards' beloved Swansea City are goalless at half-time at Norwich in the Championship. In League One, already promoted Cardiff City, winning 3-0 against Northampton. Wrexham play at Coventry at midday tomorrow. As Ul Hassan bowls, and Patel goes for this one and whacks it back past the bowler, and that one goes racing away up to the long off ropes for 4 runs. Patel to 33, real shot in anger. 68 without loss. Tucked into that one, went bouncing up the ropes. Newport County are losing 2-1 at home to Oldham now, as Ul Hassan bowls, and that's pushed away on the offside by Patel. No run. Having taken an early lead, they're now 2-1 down at half-time, but Oldham are down to 10 men, so it'll be a frantic second half at Rodney Parade, that's for sure. Leicester City, of course, played last night and drew 1-1 with Millwall. Ul Hassan bowls. Patel pushes to cover. No run. So entirely different approach from the visitors, looking to get on with things. They have another 33 overs to face tonight. And we'll want to take a chunk of that Glamorgan 440 as Patel pushes that one through the leg side. It's a long chase for Crane, who's having a busy day, and it's a very easy 2 by the time he's run a good 35-40 metres round the leg side. 70 without loss. Rishi Patel moves to 35 not out. Keeper's standing up, so Ingram is Johnny No Mates at slip. As Ul Hassan bowls, that's forced into the offside. Patel picks up a single out to deep cover. It's all too easy for Leicestershire at the moment with a run rate of 4.73. They're 71 without loss after 15 overs. After Glamorgan made 440 in 142 overs, so scoring rate only just over 3 runs and over as Glamorgan coaches Richard Dawson and his assistant David Harrison try to walk a wicket, perambulating round the boundary underneath us. And they're at long off at the moment as Andy Gorvin starts a new over. Bowls. Patel plays firmly to Tribe at mid-wicket, no run.
Mr. Harrison, we've had words about him wearing sun cream or a hat or something before. He looks rather pink down there.
Yes, I think, has he got rid of the beard now? Hasn't he got the...
no beard.
Usually the hair migrated from the top to the bottom of his skull. Here's Gorvin into bowl and Patel on the defensive. Well, it's been Leicestershire's afternoon session, really, hasn't it? Eventually getting rid of those last 2 Glamorgan wickets for the addition of a further 30 after lunch, and then taking a chunk out the total in reply very quickly.
Yeah, which is one of the sides going to get in a position to win the game. Leicestershire's object will be to go big again.
Gorvin into bowl, forward stretches Patel. Well, certainly they've got the muscle memory of, was it 690?
It was, yeah. And it could work out for them if they can get that sort of 200, 250 ahead and be bowling on late day 3 or day 4. It could turn a bit, but one is not particularly optimistic looking at the pitch at the moment.
Gorvin in bowls, driven by Patel, back to the bowler, no run. 2 deliveries to come to the tea interval then here on BBC Sport Online. And we'll take a 20-minute break. Foxes must be reasonably pleased with their efforts in the last couple of hours. Morgan in urgent need of a breakthrough, given the contrasting tempo of this Leicestershire innings. As Gorvin bowls, turned on the leg side, it's eluded Tribe at mid-wicket, and they're able to scamper through for a single. Tribe maybe blaming an awkward bounce off the old pitch, fielding just behind that, as it were, on the grandstand side of the ground. 72 for naught. Patel has 37, Weatherald has 33, and this in reply to Glamorgan's 440 all out. Mason Crane's 99, the talking point of the day after the tail end had worked so hard to allow him the chance to get to 3 figures. Gorvin bowls, Weatherald defends, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is the tea interval. Leicestershire 72 for naught.
I've got some latest scores as well as a result to share with you. The result comes from Spitty Park in Newport, where Glamorgan women beat Devon by 11 runs in their T20 County Cup encounter, chasing 141. Devon ended their 20 overs on 129 for 5. Beth Gammon was the top scorer for Glamorgan women with an unbeaten 62. In the Rothesay County Championship at Chesterley Street, Durham are 174 for 8 in reply to Lancashire's 370. At Headingley, Sussex made 502. Yorkshire currently are 88 for 1. At New Road, Worcestershire have moved on to 323 for 5, leading Kent by 127 runs. At Derby, Gloucestershire were bowled out by Derbyshire for 498, and at the interval, Derbyshire are 37 for 1. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire are 147 for 2, still trailing Warwickshire by 312 runs. And at the Keir Oval, Surrey are 84 for 2, trailing Essex by 325 runs. A reminder, if you're seeking a score sheet for this game, they're available free of charge from reception, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's where you can also purchase a copy of the 2026 Glamorgan Yearbook, and also from reception today you can purchase a copy of the special brochure, the memorial brochure called Hugh Morris, A Life in Cricket. It's been produced after the sad passing of our former Chief Executive in late December. It's just £10 with all proceeds going to Velindre Cancer Hospital. The Glamorgan Club shop is open. It's situated opposite Gate 2. It's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica kits. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, the Pyramid Cafe is still open, selling a wide range of food and drink with a 10% discount for Glamorgan members on all food sales. Drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the mobile unit beneath the cassette howl stand, and you can also purchase various items from the vending machines at the rear of the indoor school. Don't forget, with this lovely sunny weather, don't forget to use the free of charge water refill points at various locations around the stadium. And why not go and have a look at the recently opened multi-faith prayer and reflection room? It's in the Undercroft area below the pavilion seating, with a special montage created by local school children. To resume the Leicestershire first innings after tea, Rishi Patel and Jake Weatherall. And to resume the bowling for Glamorgan at the river end, Mason Crane.
Well, good afternoon from a beautifully sunny Sophia Gardens. Final session on this second day of the Rothesay County Championship Division 1 match between Glamorgan and Leicestershire about to get underway. As you probably heard on the PA, the bowling will be taken up for Glamorgan from the river end by Mason Crane, the leg spinner. This is a big old moment really for Glamorgan and for the game as a whole. What can Crane get out of the track? Can he get something that other bowlers haven't managed to do? Leicestershire have got out of the traps quickly in their reply to Glamorgan's 440, 72 without loss after just 16 overs, so well over fours. In goes Crane and bowls to Rishi Patel. Forward goes Patel. Watchfully, cautiously. What we saw with Ajaz Patel, Leicestershire's left arm spinner, was a certain amount of very slow turn. And the leg spinner might get a little bit more. Let us see. In he bounces and bowls and swept hard by Rishi Patel. He will, as I say, go for his shots. Leicestershire will go for their shots against the leg spinner. There is the sweeper out there on the deep backward square boundary. Tim van der Hoogten's out there, so it is just the one, but Asa Tribe at short leg will not have enjoyed that because it fairly whistled past him. And as I said before, Leicestershire will look to be very positive against the leg spinner. Eddie Bevan from BBC Wales, alongside myself, Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester, as Crane bowls to Weatherall, who drives out to extra cover, doesn't pick up any runs. But crucial overs, I think, these, Eddie.
Yeah, you will get the odd bad ball, as you do from every leg spinner, except, of course, the late Shane Warne. And you can also get the unplayable at times.
Crane is in. Weatherall's driving again. One or two hands into the air from Crane and from
Crane won't mind them being positive, will he?
No, you know, I guess that's what he wants. But I suppose, as Nick said, well, they'll let him bowl anyway, even if he goes for 8 or 10 and over.
And they've got plenty of runs to play for.
In he goes, bowls, and looking to turn it into the leg side. Bounced a bit, came off the thigh pad, I think, or pad, and it was in the air. So, although it fell well short of Tribe at short leg, who's dropped something. What's he dropped? Oh, he's realised it was a cap just tucked into the back of his trousers. It did look to bounce a little bit extra, that one. In goes Crane and bowls Weatherall forward, pushing out in the offside. Pretty good first over from Mason Crane. Just the single from it, swept hard by Rishi Patel at an interesting start.
Having a little perambulator, and who would I bump in but the Glamorgan coach and the assistant coach. And I said,
did they give you any thoughts on that?
Yes, and I said flat. Oh, yes, he said very flat. And said this time last year we played on this pitch and it seemed to run. And we thought it would do the same. But the fine weather obviously has got at it. And he said it might spin, we shall just have to wait and see. But I think they were rather disappointed that it's gone so easy-paced. Here's Gorvin starting the over, bowls to Patel. Patel drives into the covers. Al-Hassan with the sun hat on, which is
it's
very
warm.
wise.
It is warm out there, isn't it? There's
sat over there for 20 minutes.
a few bare bodies.
Roasting.
Wind has pretty much completely dropped now.
Nothing, no. Gorvin in his 5th over, quite economical, just gone for 10 runs. As he comes in and bowls, Patel drives nicely but straight to mid-on, where he's fielded by Tribe. Anything that's half volley, anything like that, Patel, he hit one from Hulsan the last over before tea. Beautiful shot down to where I was sitting. And he is very strong off the front foot. It's good to see a right and a left-hander, one very strong off the back foot and one very strong off the front foot. As Patel, this one gets a good length ball from Garvin and just pushes it back down the pitch.
All sorts going on in the National League, where York have been promoted back at Rochdale's expense. But tell you what happened there. Well, between deliveries, Rochdale scored in the first minute of extra time, of 6 minutes of extra time, and they thought they'd be promoted to the National League. The crowd invaded the pitch, or 5th minute of extra time out of 6.
As Garvin is in, bowls, and that bounces a little bit on batsman. He adjusts and drops it.
And it was one of those they think it's all over moments in a way, because the crowd invaded the pitch. It had to be cleared. It took a long time to clear the pitch, best part of 7 or 8 minutes, so they had to have another 7 or 8 minutes of extra time. And in one of the last minutes of those extra minutes, York scored to equalise, and meant York went up instead of Rochdale. So that in a way, the Rochdale fans perhaps cost their...
I saw an item on it on breakfast this morning. As Garvin is in and bowls, slower delivery, but accurate. And if a supporter of Rothschild didn't say 6 or 7 times, this is huge, huge. Were they coming up from Division 4?
From the NFL, yeah, the old Division 4, I suppose. The National League, they call it now, don't they?
Yeah, to the 4th then?
No, just the...
Or the 2nd?
Just the first goes up automatically. Rochdale now going to playoffs against the other.
Here comes Garvin. Bowls and handsomely driven. Well fielded there by the old boy. I mean that very nicely. Tim van der Gooten. Good over though, just a single off it. That takes the score to 74 without loss. I think Cardiff City are ahead, which is good news. Yeah. And Swansea City are 1 up at Norwich. Mr. Vipotnik has now scored his 23rd, I think, or 24th league goal of the season.
Exciting times for the Swans. The Bluebirds already up, of course. So Crane. Bowling to Weatherall.
Just think now, Richard, of the disappointment of the Rochdale fans. Although they still have a chance, though.
Indeed. But they were going to go, in a way, themselves to blame. I beg your pardon. Crane bowling to Patel, of course, with a slip and short leg. That bounces a bit.
Yeah.
And Patel, half forward, flinches and manages to keep it down. But there's food for thought. That's more movement on the ball, or a little bit more off the pitch than any bowler's got so far. That was an interesting one.
Get your bat padded.
Crane is in and bowling to 4.
Short.
He's driven for 4. No, he's not driven for 4, because the sweeper's going to get there running up the ropes. That looks like Garvin out there, and he gets there so quickly. In fact, the ball was travelling so quickly. Patel just gets 1.
Early again, wasn't it? The slips jumped as it evaded the dive. Now then, this can be interesting, because you said that Weatherall likes attacking.
He does. Staying over the wicket is Crane. Weatherall is clipping away through the leg side. It's in the air for a few feet. Perhaps it's well wide of Tribe at short leg, but Carlson has put himself in there at shortish mid-wicket. And, well, as I say, Weatherall won't be afraid to hit the ball in the air. We said it would be more exciting after tea, and so it's proving. Blows on his fingers. Mason Crane then in to Patel, who drives again, gets it past Carlson. Will be probably, knowing him and his fielding abilities, will be slightly disappointed. He went down to his left, got a good hand to it, but couldn't stop the ball, and it ran out fairly gently to the sweeper. Garvin had to come running into field, and Patel picks up 1, moves on to 41. Long on is out, deep mid wicket obviously as well. Crane is in, wristily driven out into the offside by Weatherall. There is the sweeper out there. Van der Hoogten runs 10 yards or so up towards the river, picks up and throws, and Weatherall takes 1. Spins the ball from right hand to left, puts it back in his right hand, comes in and bowls to Patel. That one doesn't bounce or turn really, and Patel forward, pushing it back down the pitch to Crane. An interesting over indeed. Just the 4 runs from it, but as I say, Leicestershire showing they're prepared to take him on. It's going to be an interesting little, not so little, battle.
100% agree with you. Interesting and good to watch, isn't it? Two very good players here, and then a bowler. Mustn't forget he has played one game for England, and in recent weeks has taken a number of wickets with his leg spin. Perhaps a little surprised that he's bowling at that end. I suppose I thought with Hull bowling at that far end, he might have tried to exploit the rough. So here's Garvin, who's been pretty economical, 5 overs, 311, trying to just keep an end down as he comes in and bowls for Weatherall down the leg side, and it's helped on its way for 4. You can't bowl on that pace at Weatherall.
No, Garvin's job, but all the seamers' jobs really now is to keep things tight at this end while Crane wheels away at the other end, really.
The beauty is, as I say, 440 runs. It's not if you've got 250 or 280 to play with.
No, and there was the danger of that, wasn't there, at one stage?
Yeah.
You know. So they did well. I think those late Glamorgan runs, or the lower order Glamorgan runs, very important.
Here's Garvin. He's gone round the wicket and bowls, and a straighter and full delivery, which is played back down the pitch. Good start. 82 without loss. My television is packed up here.
Oh, I shall sort it out for you,
Technically
Edward.
minded,
There's a
I'm
little
sure you
button
are.
behind.
There's that. I don't know which one. Thank you. In comes Garvin. Bowls again. Well, that's pulled high into the air. That might be another 4. Yes, it is. It was too short, and with only one man patrolling that boundary, it was really a freebie. 86 without loss. Weatherall is on 43. And my technical companion looks as if he's done the trick here. Thank you very much. Connecting, lovely. Thank you. So 2 4s in this over. He cannot afford to bowl loosely against a test opening batsman from Australia. Garvin bowls. Oh, that's down the leg side again. And it's fielded at a fine leg. He may be better advised to be coming over the wicket if he's drifting down there in this over. Rather spoiled his figures, because he's now in his 6th over, gone for 20. Crane 2 overs for 5. The opening bowlers were quite expensive. So he is coming over the wicket. Nine runs in the over so far. 2 balls to go. The first of which is pushed away on the onside, but Eddie Byram is in quickly, and there's no run. Beautiful afternoon here at Sapphire Gardens, not a breath of air. Could we have this until the end of September, please?
Maybe it will be. Maybe it will be. I say glorious summer, but you want a bit of variety sometimes.
In comes Garvin, last ball of the over. Good length ball, defended. Seems to be bowling better to the right-hander than he is to the left-hander. That's the end of the over. 87 without loss. This in reply to Glamorgan's first innings total of 440. And Van der Gooten and Mason Crane put on 133 for the 8th wicket. A terrific effort. And the only disappointment for Glamorgan supporters was poor old Crane was stumped. Last ball of the over for 99. The 3rd score to reach 90. Carlson 95 and Van der Gooten. Not Van der Gooten, I'll just break off.
In goes Crane. Bowl did turn and bounce a little bit. Smothered by Weatherall, but a few oops in ours.
Sure. John Dixon, of course, with the other one to get 90.
Definitely looks to be a little bit of something. Well, Mason Crane is finding a little bit of something. In he bounces and bowls. Down the wicket goes Weatherald and drives him out to long on. I say long on, he's about 10 yards inside the ropes there, Ryan Hadley's. As though to say to Weatherald, I don't think you can hit it this far. Try and hit it over me. I'm not sure. Well, he's too far back in that respect, probably, and he's a tall man. In goes Crane and bowls to Patel, who strokes the ball into the ground. He looked as though he was shaping to try and drive that down to Hadley. In fact, he just
he
pushed
hasn't
it firmly out to extra
bowled
cover.
a long hop as yet, which is prone just to do the odd one.
In he goes and bowls. Down the wicket goes Patel and whips him into the air, out to deep mid-wicket. It's going to run over the ropes. He got more of it actually than I thought, Rishi Patel. For a moment it looked as though Zain Hossain at deepish mid-on might be in the game. He wasn't. It was well far wide of him. But again, Patel showing that he's not afraid to go into the air. He's moved on to 45, but there was an element of risk about the shot.
There was, yes, but good for
But
him.
he got plenty of it. Yeah, he did. Crane is in and bowls again to Patel, who goes back and is almost bowled. That was the googly, and he misread it, and it spun a little bit. And I think it hit the pad. I have to see that. He's got his back to us, the batter, so if we maybe see a replay of that from front on, if the boys can possibly oblige with that one. It's difficult because Crane whips through his overs. Might see it at the end of the over. In he goes and bowls, and Patel a little airy as he drives at that. It squirts off a thickish outside edge down towards deep point where Gorvin fields and one is taken. So plenty again happened.
Honours
in
there,
that
I think,
over.
to Crane, wouldn't you?
I would say so, and I'd love to see that ball that beat him on the back foot. Again, Rishi Patel. Not sure we're going to. He's on 46. Weatherald has 45. Leicestershire 93 without loss.
I suspect it was the googly.
It must have. It sort of spun back into him, but it did turn.
He's gone for 11 in 3 overs, but he's bowled pretty well, I think.
Yeah, there's hope
something
there.
there, anyhow.
Hope there. Things are happening, and it's not just him getting hit. That's for sure.
Gorvin then to continue from this, the Cathedral Road end, our end. Just the one slip, and he is coming in now to bowl to Patel, and bowls to him. Drives nicely, but not really timed. Straight to Carlson, fielding at mid-off, short mid-off. Well, short extra cover. 1 of 4, saving 1. They're such an asset, aren't they, leg spin?
Yes.
Oh, can be very expensive, but they do pick up wickets.
Leicestershire missing Rahan Ahmed.
Yeah.
Well, going forward, really. Didn't play for Delhi today.
Here comes Gorvin. Oh, that's a hook out towards mid-wicket. Probably pitch outside leg stump, and he tried to sweep it away, but didn't really get hold of it. He gets a single.
Delhi got 260 in their 20 overs, which is just hitting every ball for 4 pretty much, isn't it, or 6?
Do you know, I haven't watched a ball this season.
No,
it just doesn't interest me.
It's swing, hit, isn't it?
Yeah. What is astonishing is that 15-year-old lad who keeps hitting sixes out of the ground. I don't know what his name is. 14, is he 15 now? Astonishing, isn't it?
It is. Different game.
Gorvin round the wicket, bowls to Weather all this time, and he just nudges it out to Byron, coming quickly from extra cover. On the offside, then there's a third man, and then an arc of 3 saving 1. I'm very surprised there's nobody out sweeping for Weatherall. He's on 45. The run rate now just come down a little, 4.37, as in comes Gorvin, and bowls to Weatherall, drives, and it's fielded at cover, and there's no run. Fielder there, Byron. They got through their overs pretty well. 2 sides today, because we took tea, I think it was about 10 to 4. It was just 10 minutes over the stipulated time. Although Glamorgan's over rate now is -1.
Crane will speed things up, won't he?
Gorvin in, bowls to Weatherall down the leg side, and well, sort of stifled, I think, every time it hits the pad. You hope. There's a replay coming. Let's have a look.
There was a great deal going for that one.
Oh yeah,
Going a long way down, wasn't it? Yeah. The fact that Cook was heading off
Always look
towards
at the
square
keeper,
leg
yeah.
was a bit of a giveaway.
more than hope in anything else. This to finish the over. Then he comes, bowls, nicely driven up towards mid-wicket. They'll take a single as Hassan comes in. That's the end of another over. The score is 95 without loss, Patel 47, Weatherall 46. 2 attacking batsmen, which is good to see, and 1 attacking leg spinner. What more would you like on a hot day at the end of April?
Absolutely. If you're watching with ice cream in hand, even better.
Or perhaps a cold one?
Cold drink, perhaps. Crane bowls a... Well, not a loose, he must be loose now after 3 overs, none for 11 on the back of his 99 earlier. Over the wicket he bowls to Jake Weatherall, who's driving and has no idea where that has gone. It comes off a thick inside edge and bounces to Asa Tribe, who flicks the ball back to Cook, but Weatherall hadn't left his crease. But again, a little moral victory for Mason Crane. Will be encouraged by Leicester's readiness to go after him. In he goes and bowls again. Weatherall drives and again a few hands into the air, hit it hard down into the ground, and a reasonably comfortable stop as a consequence of extra
better
cover.
to watch at the monitor when Crane is bowling, because you can see
you're behind him.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, there's something in that. But all my instincts tell me to watch it live, so to speak. Crane is in an attempted reverse paddle sweep, and he's connected very nicely there, Jake Weatherall. He's going to pick up 4. Played that really cleverly, and he's going to go to 50 as a consequence. His 50's coming good time as well. He's only faced 57 deliveries, and that's the rate he scored at in each of his innings for the Foxes so far. Should have got 100. Well, he played beautifully at the Oval onto 96, and then got a really super delivery. Didn't give it away, and the one delivery in one of the few deliveries that moved, he went caught behind for 96. But
who was bowling?
You're right. I'll look back through my notes at once Crane has finished this over, and he goes, and he's going to try and attempt a conventional little paddle sweep, and he was reaching for it a bit. He sort of popped it past Asa Tribe, and again Crane's hands on his heads. It brings up the Leicestershire 100, but again there's sort of hope there for Crane. Things are happening. Yes,
they are happening, and I applaud these 2 batsmen for saying, oh, okay, they're not going to tie me down. He's not going to tie me down. I'm not going to die in the hole. Proper catch to a short leg or whatever.
And he goes and bowls, and very conventional forward defensive, very cautious there from Rishi Patel. Court folks bowl of all people, and they'd been calling for him to come on for ages, making his first class appearance for some little time. In goes Crane and bowls short, pulled up into the air. It's going to drop safe again. He's got plenty of it. Might go for 4. It does go for 4 again. Patel rocked back and pulled him high over mid-wicket and got lots of it, but again he was in the air for a long old time. He joins Weatherall on 51. His 50 has come off 81 deliveries, and plenty for the doctor to announce during the break. It was Reece Topley who got him with a swinging delivery, but the only delivery that moved.
Weatherall's 50 came off 57 balls with 9 fours. Rishi Patel's 50 came off 81 balls with 8 fours.
Oh, the doctor says 57. Our screen says 58.
Yes.
Well, there we are. Moving ahead quickly. 104 without loss. Gorvin will continue, and I think perhaps if Gorvin doesn't take a wicket in the next 3 or 4 overs, we might see a bit of off spin. But Glamorgan lack a second spinner, and They really lack an effective first seamer. Oh, that's down the leg side again, but there's a man positioned there at a deepish leg slip. Perhaps he's a bit too square. Backward short leg, I think that's the best way, but he is some 12, 13 yards from the bat. It's for that shot off his hip. He played effectively through this innings. 104 without loss in chase of 440. With his little steps in comes Gorvin and bowls the Weatherall ball. Goes forward to a good length ball, pushes it up to mid-off. We always know Tribe if you look down at his red socks.
He's not a Welshman, is he? He's a Tribe. He's a Channel Islander.
Jersey. Played for Jersey, of course, very successfully. Came to Cardiff College or Cardiff University, one of the two. Quickly spotted and said, "Would you like to play for Glamorgan?" In comes Gorvin. This is pushed to mid-on. There's no run. And he said, "Yes, please," and has been successful ever since. Got 100 on the Lions tour. See, Zach Crawley was out for 27 yesterday.
He got a bit of a iffy caught behind decision.
Did he?
But that's how it goes when things aren't going your way, isn't it? But yeah.
He's Gorvin around the wicket. Too short. Cut away. And fielded on that third man. It was rather wide for a third man, and they go through for a single. And that's the first run of the over off the fourth ball. Foxes playing football. Oh no, did they play last night?
They played last night, and I think they drew at home to Millwall.
Oh, it's a surprise. Millwall are second, aren't they?
Maybe nervy times.
Can't believe that. They'd be playing possibly in the Premier League. Millwall. Yes, over the wicket now. That's a lovely shot, but straight, and they'll have to hurry. Oh, he was just... I think he was safe, actually, but...
he was very casual there, Rishi Patel.
Let's have a look.
Yeah. When that went past the stumps from Van der Hoogten. Yeah, it was in. Yeah, it was in. Or would have been in had the throw hit the stumps, but...
But they're playing very positively, these two. Keeping up with each other. 52 apiece. But in comes Gorvin again. Leg side, drifting down. He chips it away for a single.
Yeah. It is hard for the seamers.
Yeah.
You've got to be absolutely on the money.
You have got an option, of course, of Tribe does bowl a little bit of off spin, but nothing that we've seen to terrorise anybody. They're missing Ben Kellaway. He's a very effective off spinner, especially against a left-hander with the ball going across him.
He's injured at the moment, is he?
Yeah, he got injured at Nottingham on the first day, fielding. Dixon, who'd been dropped, was called in. Got 20 odd in the second innings. He was kept in for this game, and he responded with 90. It will be Mason Crane to continue.
After a certain amount of discussion with Kieran Carson regarding the field, just waiting to see if there's any obvious changes. Well,
there's one man I wouldn't like to be.
A deepish sort of
Tribe
backward point has been put in as in goes Crane, and stepping right across is Weatherall and basically helping it around the corner down to fine leg. He used his feet beautifully there, and because there's no real pace in the pitch, got in position early, stepped right across and just probably took it off the stumps, actually.
Yes, and as you say, he had plenty of time to do.
But yeah, because there's no pace and Crane didn't vary the length, he just helped it down to fine leg for 4, moves on to 57 off 64. Crane is in, a little thin tickle around the corner, a little paddle sweep. He's going to pick up at least 2 there, but it's running fairly slowly, and as a result can sort of wide, long leg, deep backward square can run round and field, and 2 are taken. Wetherald on to 59, 113 without loss. Every ball seems to be an event with Crane at the moment, one way or another. Ingram's directing a bit of traffic from slip at the moment. He's telling the sweeper to come a little squarer as Crane is in, and forward goes Wetherall, just pushing it into the completely vacant covers and taking a comfortable single. He's got his 7 off the first 3 balls of the over. What will Patel do? Will he give Crane the charge again, try and hit him over mid-wicket or over mid-on? In he goes and bowls in a slog swept down 2 wide long. He got all of it for 4. So Crane is going around the park in this over. I did suggest this might... Oh, they would attack him. They would try and hit him out the attack, and they are. And at the moment they're connecting. That's 11 off the first 4 balls of the over.
They win in the battle.
But it takes just one moment. They have hit the ball in the air, and there have been a few very close calls. I'm sure Crane and Carlson won't lose their nerve. In he goes and bowls to Patel, who's forward, just not edge, just sort of slight turn of the wrist, outside part of the bat, guides it down towards sort of gully, but moving round, backward point makes the stop. And
how do you think Tribe's feeling there? The 3 yards from the bat.
Slightly, yeah, he's well padded, isn't he? But a few have whistled past him. In goes Crane. It's hit very hard, straight back over his head, inside. Ryan Hadley, who's out there at long off, 10 yards inside the ropes. It was hit far straighter than that. So an expensive over from Crane, goes for 15 in it. And Leicestershire move on to 122 without loss.
I'll be back at 5.
Okie doke. That's Eddie departing for a few minutes, as Nick, having perambulated the ground
First time today.
and shed some clothing as a result. It's warm out there, isn't it?
It is warm out there. Various conversations with various spectators, including Tim van der Hoogten's parents, who are over for a few weeks for a block of championship cricket. They're doing the next 3 matches as well, over from Australia, where
so enjoying a taste of summer.
yes, and watching cricket in the daytime as opposed to usually watching Tim on YouTube in the evening in Australia, and then catching up with the highlights and catching up with the scores in the morning from the second 2 sessions. So they watch the first session before bedtime.
It sort of stays on YouTube, doesn't it? So you could
just pause it and
and then watch the rest in
real
the
time
morning or whatever.
If you can avoid, if you want to avoid knowing the score, the man with the likely lads. Are you on this end or am I?
I'm on the far end, the river end. So you are
Okay.
on, and we have a change of bowling.
Ryan Hadley back into the attack from this Cathedral Road end, bowling to Wetherald. It's fairly Aussie, who's scuffed that one along the ground, I think.
Sounded as though it sort of bottom edge into the ground, didn't it?
The keeper.
Zero reaction from anybody out there. So
It's a dot ball anyway. 122 for naught.
yeah, Golvin just couldn't. He should be able to hit a line and length, shouldn't he? That couldn't quite. Got worked around a little bit, but it isn't easy.
No, they'd be hoping for better control from the medium pacers as Hadley bowled full length, driven by Wetherald. It comes off a thick outer part of the bat, and it's down to third man for a single. 1, 2, 3 for naught.
You feel he missed out a bit there.
Yes, looking for the off drive. Got the thick edge.
Rishi Patel's got a fly in his eye or something. Don't think he hasn't got contacts or anything, so.
Yes, it didn't
Maybe he does actually, I'm not sure.
Didn't notice Eddie Byram's visual aids because he wasn't around for very long, unfortunately for him in this game. But in the last game, he and Tribe formed a bespectacled pair of openers, which you don't see very often in the professional game. As Hadley is into bowl, driven by Patel, and I almost said he'd beaten the dive of Carlson at cover, but he didn't, as the Glamorgan captain flung himself full length to make the stop and possibly save 4 runs. So another sweeper on that side of the ground at the moment.
So both actually wore their
to open the batting
spectacles.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think I've ever seen that. Two batsmen batting in, whether opening or not. Individuals I can think of, but not 2 together. Safe enough now with the helmets.
Yes, quite. 123 for naught. Hadley on his way. Balls, a flick of a drive from Patel, and ends up at square leg, possibly slightly squarer than he intended, but perfectly safe, and a single is taken. 1, 2, 4 for naught. This in reply to Glamorgan's 440 all out, albeit at a considerably faster rate, 4.83 compared to Glamorgan going along at around about 3 runs and over. Next delivery is cut away nicely by Wetherell, down to third man, pick up a single. Runs continuing to flow. Have we picked up on this one, Lancashire's continuing disgruntlement at the subsystem? They've been denied again.
Yes, too much experience apparently, or something.
Yes.
Well, not hard to find a Lancastrian who doesn't resent authority in some way. consider themselves to have been unfairly targeted.
As Hadley is on his way. Bowls. Ooh, that's gone off an edge down to third man. Past Colin Ingram, the solitary slip. Another 4 runs onto the Leicestershire total, albeit not as intended. Patel has 65, Wetherell has 62. There are 2 sundries, and it's 129 for naught, and Glamorgan are completely unable to halt the flow of runs.
It was a bit airy, a bit wafty from Rishi Patel, but he's gotten away with it. Can he go on to make another century, so it'll be consecutive centuries for Patel? Weight of runs into what he needs to force himself into any sort of international conversation. And opportunities like this on a pitch like this, he cannot afford to miss out. Really, he's got to convert this into another big 100. Crane is going to continue after a long conflab with Kieran Carlson. At the moment, he's got a slip and a leg slip for Jake Weatherald, who's shown his willingness to use his feet in innovative ways. As in goes Crane and bowls to him. He drives and hits it down into the ground off the bottom edge. The ball comes to a halt almost at his feet. Again, sort of to a certain extent beaten in the flight. Crane in, bowls, again driving. This time he's got most of it. Wetherall didn't try and overhit it this time. Out goes to deep extra, where Tim, watched by his mum and dad, it's fielding. I don't know whether are they sitting over there on the river's side somewhere? Or over
they're in the pavilion seating with the Carlson family as well.
It's too far away to indulge in any conversation with a fielder on the boundary. It's a good 30 yards or so. In goes Crane and bowls to Patel, who's turning the ball in the air through sort of short mid-wicket. It runs out to a conventional mid-wicket, which there isn't. Hossan Hassan runs around from mid on to field. Patel takes 1, moves on to 66. Run rate's pretty much 5s at the moment for Leicestershire. Crane into Weatherald, who is pushing across the line defensively, just sort of poking it right across the line, playing in front of his pad out to mid-wicket where Carlson is the fielder.
And I thought it might be a bit quieter without Sol Budinger in the team.
He's a bit of a cheerleader, Sol, but I know what you mean. In goes Crane and is driven by Weatherald. Hassan dives across to his right, can't get there, and that will be for quiet from a cricketing point of view. But Weatherald not quite as, I'm not going to use the word wild as about Sol, but
adventurous.
He is very attacking, or has shown himself to be very attacking. Most of his runs have come at a runner ball sort of thing. Crane was ready to go there, but dropped the ball. In he goes again, or tries again, and bowls. Weatherall just little turn of the wrist, flicks it around the corner to square leg, and takes 1. 210 runs in his 3 innings coming into this game. Weatherall at an average of 70, but his strike rate comfortably the highest of the Leicestershire players so far at 80, and he's up and up beyond that in this innings as well. 68 has come off just 74 balls. .136 for none.
So a very good last-minute signing then, as far as
Yes,
the Foxes are concerned.
Bad news for Sol Budinger, but he probably didn't think that. But oh, rats! He'll have thought.
Yes, it does pose the question of having to chop and change throughout the season, though, I presume, in terms of that overseas batter. Here's Hadley, also in for 6 games, in to bowl, driven by Weatherald, straight to Dixon at point, no run.
Yes, what they'll do after that remains to be seen.
Yeah, Glamorgan have announced their bowlers for the T20, and they'll have to mix and match because they've already got Colin Ingram, who still counts as an overseas. Is hoping to get British citizenship later this year, but would have to survive another year after that if he were to play as a domestic player. As that's cut away nicely by Weatherall, down to third man, single taken, 137 for naught. So if Ingram is still going in 2028, he might not count as an overseas by then. But is already 40, so it's a big ask. Glamorgan have signed the Australian seamer all-rounder Nathan McAndrew and the Afghan quick bowler Fazl Haq Faruqi for T20 time. It's expected that McAndrew will also play in the 2 championship matches in the middle of the summer. And we wait to see who will grace the daffodil in the last 6 championship matches. Hadley doing his best to claim an 11th wicket for the club. Balls, and Patel chops it down to backward point, and there's no run. 137 for no wicket here on BBC Sport Online. As Richard is replaced by Edward Bevan. Richard has various radio duties to attend to, so not much of a rest for Edward. Sorry about that.
It's all right. I'll stay in bed all day tomorrow. Be sunning yourself in the back garden, won't you? Yes, probably.
Hadley in to bowl, and that's pulled away by Rishi Patel. Short pitched, and it has gone for 4 up towards mid-wicket.
Sorry to say that this is poor bowling. Can't pitch it short, and this pitch.
Yeah, Hull tried quite a few short balls though, didn't he?
Yes, but he's quicker than Hadley.
Yeah.
And getting more bounce, taller man.
Yes, Hadley's pretty tall at 6'5", but Hull's 6'7". And that one did rather sit up invitingly for Rishi Patel, who moves on to 70, and the total one to 141 without loss. Glamorgan with rather optimistic 2 slips, but Hadley is in to Patel, who slashes that one through the offside for 4 more to point. It's stopped by one of the spare fielders. Just couldn't quite make out who that is under the shades and hat. As, that was a very nicely timed shot indeed by Rishi Patel. Root is out there, McIlroy's out there. Might be Norton, I think. Getting a bit of extra fielding duty in. 145 for Nort. The deficit is under 300 as Hadley bowls and Patel is forward. Playing it gently up to Van der Hochten at mid-off. 145 for Nort, Patel 74, Weatherald 69. And very little sign of wicket at the moment. They've hit Mason Crane in the air a couple of times, but safely.
Yeah, he's gone at 7 and over. Van der Hochten to continue. And, well, not to continue, he's coming back, but I think at the end of last season when Glamorgan got promotion, Nick, the talk amongst a lot of people, well, they've got to strengthen the bowling. And, OK, they've signed Hadley, but the backup, I think we all agree that the backup seam department is very ordinary.
There's not a lot of pace if there's not a lot of pace in the wicket, and the ball isn't moving around. You just have to rely on line and length and trying to frustrate the batters out.
Yeah, you won't get a bit more than that. I'm just looking. There's Van der Hochten from the river end. Round the wicket, bowls. That's defended by Weatherald, and there is no run.
But the late retirement of James Harris with a combination of an injury niggle and a one-off job offer, and then the absence through injury of Ned Leonard has left Glamorgan short of seamers, with McIlroy and Norton possibly the next options.
Here's the next delivery, and Weatherall comes forward, walks into it, and has enough confidence in this pitch to take a step or two, because you know you're not going to get anything that's vicious or lifting, or unless, of course, you bowl a bouncer. It's difficult to see at the moment how Glamorgan will get this first wicket. If they carry on tonight at 4 and over, with virtually 20 overs left, they'll be up around the 230s. And they will bat and bat as they did at the Oval and try and get north of 600 possibly. Here's the next ball, and that's defended. It's a good length ball from Van der Hochten, and they'll have to try and defend as well as they can with what must be said is a limited attack, and I think you've got to accept it. You agree?
Yeah, they're going at 5 and over at the moment, so it could be another 100 runs tonight, and somewhere around 250 if these two keep carving away in the merry way that they have so far.
In comes Van der Hochten, bowls, and that's glided nicely down to third man. He'll get a single. He's a very quick runner, yes. He's coming back for a second as Crane hurls the ball in. And you've got some good players to come in. You've got Holland, Eskenazi, Cox. And on this pitch, I think they should get a big score. If it does break up, of course, if they get a useful lead, Leicestershire, then it'll be a case of defending. But 440 is just as well that the likes of Van der Hochten and Crane got those runs. Here's the next delivery. Down the leg side, well taken by Cook. The score remains 147 without loss. Both batsmen in the 70s. Patel is on 74. Weatherall is on 71. Haven't been in any sort of trouble.
No, it's been a sharp contrast between the two sides' scoring rates today, with Glamorgan plodding along as the rate dropped down towards 3 and Leicestershire flying along at 5s.
Here's the last ball. It's a good delivery on Midland leg. Pushed out to Eddie Byron. That completes the over. That was the 29th over. 147 without loss. Patel on 74. He'll take strike, and Weatherall is on 71.
Draw for your boys, Swansea City, away to Norwich today.
Yeah, one each, wasn't it?
One each.
That'll do. They won the last 2 away games, drawn this one. Cardiff City, good win, 4-1 against Northampton.
5-1 in the end.
5, was it? Oh. 2-all for your lads.
Newport County's still going. It looks as though other results haven't favoured them, though, because Harrogate have won away from home, who I think were on the sides who were beneath them.
Got Oldham next week, haven't they, last game?
No, Newport playing Oldham today.
They played them today?
It's 90 plus 13, so they're 13 minutes into stoppage time there. But looks as though Newport will be in the bottom 2 before the last game of the season.
I think they're away, aren't they, last game?
Yeah, they'll have to win and hope Harrogate don't.
I hope that things turn out. It'll be a great shame.
So, yes, after all the work that went on to get them back into the league, starting from the bottom, Hadley is in to bowl, and Patel pushes into the offside, and there's a comfortable single out towards cover point. Glamorgan desperately doing their best to keep spirits up in the field, as strolling around the boundary, and the chat was sounding ever more desperate, to be honest.
I was saying, I met Richard Dawson and David Harrison on the way round and stopped to have a chat. And Richard Dawson was saying this time last year this pitch was doing quite a bit, and they expected it to do the same. But he said it's as flat as anything, and it might spin. Well, I think it does, because we've seen Crane spin, but he's been struck out of the attack pretty quickly.
Hadley bowls, and that's a slashing square drive by Weatherall, the left-hander, that picks up 4 more runs down towards the scoreboard at backward point, come wide, third man. Nothing that Gorvin could do about that one. And the tall Aussie looks extremely disgruntled as he comes back to his mark. Both batters on 75, and Leicestershire on 152 without loss.
You won't get many better pair of openers than these two, will you? One a very, very good player, the right-handed Patel, and, well, Weatherall is Aussie Test opener.
As Hadley bowls, Weatherall plays that one rather more gently to cover, fielded by Crane, and there is no run. Certainly making light of Glamorgan's struggles to push the run rate along, albeit that was with lower order batters and with a specific intention of trying to get Mason Crane to his 100, stumped 1 short. So Crane's effort was the story of the first half of the day, but it's been thoroughly trumped in match terms by this flying opening partnership as Weatherall drives on the onside.
No.
He's timing it very sweetly at the moment. There are gaps in the field. Byram does the fielding out on the boundary on the pavilion side of the ground, the leg side for the left-hander. Another 2 runs, 154 without loss. And difficult for the Glamorgan bowlers to keep their nerve in the face of this sort of onslaught. And
Yeah.
Kieran Carlson's off spin might be on
Well,
a lot earlier than he
might
would
as
have
well,
wanted to.
because the others aren't making much of an impression.
5 bowlers, and we're already in the second spells from the openers as Weatherald works this one off his legs. He's finding it pretty easy going at the moment. Takes a single out to Byram on that mid-wicket boundary. 155 without loss. Field gently changes sides for the right-hander. Umpire Blackwell on rather a weary trod from
What an advantage to have a current test opener in your side, isn't it?
I certainly
It's a good signing, my word. I suppose he's on a 6-match.
6-match, yeah.
Yeah.
So Leicestershire, as Richard was saying, will have to look for other options. There's a short pitch ball from Hadley. Patel just ducks underneath it. Effort ball, but no pace in the pitch. And Hadley takes his cap rather ruefully. Yes. Not having got any encouragement from the situation.
So it's 155 without loss, 78 to Weatherald, who's got strike. Patel is on 75. And the two batsmen having drinks and probably deserve it on this hot afternoon, and they've raced along at this rate of over 5 and over. And things all quiet down the far side. Nobody very animated because they're, I would say, the 95% Glamorgan supporters not enjoying what they're seeing.
Yes, the handful of Leicestershire folk here will be thoroughly enjoying themselves.
I think Carson is winding. As in comes Van de Gooten to start a new over down the leg side, taken by the wicket keeper.
Yeah, it comes to it when you've got your occasional second spinner winding inside 30 overs. Having seen off the 2 quicker bowlers, the 2 medium pacers and the leg spinner.
Yeah, he's going to have a ball. He's twirling his arms hither and thither. Van de Gooten bowls a good length ball, which is defended by the left-handed opener, and there's no run. It'd be interesting to see tactics if this sort of thing continues tomorrow, won't it? You know, bat nearly all day, get a substantial lead and put pressure on Glamorgan.
Yeah, if they continue to score at this sort of rate, if they got 240, 250 on the board tonight, they may be into the lead by mid-afternoon.
Here's Van de Gooten bowls. Oh, he has a wild swing as that as Weatherald, and it went through to the wicket keeper. Ugly shot.
Yes, it was strange, wasn't it, considering how well he's been timing the ball in recent overs. Just came down and slashed at his outside off stump.
I admire the policy, though, is to go out there, get your runs quickly, and it's got some points because they're locked together near the bottom of the first division, these two. In comes the next ball, which is blocked by the batsman. I think Yorkshire are bottom, then come Glamorgan and then Leicestershire. So these important games. Hampshire away next week, down at Southampton, and then Somerset home. I think that's the other one, and they don't get any easier, Nick. Here's Van de Gooten round the wicket, bowls. Good delivery again. They go through for a very well judged single because Hadley was on his laurels just a little bit then.
Well, a couple of fixtures that are going to look difficult in everyone's books against the likes of Notts and Surrey, but
Lancashire well on top. Somerset, they're top of the table, with about 2 wins out of 3.
Haven't played Somerset much in 4-day cricket in recent years, apart from in the COVID season, when Glamorgan started off there.
Van der Gooten in and bowls down. They feel for catch at the wicket. The umpire's not interested. Very good take low down, dive to his left. But again, I think possibly that might have been hopeful. Let's have a look to see if he was anywhere near it. It did deviate, didn't it?
Flicked something.
Van der Gooten went up.
Well. Newport County have won.
They have.
Beat Oldham 3-2.
Oh, great.
The goal coming
100 and what?
it's described as 90 plus 18. So 90,
108th.
108th minute, 109th minute, somewhere around there. They've beaten Oldham 3-2.
Oh, that's... we'd written them off. 2-2.
And they're now out of the relegation zone.
Still got to get something next week, though. They might have to get a point.
And 40 points, Crawley 39, Harrogate 39, Barrow 36.
It's Barrow next week they play, I think.
Oh, okay.
Because the radio programme this morning was saying that there's 1,000 going up there to support.
Oof.
Rather a long way there. Carlson is on the bowl, his off spin.
And he comes then from the Cathedral Road end, and that's an attempted cut and a miss from Wetherold, who may not have seen Carlson bowl even on video.
He gets the impression that he gives you a chance, doesn't he, Weatherall?
Yeah.
From the word go.
Carlson off 6 or 8 paces, and that's cut away firmly through the offside.
That's really good.
Weatherald has
A long
taken the
hop.
chance and smashed it. Square batted through the covers for 4. Moves to 83, 160 for no wicket. So celebrations for Newport County as they try and avoid the drop. As that's again short from Carlson. He has got protection on the offside boundary in the form of Gorvin in front of the grandstand, and this time it's just a single, 161 without loss. Remember in the previous fight against relegation, I was listening from the Parker Scarlet's press box, and they were losing, and then by the time I'd got inside to the press conference, they'd scored with virtually the last kick to stay up. As that ball from Carlson to Patel is defended. Swansea City, of course, safe in the mid-table somewhere. Carlson bowls and Patel stretches forward. The only one of the 4 Welsh clubs in the English system who are not sweating one way or the other. Well, Cardiff City promoted a couple of weeks back.
Yes.
Reverse sweep comes out from Patel, and he'll get 4 more runs down to third man. So an expensive first over from Kieran Carlson has
9.
cost 9 runs, a couple of boundaries, has to try his luck. But nothing at the moment can halt the Leicestershire charge to 165 for no wicket in reply to 440.
This mirrors, of course, their batting performance at the Oval, where they got over 600 and got a lead over Surrey, who themselves, I think, got 500. And it very much looks as batting is their strength.
Yes, Patel with 164 last time out. Moved on to 79, so nearly half that already.
Yeah. Van der Gooten to continue. He is in his about to start his 8th over. He's conceded 33, and he's bowling to Weatherall, who doesn't know much about that. And it goes down to third man as he was looking to turn it to the leg. Gets a single.
The English Rugby Prem, Leicester Tigers going down 19-15 at Saracens. Tries from Freddie Stewart and Hassel Collins in the first half, but Saracens were the only try of the second period there.
Here's Van der Gooten over the wicket to the right-hander. Plays it away on the onside. There's no run.
And in the Women's Rugby International, England with the expected big score. England 62, Wales some consolation, managed 24, and a losing bonus point with a couple of late tries.
They have to play Ireland and Italy, I think, don't they? Well, you've done a few of those games. How do you rate Italy? Not bad, are they?
Well, they thrashed Wales in Italy last year.
Same old story then. Here's Van der Gooten past the umpire and bowls. Draws the batsman forward, is Patel. And Ireland. If somebody just kicked off, would it be Scotland, France?
Where are we? Italy score 5 first half tries against Scotland is the headline. 29-0.
Oh my word.
That's in Parma.
Van der Gooten turns, comes in and bowls. This is played with a lot of bottom hand, forcing it away onto the onside, fielded by the red-socked Asa tribe. Do you think there's a store selling red socks and he's
I think it's the bottom of his shin pads, that red flash.
Okay.
Certainly in the ankle area, but I think it's the he prefers that particular colour shin pads for some reason.
Here comes Van der Gooten again, bowls. It's a good delivery, draws the batsman forward, and he exaggerates by bending down as if it kept a little bit low. The bowlers, the Glamorgan bowler would say, please let it keep low, please let it turn, let it seam. There's nothing of that at 166 without loss.
Yeah, we thought 440 was a decent total, and the wicket would maybe spin a bit, but
he was dispatched, wasn't he?
Crane was dispatched. No luck with the ball.
Next ball is again pushed out onto the offside, which wasn't a bad over. 166 without loss, 79 to Patel, 85 to Weatherall.
Other Division 1 games, Notts are on 91 for 4 in reply to Warwickshire's 459 all out. Ben Duckett made 62, batting at number 3. And Joe Clark is 65 not out, having taken his out on Glamorgan last week. The Oval, Surrey 134 for 2 in reply to Essex's 409. Sibley 56 not out, Pope 69 not out. Carlson then, bowling little off breaks around the wicket to the left-hander, and Weatherall steps back and cuts hard out into the offside. Will pick up just the single as Gorvin makes ground around the grandstand side of the ground. At Headingley, it's down as an injury delay. I don't have details of that, what's caused that, but Yorkshire 151 for 1. As that swept high in the air, could be caught by Byram at mid-wicket, and Patel has gone. Kieran Carlson makes the breakthrough. Patel goes for 79. It's 167 for 1. A wicket Glamorgan so badly needed. Congratulations. Eventually all round among the fielders. Well judged catch from Byram.
That was a good catch, wasn't it?
Patel trying to whack it maybe into the grandstand. Went for the big slog sweep, top edged it. Byram had to run maybe 15 metres back and judged it well, coming over his shoulder. 79 off 105 deliveries.
He must be kicking himself, because there were runs there for him, and tried to sweep him into the square leg boundary, top edge, a very good, well-judged cut. Where's the sun? The sun would have been in his eyes as he turned. Yeah, very awkward and very well taken. So some sort of relief for Glamorgan.
34th over before they've taken a wicket, and Leicestershire scoring at 5 runs and over. The 14 fours were struck by Patel, and Weatherald has 13 to his credit.
There's 27 fours in this inning.
Yeah. Faced just 105 balls. Holland, whose successes have been more with the ball than the bat in this campaign so far. A couple of 3-wicket hauls and bowled very well in the Glamorgan innings here. 2 for 33 off 23 overs. So he will attempt to add his prowess with the bat to that achieved with the ball so far this season.
I suppose you can say that Patel threw 100 away there, because he'd played beautifully. And do you bring Crane back now for the new batsman? Might be worth...
Possibly.
And the demon bowler has struck, Carlson.
Yeah, his 2nd wicket of the season. Those look like rather garish boots being worn by the new man, Ian Holland. I think Glamorgan ought to appeal at that. That's they're part orange or red.
I can't. Did my eyes? Orange.
Well, the back half is some colour anyway. They can only have, I think, 30% non-white.
Oh.
It's obviously measured it carefully. Carlson is into the new man, Ian Holland, who is stretching forward and defending. And there is no run. I wonder if we'll hear on the sound effects microphone the infamous phrase bang bang now. As this is gently played on the leg side.
Come on, boys, 170 for 3. That's the usual.
Yeah. Go bang, 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 the even more optimistic version of the side suffering in the field. 167 for 1. Carlson bowls. Holland is forward. Cautiously defending on the leg side. There's no run. Weatherald 86 not out, having hit 96 against Surrey, 83 against Sussex. So consistent from the Aussie as Holland plays the last ball of the over on the leg side, and it remains 167 for 1. 1 off the over plus the wicket, and 14 overs remain of the day's play. I think
6:15 again.
Yes,
Unless we get a bit of spin from Crane. I think I just give him a go against the new batsman, and okay, you know they'll be punished by Weatherall if he doesn't bowl well, but it will be Van der Gooten, having bowled a couple of tidy overs, and he'll be bowling to Weatherall, who's undefeated on 86. Just to emphasise the slowness of this pitch, Chris Cook now is going to stand up to Van der Gooten, Glamorgan's premier opening bowler, who's coming in from the river end and bowls to Weatherall, tucks it away down the leg side, and he will probably get a second as the return comes in from Govan on the fine leg boundary. So a couple more to him. He moves on to 88, 169 for 1.
good luck to Chris Cook standing up to Van der Hoogten. Don't see that very often.
No. Well, I suppose it'll also inhibit the batsman from batting outside his crease or walking down the pitch. Here's Van der Gooten, past umpire Blackwell, and bowls short. And yes, goes Carlson at mid-off. And a wild sort of cover slash from the batsman. Beats him and is well taken by Cook, and immediately, yes, said Carlson. And no, says the umpire. Look at him mid-off. He might have been close to giving a catch of the wicket, but it's in comes the next ball. That's driven, beautiful shot, and it's a diving stop there by Crane. Excellent bit of feeling, or Carlson rather, excellent feeling. He has a very good fielder, dive to his right, and brings Ian Holland, who has not yet got off the mark, down to face Van der Gooten, and the field adjusts accordingly. Shadows begin to come across the Hugh Morris Indo School away to our left as Van der Gooten bowls and is defended by Holland out into the offside. I don't know much about Holland, but I'm sure that Richard will tell us if he is the aggressive type like the openers. No, says Mr. Ray, shakes his head.
I think he's gone up the order from... Or did he open for a while, Holland? Yes.
Yeah, he opened the batting and the bowling.
Yes.
Remember?
Oh, yes. Should know that.
Get your money from him.
Yes. England qualified now, I see.
Yeah.
The American, Australian.
There's another Australian, Dutch bowler. Yeah. They come in all sizes and all shapes. Here is Van der Gooten, bowls to Holland. Holland gets off the mark with a nice looking drive to mid-wicket. A few yelps went up, but perfectly safe, and he's got a couple. He's on 2, and scored 172 for 1.
Yes, Glamorgan have got their share of hybrid nationalities, so in no position to complain, really.
Last ball of it's been a tidy over so far, and he comes and bowls to Holland. Holland works that away and will take a single to retain a strike. 173 for 1. And Richard will come in and join Nick.
In 2 minutes. There we are. Juggling round Richard's radio commitments.
Behind us, I thought he'd done his...
Yes. Obviously, Newport County's drama has meant they haven't had time for a radio update on BBC Radio Wales. But well done to the county.
Yes.
Who have their fate in their own hands going to the final weekend. Carlson then, having broken the stand in his second over, is in to bowl, and Holland pushes forward rather nervously on the occasion. Carlson probably wasn't expecting to do much bowling this season, with Crane and Kellaway both in the starting side as Holland defends off the back foot on the leg side. But Ben Kellaway suffering a hip injury at Trent Bridge early on in the game. Didn't really take any significant part in it, as Holland defends off the back foot, and Carlson's ever the optimist. Probably believes that every ball is going to take a wicket, which is a good attitude. As that is down leg side. No shot really played by Ian Holland.
Deficit is still 267, just as well Glamorgan got that big total. So they need another couple tonight if they want to get back into this game.
Yes, Leicestershire still in control despite the lack of loss of Patel, as Holland pushes out on the offside. Carlson is not a huge spinner of the ball normally.
Roller, isn't he?
As he's in and bowls, and Holland treating him with great respect.
Maiden
over. Bowled by Kieran Carlson. We have 12 overs left of the day's play, and therefore we might finish about 20 past 6, which is not too bad, and It's a very pleasant evening anyway, so I'm sure
Absolutely.
the crowd will hang on.
Van der Gutten will continue. Better little spell this than his first, where he was punished. He's gone for 40 in 9 overs, which is over 4 and over, which is unlike Tim Van der Gutten. And he will be bowling at Weatherall, who is on 89. Left-hander Stoops. Now as in comes the first ball, and it's played away. As it hurries on to him, it's played away to Tribe, feeling they're at a deep gully or backward point.
Yeah, I mean, Weatherall might be facing a few nerves, having got decent scores in both his previous matches and then got out just short of the turn.
And having lost his partner, with both of them going along merrily, he must be thinking, well, I'm not going to play as I played before, because we don't want to lose both of us. It was such an excellent start. Van der Gutten bowls, and this is clipped away. They think of a single, but again, Byram is a pretty good fielder, comes in and fields and hurries in and stops any chance of a run.
Glorious conditions. Meant to stay dry for the next 2 days, so
I think it's dry the next week again.
do get down here if you can.
Here's Van der Gutten round the wicket and bowls. This is played out into the offside. Come rather quiet, isn't he, since the departure of Patel?
Yes, and Holland's making a largely cautious start, but Weatherall's still a pretty good strike rate.
Yes. Do you know that any poor ball he gets, he'll punish you? Here is Van der Gutten bowls. And this is clipped away on the onside for a single, where it's picked up and returned, which brings Holland down 3 for him from 13 balls. Carlson keeps going here, and just give Crane a few. We never know with him. Van der Gutten reverts to over the wicket for the right-handed Holland. Balls to him, and he jabs down on that and plays it defensively back down the pitch. Holland not showing anything like the same adventure, of course, that Rishi Patel showed. It's the 1 ball to go. Richard is back, and I'll depart after this 1 ball. So some control has come from the bowlers, much needed control, as in comes Van der Gutten and bowls to Holland. And Holland is completely undone by that as he pulls his glove from the bat, and another useful over. 174 for 1, Weatherall nearing his century. He's 90, and Holland is not out 3 as Richard comes back to join Nick.
Thank you very much indeed, Edward. If you could return for the final 5 or 6 overs, that would be useful so I can write up the events of the evening's play for the BBC Sport website. So evening relaxation for the spectators, evening toil for the bowlers.
Yeah, it's been a much better sort of 40 minutes from the Glamorgan bowlers.
Carlson in, bowls, and Weatherall tucks it away into a gap on the leg side for a single. (175) for 1. As Edwards' glasses are retrieved.
Does that explain a bit?
Carlson is in with 1 slip for the new man, and Holland turns it off his legs, but straight to mid-wicket. Byram, who took the catch to get rid of Patel. This is a flourishing drive by Holland, though, out on the offside, and Ul Hassan makes a good stop. Gets his throw coming back vaguely in the right direction fairly quickly, but still they manage to get through for 2 runs. Bit of width there from Carlson, can't afford to bowl that wide. It's a free hit almost. 177 for 1. Carlson bowls again. Holland nudges it to mid-wickets, no run. As and he comes, Glamorgan skipper, and the Leicestershire skipper drives to mid-on, no run. Kieran Carlson got a 5-for in his debut match up at Northampton a decade ago. It's turned on the leg side, and Byram can't stop it. The ball trickles beyond him. They think of a second, but another 1 to Holland. He moves to 6, 178 for 1. Since then, his bowling has sort of come and gone. He's been occasions where he's taken a few in the One-Day Cup, notably, and has been generally the backup spinner. They've usually played a specialist spinner. Last season, he just claimed the 5 wickets as an average of 33.8, but then they had Callaway to be the stock spinner for most of the season, and Crane playing the 5 matches last year because of injury, but he's going to get another blast now to try and winkle the new man out.
I think Carlson has bowled pretty well. Only 1 or 2 deliveries that have been sort of there for the drive. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 14. Excellent effort, Crane. 6 overs for 42, but Holland won't go after him in the same way that Patel did. Comes in from the river end and bowls. Holland is forward, almost slightly nervously pushing it out in on the onside, and Weatherald with 3 figures very much on the horizon might be a little bit more circumspect as well. So a sort of better time perhaps for Crane to bowl. In he steps and delivers. Back goes Holland, nudging it past try but short leg. There's a little bit of work running across from mid-wicket for a man sort of a little bit wider than a conventional mid-wicket, Eddie Byram, and now he is in fact running to backward point because it's the left-hander Weatherald on strike. I'm saying he might be a bit more circumspect, but from what I've seen of him so far, probably won't change. His 91 has come off just 104 balls. Crane staying over the wicket to the left-hander, bowls, and Weatherald is forward. A little push prod defensive shot, almost delicate, and then quickly withdraws the bat as well, having popped it gently along the ground towards shortish mid-wicket. There is the leg slip, Ace Tribe, and there is the slip Colin Ingram as Crane is in, whipped away off the legs by Weatherald out towards deep square. He's going to turn for the second. The throw's coming in, but it's a long way for Andy Gorvin from there, and it was a little bit wide, and in the end Weatherall made his ground very comfortably. He moves on to 93, 181 for 1. Will Rishi Patel be disappointed, was the question from BBC Radio Leicester. Yes, he will. It was the answer. It was a big opportunity for a second consecutive century for him. In goes Crane and bowls. Weatherald works it neatly past Carlson, although Crane has his hands on his head. Played it comfortably enough along the ground all the way out towards Hadley, who had to run into field. Takes 1, moves on to 94. Crane into Holland. Little bit short. Holland can wait for it and just work it around the corner, but he can't get it past that man at sort of backward square on the 45. And a dot ball and shoes. End of Crane's 7th over. None for 46, his figures. 182 for 1. Just 9 overs remain tonight. Over 8 level.
Yes, there is this tendency among cricketers, isn't there, to refer to the runs they didn't score rather than the ones they did. Similarly with Mason Crane, we'll be all discussing the one that he missed out on rather than the 99 that he did score, which is, you know, a long way better than his career average, and it's 99 runs more than most of us will ever score in first-class cricket. Anyway.
I guess he's going to be your man to interview tonight.
Yes.
Has to be, doesn't it, really?
Has to be. As Carlson is in round the wicket, floats it up, full toss, driven by Weatherald up to long off. Single takes him to 95. We're getting into the path of the game where Richard will have to be on commentary when Weatherald's on strike, as Carlson bowls to Holland, who pushes out on the offside. It's quickly fielded by Byram. There's no run. Slip. Mid-wicket is fairly tight. Cover's quite close. A little bit of turn for Carlson, but comfortably watched onto the bat by the circumspect Holland. Turns it away on the leg side. Carlson in bowls up in the block hole. Holland digs it out, defends it to cover, no run. So we've had 2 halves of the day of contrasting tempos. Glamorgan, very gentle tempo with the bat the first half of the day as Holland defends again. And then that dashing stand of 167 at pretty much 5 runs and over. Carlson in bowls. Holland drives on the leg side, well stopped by Crane at short mid-wicket. And Carlson's rattled through an over in pretty quick time there. Conceded just a single off it. 183 for 1. 8 overs to go. And things have quietened down again with after the wicket of Patel that gave Glamorgan temporary relief. And we wait and see whether Weatherald will score the 5 runs that will take him to 3 figures for the first time in Leicestershire colours. First time in county cricket?
I suppose so,
hasn't played before.
No, he hasn't. No. So yes, it would be, but another 5 runs to get. He faces Mason Crane, who bowls, and then he on-drives, checks the on-drive, really just bunts it back past Crane out towards Ryan Hadley, who's 2/3 of the way back at long on. Hadley continues to walk into a fairly conventional mid-off, although there'd probably be a run to him if Holland hit it out there and went straight away. And Carlson has brought the run rate down as well. It's sort of 4.5s now. Just over, as Crane is in to Holland. Obviously wicket taking always does that, but he hasn't conceded many runs either. Holland pushes that one past Carlson. Gorvin comes in from the sweeper position out there. Did that used to be the, what did they used to call that stand? The it did have a name, didn't it? The big stand, the Daffodils.
It's probably had a sponsor, but
yeah,
I don't.
But now
usually
it's just
bother with
the
those very often.
What is it now?
Just the grandstand.
The grandstand.
Oh well, it might have the engineering company name on that's on the top of it.
I'm just thinking of directions as well. We're sort of looking. That would be the west. Would it be west stand?
No.
I'd have to get I'll get my compass out. In goes Crane and bowls and nibbled round the corner by Weatherald.
I'd say we're more west than anything else on this side of the ground. The Castell Howell stand. I may be wrong.
There's me compass.
But I'd think of this as westish.
North is over there.
That works well on radio.
Over the scoreboard, over the river. In goes Crane and bowls. Holland is forward. Thick inside part of the bat, runs it down through the sort of leg gully area to the man on the 45, Van der Hoogten, coming in.
Richard was pointing, dear listener, to the scoreboard next to the pavilion as opposed to the scoreboard that looks towards the city centre. We look towards the city centre.
We are at sort of south-southwest.
Yes.
If that makes any sort of sense. So that stand is actually the east, if anything. In goes Crane and just pushed out into the offside by Weatherald. That was miles out there, wasn't it? I was completely wrong. So I'm so used to the sea being completely in the east, coming from the east coast, that it throws me when it's in the other direction completely.
Oh, we'll move it for you. Don't know if we'll get it done this week, though.
In goes Crane, round the wicket, an attempted reverse sweep by Weatherall. Now, has he got anything on that? Because it's going to the boundary. What is the signal buys? Everybody missed it, so not off the bottom edge. He went for the reverse sweep and missed it, but so too did Cook. Let's see where it went. Oh, I tell you what, it didn't miss the stumps by much. It did not miss it didn't go through Cook's legs. It went to sort of his right, standing outside off stump, and I don't think that missed off stump by very much at all.
There we are. Weatherald lives to fight another day. Fortune favours the brave and all that. He's on 97 off 112 balls. Holland is on strike. Carlson will continue to bowl, and there are only 7 overs left of the day's play at 10 to 6.
Do you want me to continue while you start doing the writing? Or?
I'll do one more over.
Right, you are.
Thank you. As Carlson is in to bowl, Holland drives back past the bowler, but no single available. At least I'll do the over while Holland's on strike.
Eddie may have an appointment with a Black Forest Gatto. Thank you to Glamorgan for a lovely tea.
Carlson bowls, Holland defends. Carlson fields in his follow-through.
Bad news for you when you come to Grace Road, I'm afraid, Nick. Regarding the Nosh.
What's that?
We are no longer in the restaurant.
Ah. Oh. As Carlson bowls, knocked away on the leg side by Holland. No run. Yes, we'd been reinstated to the restaurant last time.
We had, but they've had to reconfigure it at the orders of the PMOA.
As Carlson bowls, and that's turned on the leg side by Holland, and there's no run, so we're not allowed to mingle with the scorers.
Exactly.
Oh.
Well, yes, the players need to be completely isolated, apparently.
Give it over.
You know, for betting reasons, etc.
Carlson in bowls and played on the leg side by Holland. So if I inquire nice pasta, Kieran, or something over lunch, that's going to affect the course of the match, and I'll be straight on the phone to dodgy bookie. Carlson bowls, Holland defends. Rinse and repeat. Maiden over, 191 for 1, and there are 6 overs to go. I will go and write the close of play match report, and Edward Bevan will take you through to the close of play together with Richard.
The first of those 6 overs will of course be bowled by Mason Crane. Holland, he's taking his time. He's defending very competently and comfortably, really, but only 9 off 36, and after the exciting opening partnership, it's all gone relatively quiet. Weatherall approaching those 3 figures. 97 off 112. Will not want to give it away now. He is going to be on strike to Crane round the wicket with a leg slip and a conventional slip. Crane steps in and bowls down the wicket, edged, and that's going to run away down to the boundary. Is he going to get the 3? Is it going to go all the way? It's going to be dragged back by Byram, running back, and it is going to be just 2. That was very, very lucky by Weatherall. He danced down the track entirely unexpectedly, had a huge wahoo, got the edge. It just went past slip Ingram couldn't get there, and my word, that was
This is like Crane. This is strange.
almost gave it away. Anyway, he's been very, very fortunate. He's on 99 not out, and the field comes in. Well, he's had a huge slice of luck there and needs to take advantage of that. Well, Hadley is coming in halfway from long on. Plenty of single savers as Crane is in to Weatherald, goes back, steers it away through the offside. Comfortable fall for Weatherald, a perfectly conventional, controlled cut, and the Australian has his first century for Leicestershire. Takes off his helmet, raises his bat to the pavilion, gets a high five from his captain, Ian Holland. He was disappointed to have missed out at the Oval, got a very good delivery, but on this occasion the luck was on his side. He has played very nicely for the most part, but he was occasionally just a little bit fortunate going through the 90s, but he's there now, so will he relax and start to play again? 103 has come off 114 deliveries. 14 fours,
yes. Fine innings by the Australian, although he did go into his shell as soon as Patel was out, but he's still there.
Crane is in to him again. He's reverse sweeping and he middles it very nicely, but a really good piece of fielding there at backward point, basically, by Byram, means that there is no run to Weatherald. Looks like he is going to continue to play his shots. Crane bowls. Hasn't bowled with any luck, really. Tucks Weatherald up a little bit as it spins back into him, but it's a little bit short, and the Australian can chop it down into the offside and walk a comfortable single. He'll be the chosen interviewee for BBC Radio Leicester, as Mason Crane, coming in to bowl to Ian Holland, will be for BBC Wales. Just nibbles that one off the straight to along the ground to Asa Tribe
from Crane now.
Much better.
He's gone for 57 in his 9th over, 1 ball to go, but it's much more control than his first spell.
In he goes, bowls to Holland, who goes back again slightly short of the length, so he can work it around the corner this time. Avoids Tribe, runs it out to, looks like Van der Hoogten out there. A deep-ish backward square. It takes 1.
114 balls. It included 14 fours.
There we go. Dr. Hignall confirms what you already know, as Lloyd, the Leicestershire physio, runs out with something for Jake Weatherald. I did notice he was flexing his knee a little bit and his ankle a bit when he chased down and got lucky big time against Crane, going for his century and edged it just past slip. He started flexing his left knee. It looks like he might have a bit of an issue here. Lloyd is signalling to the Leicestershire balcony. Tom Scriven, the 12th man, is running on, but with what looks like a drink. Ian Holland's walking over to Steve O'Shaughnessy, and what are they saying? Let us see whether there's going to be...
What is the position if I walk off now?
It looked like Lloyd was making you know, the football
He's going off, I think.
Substitute.
Next batsman. I think they've... I saw Tom Scriven going like that, as if to say, next batsman, please.
They want something. Again, Lloyd is... Again, he's making that substitute signal. Now he's doing a thumbs up to the Leicestershire balcony. Will Lewis Hill have to come out for the last 5 overs? Or would they send out a night watchman? Is he going off, folks? At the moment, he's standing still.
He's going off.
He's walking off. So...
Retired hurt.
Temporarily, perhaps?
All right.
Retired hurt.
When can he come again? 7? It's difficult.
He can come in at the fall of the next wicket, can't he? As far as I'm aware. As far as I'm aware, he can come in at the fall of the next wicket if he's fit to do so.
Yeah. Probably a twinge, as you say. He's
Depends
walking
how long it
all right.
is.
He's not limping or anything.
It's not hilly,
Josh Day.
so they are sending out a night watchman. Well, That could be a big blow for
I did notice
Leicestershire.
whether it was when Patel went, or perhaps this had been niggling him, that he slowed down appreciably from the rate he was going, and whether that might have affected him.
I think he did it when he gave him the charge. It was wild, and then, as I say, got so lucky, but then immediately started. It was almost the calf, whether he's done a little calf strain, something like that. We shall find out. I'll try and find out afterwards and see if he's going to be back with us tomorrow. But I think he won't be back with us today. So 199 is the score when Weatherald goes off, and Josh Davey comes in to do a job as night watchman. A little bit of an opening here for Glamorgan then. Holland is just about established now. He's faced 38 deliveries for his 10.
Ryan Hadley.
Well, Hadley's coming back. Bit of a surprise. Carlson's bowled 6 good overs and 1 for 15.
I agree. He's been very good.
Getting a little bit of turn there, so I thought, there we are. Hadley might get things right and just get a wicket. They've been expensive. 7 overs for 46. Here he is. Comes in and bowls, and this is left by Holland outside the off stump through to wicket keeper Cook, rather low as the shadows begin to go over the field. Floodlight away to our left, not interfering on the square in any way, but stretched along the ground. 199 for 1. Excellent reply. Spearheaded by the openers who put on 167 for the first wicket. As in comes Hadley, bowls wide outside the off stump again, and it's left. I was rather surprised to see Patel, who played so well. Well, it's unkind to say Richard give it away, but it was a bit of a wild shot, wasn't it?
It was, yes.
Hoiked it out
It was
mid-wicket.
a slog sweep. It just didn't need to try and hit the ball in the air.
The deficit is 241, so another 40 runs. Let me get it up there. But the scoring rate has gone down as Hadley comes in and bowls. This is pushed out into the onside. Survival is what the batsman wants tonight. They'll come out there with just the 1 wicket down tomorrow.
Davey knows all too well, having bowled for much of the morning, that it's possible for a low order batsman to stay in on this pitch.
Yes, just get on that front foot.
Yeah, get in line and you can keep it out. Don't try and do anything too ambitious.
Holland waits for Hadley, and he comes and bowls to him, and he gets 3 identical pushes outside the off stump. The last couple of balls. Plenty of encouragement there from the Glamorgan fielders.
Davey's got the best part of 2,000 first-class runs, 1,893.
I've seen him get runs for Somerset.
And he averages over 20, so no mug.
No.
With the bat, the Scotsman.
He took 1 for 79 from his 25 overs. Had a good workout. Hadley in and bowls to Holland. Holland clips this away and will probably get a couple here down towards the fine leg boundary. Yes, he will, as Gorwin collects and throws in to Cook. 2 runs off the over. And the score moves on to 201 for 1. Very satisfactory position. I miscounted, there's 1 ball to go. Two slips and then an arc of 3 on either side. Well, 3 on the offside, 2 on the onside, saving a single. Is Holland on 12, waits, Hadley bowls, And he leaves at the last moment. Tidy over, just the 2 runs off it. We have 4 overs remaining this evening, and the next one will presumably, at the new batsman, be bowled by Mason Crane, who takes his tifter off and gives it to umpire in Blackwell. Holland 12. Davy yet to receive the ball. And we have a shot there of the very bronzed gentleman who've been in the sun nearly all day, suited to rather temperatures out in the Mediterranean at this time of year.
That's how we're in the yellow shirt.
Yes.
2 slips then behind Josh Davy as Crane bowls over the wicket to him. Very slow turn, but so slow. It's a touch short, and as Leicestershire was saying yesterday, it can be. Well, Ben Cox was saying yesterday, you can play it off the pitch.
Yes.
Even if you don't know which way it's going to turn, you can wait and watch and, and then decide which way it's gone. In goes Crane and tosses it up a little bit more, so Davy can get forward and drive it back to him. Asa tried with those bright red socks.
Apparently, Nick was saying they think it's something to do with his pads.
Okay, yeah, because Jake Weatherald had sort of bright green ones on for much of the underneath his whites when he was fielding short. So there's something to do with the T20 setups or Welsh Fire.
Bat pad and a short leg and a slip.
Yeah. Crane's ready to go, but somebody wasn't. And he's prepared again. Steps in and bowls. Davy is clipping him quite firmly out towards mid-on. Zainul Sand does well. Scrambles to his right. Bit untidy, but he gets there, does the job, keeps it to 1.
Fair bit of rough there, isn't it?
Should be, but it doesn't
if
look
you look
to.
at the television screen.
In goes Crane, bowls, a little paddle sweep, and it's in the air through leg slip, but he realised, Holland, that there wasn't a leg slip anymore. They'd taken him out. And, well, that's Asa Tribe had sort of moved across. And I think Tribe, who had a word with Cook before going into that silly mid-off position, it was probably the architect of his own downfall in a way there. That would have been straight into his midriff, but then it probably wouldn't have been played. And Holland picks up 4 down to fine leg. Looks around him, makes sure that the field hasn't changed. It hasn't, so still nobody at leg slip. Crane is in again. Holland is forward, just pushing it past. Tribe's reaching right hand. They would put me off a bit if I was batting with the redness. It must almost be in your slightly out at the corner of your eye. That I don't know, maybe not. In goes Crane, outside off stump. To be honest, a troop of monkeys was behind the bowler's arm. It probably wouldn't make much difference to my batting. End of the over, 206 for 1. Holland 16, Davy 1.
Just the 3 overs to go, and it'll be a 6:15 finish one. Anticipate, which is not bad at all. On a sunny Saturday evening.
No, we've had a lot of overs of spin with Ajaz Patel getting through 40 in the Glamorgan innings.
46.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised that Carlson took himself off.
Yeah, I thought he'd bowled as well as anybody.
Yeah. Well, his figures also illustrate how...
Protecting them. The captain's protecting his figures.
Yes. 2 slips, short leg, and he's going to attack Josh Davy, the night watchman, who's on 1. Hadley then. Bowling from the Cathedral Road end is in and bowls, and it's stabbed away down towards the vacant 3rd man boundary. It is a chase, and the ball is going to win, and they get 4 runs. And that shows possibly the fallacy of not having a 3rd man. It was just a little dab, really. And the score moves on to 210 for 1. Very good run rate, 4.65. It was even higher than that before Patel departed. Miss Handley turns at the end of his run and comes in and bowls, well pitched up, but Davy gets right behind that, pushes it back down the pitch. 2 days of cricket, who knows what will happen. It could be a high scoring draw, could be a win for either side. Difficult to say. Let's hope we have an exciting and interesting final day.
I think we could. It's very possible. It's just whether the pitch not breaks up, but just offers the spinners that little bit more.
There's Handley again in and bowls outside the off stump. A quicker delivery, but well wide of the off stump.
I don't think it's going to break up.
Doesn't look like it, does it?
It's too early in the season, really, isn't it? There should be the moisture. What is it? Moisture table should be still quite high.
Yeah, they only took the light roller. I think it might have just broken up with a big heavy one.
But I suppose just before you bat, you don't want that, do you?
No.
Leicestershire wouldn't have.
In comes Handley and bowls. That's played nicely off his legs by Davy, and it's going to be a chase, and the ball is going to win. And that was clipped away off his legs, and Davy gets his second boundary. He moves on to 9, 214 for 1.
Trying to remember what he did with the bat in his one previous game for Leicestershire at Worcester. I remember him taking the wickets in each innings, but not what he did with the bat.
Somerset have got so many good seamers now that he was surplus to requirements down there, was he?
Essentially. They would have liked him 2 seasons ago, Leicestershire, really.
In comes Handley again and bowls to Davy. Shorter delivery. Lifts at him, but he lifts his bat high up. And there's no chance of the ball nicking it. So many people change counties. I looked at that game, Glamorgan and Nottinghamshire last week. I think I counted 10 or 9 Notts players were signed from other counties. 4 from poor old Worcestershire.
Boo to Notts.
A friend of mine said that they were known by a few of their own followers as the Nottingham Poachers. Here's the last ball. Gets up on him, but he plays it well enough. End of the over. 2 overs left. 214 for 1.
What are they in T20? They are the Outlaws, aren't they, in T20 or something?
Yeah, the Poachers. Somebody said
So Poachers isn't...
Let's have a look. Hamid, ex-Lancashire. Salter, ex-Derbyshire. Duckett, ex-Northants. Clark, Worcester. Haynes, Worcester. Varian, overseas. Patterson White, I don't think. No, he's homegrown. O'Neill, Australia. Ben Hutton, homegrown. Tongue and Pennington, both Worcester. So just Patterson White and who did I say? Hutton, born in the county. There we are. Getting like professional football, Richard.
I'm afraid so. Crane then, last over of the day for him, comes in and bowls to Ian Holland, who is studiously forward, playing it down into the ground. Tribe fields at the second attempt. Crane turns in, bowls again. A little bit of turn, but again it's so slow that Holland can adjust. Conventional leg spin, it doesn't sort of really get up. A little bit of grip, but Crane bowls and Holland is forward, getting to the pitch of that one, smothering any spin, pushing it out towards Tribe. Players casting obviously longer shadows now. Away to the to the west, as we know. Crane in, bowls. Oh, and does that one go? He played it down into the ground, and it spun backwards off the ground, and a good foot probably wide of off stump, but he looked back quickly there, Holland, just in case it was going to spin on. It didn't. Crane in, tosses that one up, but Holland can get forward and just push the ball back up the pitch, getting to the pitch of it. To Crane, coming up to his final delivery of the day. None for 63 at the moment. Can he finish with 1 for 63? Towel hanging out of the back of his trousers as he's in and bowls, and he can't, because although it does turn again, it turns very slowly, and forward went Holland and just pushed it up the pitch on the onside. End of Crane's work for the day, which was outstanding with the bat. Not quite as effective with the ball, but maybe his time will come in the game as the pitch hopefully starts just to give him a little bit more.
Funnily enough, I was just thinking on the same lines, and what a good final day it would be if Leicestershire had to chase a total, but the pitch is spinning more. It would be interesting.
Well, what they'll be hoping to do is go well past.
Yes, they'll bat all day tomorrow.
And just bat once, as they did at the Oval, and try and set a target of 200, something like that.
Yeah.
But plenty of work to do to get to that stage, but they have the batters to do it.
If they bat all day tomorrow and get 400, they'll be 200 ahead, won't they?
Yep, and that'll be the intention, essentially.
Last over of the day, and it'll be bowled by Hadley as he comes in and bowls the first ball. And he followed that, did Davy. There's a little bit of a waft, a grimace on the face of the bowler. I can see on the television monitor here whether he's feeling the heat or he realizes he hasn't performed all that well today. But he can soak in a bath when he gets off, have a drink, and think of tomorrow.
I wonder if it'll be the iced bath. I don't want to soak for too long.
Have you ever been in an ice bath?
I've been in the North Sea a few times. The Mediterranean was pretty cold when I left, I must admit.
In bed. Here's Hadley turning in and bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery because it beats. They're not taking. Oh, I thought it was a bye going to be, but that beat him outside the off stump.
I suppose you leave the night watchman down that end. But there definitely would have been a bye there for Holland. Look at Ryan Hadley reflecting on the unfairness of life. He mops his brow.
He looks rather weary, doesn't he? Hadley then turning. Goes in and bowls. This is pushed away. And there is no run. Survival is in, that's all is in Davy's mind at the moment.
Well, if a wicket falls now, that'll be it anyway, won't it? So he's sort of done his job already, but he'll have much bigger ambitions than that.
Hadley, no runs of this final over as yet. Bowls to Davy. Davy shoulders arms, and his arms go very high up over his head as he leaves that go through to wicketkeeper Cook. Rather a long final over.
As you say, quite a longish run.
Yep. All the paint marks. Where did the old metal thing we used to put down for bowling? That's long gone. Looks very ugly, doesn't it? These paint marks. In comes Hadley. Bowls, short ball. Taken on the halfway by Cook. And it's just the one ball left.
Been a pretty decent last over, actually. He's summoned up a real
Got a bit of lift.
bit of aggression, and he's made the night watchman hop around a bit. Can he produce a bail trimmer or a Yorker for his final ball? Down on his haunches a bit.
He's shattered.
Yeah, it's only his 10th over in 2 spells, so...
Come on, young man, you're a professional athlete.
This is just the start of your work.
Here we go then. Final ball of the day. In comes Hadley and bowls. It's defended by Davy, and they're going to have a run of that last ball. So Leicestershire at 214 for 1 at the close of this second day's play. Holland on 16. Davy is on 9. And this after Patel was caught off Carlson for 79.
Thank you, everyone, for your company today.
The other batsman, Weatherhead, had to retire hurt, having scored an excellent 100. And it was a very good reply by Leicestershire. They trailed by 226. They will come out tomorrow and attempt to be positive. And it's the pitch who has won the day today. Glamorgan making 440. The only disappointment for Glamorgan supporters, Marcus Crane was out for 99, trying to sweep a ball to the boundary when he really only had to push the last ball of the over back and get it later. 440 all out. Leicestershire in reply 215 for 1. Quick word from Richard. And the prospects for the Foxes.
Well, just the 3 wickets then today, wasn't it? And 1 retired hurt. 4. 4, yeah. 4, beg your pardon.
Tells
so
us
7
the story.
down. There were the 3, weren't there, in the Glamorgan first innings. I suspect there could be a few twists and turns in this game. Yet, I see the dust coming off the pitch as the groundsman sweeps up the worst of the bowlers' footmarks. Maybe a little bit more than just slow turn as the game goes on. Fingers crossed that will be the case. If it continues the way it is, all you can see really is Leicestershire sort of going close to or past Glamorgan's first innings score, and then hoping to put Glamorgan under a little bit of pressure in their second innings. You cannot see, if that happens, Glamorgan setting Leicestershire a target.
No,
I honestly, I think,
especially where they are on the table.
Exactly. And both teams at the moment, it's 3 and 2 in terms of bonus points to the home side, but Leicestershire will obviously get a few batting bonus points. So you can't afford certainly this early in this season to throw away potentially 8 points for the draw plus your bonus points and come away with 14-15.
It might look from here as a draw because the wicket is so placid, but you never know.
You never do.
That's it. And thanks to Nick Webb, to Richard Ray, myself, Edward Bevan.
This may be the last. Are you not here tomorrow? Are you?
No,
Eddie?
I'm done my 2 days hard labour.
This may be the last time we commentate together.
Well, that's very
So
sad. But yes, it's been a thoroughly enjoyable experience, and I really do. You might come back as a match referee. I call you Mr. Ray.
I'm afraid I put a lot of money on that not happening. But
absolute pleasure, Richard.
It has. Thank you, Eddie. It's been an honour for me to commentate alongside you.
So that's it for today, and my colleagues will be back tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. There is no threat of rain. And from that, a very good night.